example, that can't be suspended, whatever the emergency is. But de facto, the government suspended most rights, some time ago. It's exactly what the emergency means. I don't know. I think it's worth commenting actually that one or two journalists have been noting that the communique that the government put out is unsigned. And it was read on air by what apparently a very junior official from the information ministry. Maybe we're reading too much into that, but it does suggest, I suppose, as one might speculate, that there's a degree of, if not panic, at least considerable disarray in the government right now. They must be trying to work out what exactly has happened, what the damage is, whether they can still count on the loyalty of the armed forces, and where they go from here.
Phil Gunson, for the moment, really appreciate all of your analysis and insight. Thank you very much, but do stay with us. Well, our Central America correspondent, Will Grant, updated me about the situation from Washington.
We know so far that there's been this communique by the government of Nicolas Maduro, which repudiates, as you completely expect, the actions that it blames immediately on the US government. It has called to action its social supporters, i.e. its militias and its supporters, its organisations, grassroots organisations, the length and breadth of the country. There is, to an extent, an element of Nicolas Maduro doing what one would expect him to do at this stage, which is appeal to his socialist base. There is very little that they can actually do at this point because we still don't know exactly what has happened, although as we've been hearing, it is clearly or very, very apparent that there is an escalation taking place, and it does now look like this is, a significant ramping up of the situation that's been unfolding for months now.
And as you say, Will, the reaction's starting to become clear. Growing escalations for some time between the two countries. This national emergency has now been declared in Venezuela. But how rattled do you think people in Venezuela will be feeling at the moment, knowing that this kind of action has now been taken?
Very. I think. I've been speaking to Venezuelan journalists this evening and journalists based in Venezuela, and quite understandably they're concerned for themselves, for their families. I was speaking to a colleague of mine who put me on video phone at the time and kept all the lights out. She lives quite close to La Carlota, which is a military airstrip in the very centre, really, of Caracas. And she could see what was unfolding literally out of her window as it was happening. And as she was contacting me in Washington with sort of live updates of what was happening, so she was also receiving from across the city, friends and family, and across social media, similar images which were backing up what she was seeing elsewhere in the city. So the sense of a coordinated event was very, very acute. So you can imagine how frightening that is for ordinary people. No matter whether or not they agree with Nicolas Maduro or they oppose him, this is still something that's unfolding in the capital city of a major South American nation. As we've been hearing, we haven't seen anything quite like this, if indeed it does turn out to be what it apparently appears to be, which would be US military action on a Latin American nation, something that's not happened since Panama in 1989.
And Will, as you say, the situation is still unfolding, but give us a sense of the geography and where these explosions were heard, and that they were apparently close to some military bases. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I mentioned La Carlota. That is an important military airstrip, which is sort of right along a highway, really, right very much in the centre. But also targeted, or apparently affected by these explosions, was Fuerte Tiuna. Now, that is the most important military base in Caracas, one of the most important military bases in the country. And the idea of both of those places being affected at the same time, and then the lights going out, about, electricity being knocked out to a whole series of communities around, as well as those bases themselves. Obviously, that has a real chilling effect on people watching it happen from their homes. And of course, Caracas is in a basin, it's a valley. So there are people up on the hillsides who can see all of this unfolding, and there's unverified videos of planes going overhead at the same time. So, as you can imagine, all of these things happening and targeted to those key points, as well as an area called La Guaira, which is close to the coast. Taking all of these different important military spots together gives it that sense of some form of campaign. But again, it's too early. We need confirmation of a lot of the detail that's coming out, particularly given that social media is such a player in Venezuela at a time like this.
And as you say, these explosions come at a time of heightened tension and angst between the US and Venezuela. The Washington accusing Venezuela of allegedly carrying drugs on its boats. Talk us through kind of how much of a build-up there has been over recent months that's got us to this really delicate point.
Well, it's the biggest US military build-up in the Americas since the Cold War, essentially. So that gives it that context. It's huge, and it has been for weeks on end. It's been a very, very significant military naval build-up. At one point, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said, we move military assets all over the world. It's, why do people go so mad when we do it in the Americas? Well, the answer is, of course, because it's the Americas, because it's the Western Hemisphere, because it's Latin America. That alone makes this very, very different to moving military assets elsewhere. But beyond that, of course, it came with actual actions. First, the airstrikes on go-fast boats, speedboats that were allegedly carrying drugs through Venezuelan waters. That became extended to also in the Eastern Caribbean and the Pacific and elsewhere, to the point now that there's 110 people have been killed in those strikes. We've heard, too, about how US forces have confiscated sanctioned oil tankers. 2 of those have been confiscated, with a 3rd being pursued. And then over Christmas, President Trump made reference to the first land strike. We have very few details about that, but the details of that, as we at the BBC and others were looking into the kind of witness statements and trying to sort of build a picture of what exactly happened there and where it happened. It was believed to be taking place in the state of Zulia, which is an oil-rich state. Then suddenly what's unfolded tonight in Caracas, this morning in London.
Grant there. Thanks for being with us here on BBC News. I'm Laxmi Gopal. We're taking you through the developments of the breaking news that airstrikes have been carried out on the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, with the BBC's US partner, CBS News, saying that it has heard from US officials that the President, Donald Trump, ordered those strikes to be carried out. Well, let's return to the International Crisis Group's senior analyst in Venezuela, Phil Gunson. Phil, thank you for staying with us. Let's see if we can find out a little bit more detail now about Venezuela's reaction to this, because we have had a statement which mentioned their reaction. Just talk us through what that states.
Well, they are obviously, rejecting this and complaining in the strongest possible terms, saying that this is all to do with oil and strategic minerals, that it's an attempt by US imperialism, as they would put it, to grab Venezuela's resources for themselves. They're calling for the international community to react. They want the Security Council to meet. I think the interesting thing is that although we've seen this reports of this decree of an emergency being declared by President Maduro, this is a moment at which you would, if you were on the government side, you would want the government and perhaps the military high command, to be on air, to be reassuring people that they're still there, that they're still in control, they're still in command. And really what we've seen so far has been, it's very much, it seemed improvised. The communique seems to have been dashed off It's not signed by anybody in particular. It was read by a junior official on air. So that's not reassuring people who were on the government side who reject this attack by the US if that's what it is.
And what options does the Venezuelan government have? So if we look at what they said in that statement, one of the things they said was the entire country must mobilise to defeat this imperialist aggression. That was a quote from their statement. What resources does Venezuela have to fight back against this?
On a military level, it's really impossible for the Maduro government to resist. The big fear, according to military analysts, of US forces when contemplating this kind of intervention was air defenses. But it does appear that, either those air defenses were neutralized, they didn't work. There doesn't appear to be, as far as we know so far, of course, it's early days, but there doesn't appear to have been any response from the ground. Certainly no aircraft have been reported shot down so far. That suggests that, that the military is not capable of resisting in any way at all. Although on paper the Venezuelan military is one of the strongest in the region, and they do have a couple of dozen, or nearly a couple of dozen. I think a few of them have fallen out of the sky in recent years, but they do have Sukhoi 30s, Russian fighter bombers, which are some of the most sophisticated aircraft possessed by any air force in the region. But there's no report that they even took off. There's not really much that Maduro can do when faced with, what is it, 10 or 15% of the entire US naval fleet worldwide is arrayed against him, including the world's most worthy attacks may be launched. Militarily, there isn't much they can do. If they did choose to resist, if assuming that they're capable, it wouldn't last for very long, assuming that the US is really determined to overthrow the government of Maduro.
Phil Gunson, thank you so much for your thoughts and analysis there. So that's Phil Gunson, and thank you for bearing with the link there. But we have plenty more on this on the BBC's live page, which you can see there. We've got live updates continuing, plus some of the images that are being verified as well. And one of the things that you can find on the live page is testimony from an eyewitness, journalist Vanessa Silva, who lives in Caracas, saw an explosion from her window and said that the sound of it was huge and stronger than thunder, and it caused her home to vibrate. And as you may have heard from one of our guests earlier, Caracas is a valley, so the sound reverberated around it. And what she said was that her heart was pumping and she was scared by how close the explosions were. And they did seem precise. She says that there's now silence in the city, but everyone is still frenetically messaging each other to see if they're okay. She also adds that a relative of hers saw something falling from the sky and 10 seconds later saw and heard a boom. So that's just one of the examples of the eyewitness accounts coming through from the region. And you can keep up to date with those on the BBC Live page and, of course, by following us here on BBC News. Well, let's speak now to Francisco Rodriguez, who's Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Economic and Policy Research at the University of Denver. Thank you for joining us. So what do you think is the reaction that's likely to come from, not just from the Venezuelan government, but what further action could follow from the White House?
Well, first of all, we have to find out exactly what it is that's going on here, in the sense that it's clear that there are airstrikes. It's clear that Venezuela and Caracas and other military sites are being bombed. It's unclear as of yet as to whether there's any land troop involvement. So So if we're talking just about airstrikes, well, then the question is, what does the day after look like? Certainly, there will be losses. There will be military losses. There will be likely be civilian losses also in Caracas. But airstrikes alone don't change a government. I mean, there are precedents. For example, 1986, when the U.S. Bombarded Tripoli. It didn't change. I mean, it caused several casualties, about 40 deaths, but it didn't change the government. You can't really, unless you have an internal military rebellion or land troops actually being involved, which doesn't seem to be the case, or at least it's not confirmed. Then that doesn't mean that that tomorrow anybody different from Nicolas Maduro is going to be in power, and that's really the complex dynamics that arises out of this. If Maduro is physically alive tomorrow and he can speak to Venezuelans, then he could even paint this as a victory, as having survived a U.S. attack. But then, will the U.S. be tempted to escalate, and how further can it escalate, and will it at some moment feel that it has to move in land troops?
And what is the sense from within the country, from the local population, of the any American intervention or of Maduro himself? Just tell us a little bit about the general popularity of the president.
Yeah. Well, Maduro is unpopular. Maduro lost an election last year, which he essentially stole. But there's very strong evidence that the opposition candidate won. So it's clear that Venezuelans want Maduro gone. That doesn't necessarily mean that they want an invasion. Now, opinion surveys are, of course, naturally unreliable in this type of context, much more so under authoritarian governments, but at least to the extent that we can trust them. And they're the same opinion surveys where people tell you that they don't like Maduro, that they're against them, that they believe that the opposition won. So those same respondents tell you, the ones who are in Venezuela, that they don't want an invasion. People are afraid of what this might mean for them. They're afraid that of the ensuing violence. They're afraid that they could personally die or be vulnerable in a situation like this. So it's perfectly possible that Maduro might actually be able to use this to bolster his popularity, to present himself as somebody who is fighting against U.S. aggression. And remember, preferences can change a lot in the context of this type of conflict, because, for example, the U.S. President Donald Trump has now explicitly said that the condition that he's imposing on the Maduro government is that Venezuela return what Donald Trump calls stolen oil that it has presumably stolen from the United States. So this can really stoke nationalist fervors, and many Venezuelans, if they start seeing this as the U.S. is out for the oil resources, that might actually lead them to back Maduro. So I think that while the evidence that we have up until now is that the majority of Venezuelans are against Maduro, the situation can still be very fluid, and definitely military actions like this can rally nationalist sentiment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how opinion polls may change after this strike action. Well, thank you so much, Francisco Rodriguez. Do stay with us for the moment, as we will return to you as the situation continues to develop. But let's speak now to our correspondent, Will Grant, in Washington. Will, so far what we have heard from the White House is only via US officials through the BBC's partner, CBS News. What have we heard from the White House itself?
Well, as you say, nothing specific yet in terms of them coming out, recognising and saying this was military action by Washington. But CBS are reporting, our US partners, that President Trump ordered strikes on Venezuelan military sites. So if that is confirmed in the coming hours, it represents a very, very significant escalation of a situation that was already extremely tense. It had involved attacks, strikes on boats passing through the Caribbean that Washington said were loaded with drugs. It has involved taking of sanctioned oil tankers, Venezuelan oil tankers, by US forces, and now apparent land attacks on military sites, specifically La Carlota, a military airfield in the center of the city, and Fuerte Tiuna, the most important military base in the capital, Caracas. Just to add, of course, the Venezuelan government has responded, as you would expect by this stage. Just reading and translating their statement, where it says the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, repudiates and denounces in front of the international community the grave military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America against territory and the population of Venezuela. And it goes on to call it a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, particularly Articles 1 and 2. So, look, this is about as serious a situation as one can picture in the Americas. I lived in Venezuela under Hugo Chavez. I was there when Nicolas Maduro won the election after Hugo Chavez died, his political mentor. This has always been a tense relationship since Hugo Chavez came to power in 1999. I don't think anyone imagined it would reach this point if what we're seeing is confirmed.
Yes, and this is a significant escalation on the action we have seen with oil tankers being seized and boats being attacked. What do you think the aim of these airstrikes is? Because we spoke to an analyst just a little bit before you saying that airstrikes cannot affect regime change.
They can, and I understand that point that's being made, but of course what they can do is pressure, add further pressure. And I think if we see all of this in the context of heaping pressure onto Nicolas Maduro, onto the military leaders around him, onto his inner circle, then I think that is the context in which this is taking place. The airstrikes against the speedboats were ostensibly for cutting out drug trafficking through the region. This is quite clearly more about forcing the Venezuelan military to either act against Nicolas Maduro or forcing his hand so he comes to the negotiating table in a very, very weak position. Whether or not, as we've been hearing from the analysts, it would be successful in that regard is another question. But I think clearly we have to look at, not just Donald Trump's second term, this current term, but previously in his first term, he recognised a different government to Nicolas Maduro, the government led by Juan Guaidó, the opposition leader. He was fulsome in his praise of Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner and the Venezuelan opposition leader. So, it's very clear where Washington wants Venezuela to go. It's quite another question whether or not this latest escalation will actually help or make it go in that direction.
Will, thank you. That's our correspondent, Will Grant, in Washington. And as we were saying, it's important to clarify that at the moment we have not heard any confirmation from the White House that they ordered these strikes to be carried out. What we have heard is that US officials have told CBS News, which is the BBC's US partner, that President Trump ordered strikes on sites inside Venezuela. We have not had that confirmed yet by the White House. But what we have had is a statement, a response from the Venezuelan government. The Venezuelan government has responded to these explosions in Caracas, and this statement was posted on their Telegram channel. I'll read it to you. It says, "The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, condemns and denounces before the international community the grave military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America against Venezuelan territory and population in the civilian and military areas of the city of Caracas, the capital of the Republic, and the states of Miranda, Aragua and La Guaira. This act constitutes a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, particularly Articles 1 and 2, which enshrine respect for sovereignty, the legal equality of states, and the prohibition of the use of force." It goes on to say, "Such aggression threatens international peace and stability, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, and places the lives of millions of people at serious risk." It adds, the objective of this attack is none other than to seize Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, attempting to break the nation's political independence by force. It says they will not succeed. After more than 200 years of independence, the people and their legitimate government remain steadfast in defending sovereignty and the inalienable right to determine their own destiny. The attempt to impose a colonial war to destroy the republican form of government and force a regime change in alliance with the fascist oligarchy will fail, as all previous attempts have. The statement continues to say President Nicolas Maduro has signed and ordered the implementation of the decree declaring a state of external commotion throughout the national territory to protect the rights of the population, ensure the full functioning of republican institutions, and immediately move to armed struggle. The entire country must mobilise to defeat this imperialist aggression. Likewise, he has ordered the immediate deployment of the Command for the Comprehensive Defence of the Nation and the directional bodies for comprehensive defence in all states and municipalities of the country. So that statement there, having come from the Venezuelan government, it was posted on their Telegram channel. It was quite a long statement, as you heard, but some interesting points there, which we'll pick up on now with Francisco Rodriguez, who's Senior Research Fellow at Center for Economic and Policy Research, University of Denver. Thank you for staying with us, Francisco. I just want to pick up on the point where the statement said the entire country must mobilise to defeat this imperialist aggression, and the fact that it says President Maduro has ordered a state of external commotion to protect the population. Just paraphrasing there. What does that mean, and what does that response look like in practice?
Well, first of all, what it means is that the government can suspend constitutional guarantees. It can suspend freedom of expression. It can suspend freedom of association. It's a typical state of war, essentially, that the president that President Maduro is declaring. That also means that he can use this as an excuse to repress the opposition if need be. It's actually, if he believes that is necessary, it's actually interesting to note that over the course of the past few days, several dozen political prisoners have been freed in Venezuela. So the Maduro government was essentially trying to make overtures by putting in liberty some of those who have been arrested for alleged conspiracy against the government. But this will probably lead them to go in the opposite direction. I think, if anything, to repress more. Now, it also means that he's going to mobilize the armed forces. He's going to mobilize the militias. Will that make any difference? Well, not clear, because there, at least as far as we know, there's no land combat going on here. There's just simply a bombardment of several areas and several military installations, and the air defenses don't seem to have worked very well. Possibly they have been jammed, so they were ineffective, or maybe they were also bombarded to render them ineffective. But the reality is that when you have such superior military power, that military power is bombarding you, there's not much that you can do to defend yourself. But also, I would reiterate that if what's going on is just that the country is being bombarded, then that doesn't necessarily change in a self-evident way the sustainability of the regime. Can it foster an internal rebellion? Well, in principle, it could. And yes, that can happen, but we haven't seen any signs of it yet. We haven't seen any pronouncements, for example, of rebel military officers.
And Francisco, I want to pick up on another aspect of the statement that's come from the Venezuelan government, where they talk about how this threatens international peace and stability and denounce it before the international community. How do you think the international community is likely to react to this, given how divided it is about the Venezuelan government?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. I mean, by and large, Venezuela is right when it says that. I mean, the U.S. is carrying out an attack in Venezuelan territory. It's a violation of the territorial integrity. And furthermore, there's no declaration of war, nor is there even a clear motive, because even though there's a lot of reasons to be against Nicolas Maduro, it's also the case, and it's quite interesting, that the motives that President Trump has given have to do with alleged involvement in drug trafficking, have to do with Maduro being accused of emptying Venezuelan prisons to send migrants to the U.S., which there's really no evidence of Venezuela stealing oil from the U.S., which is also, let's say, a very tendentious interpretation of Venezuelan history. Venezuela nationalized its oil industry in 1976, more than 20 years before Chavez came to power. So all of the reasons that the U.S. is giving, at least officially, for this aren't the type of reasons that you can give in international law to engage in a military conflict. So it is true that what the U.S. is doing is violating all the canons of international law. But it's also the case, of course, that there's not much sympathy for Nicolas Maduro in the international community, and particularly among Western countries, among European countries, among most Latin American governments, with a few exceptions. He doesn't have many allies. But it's still, but I think that on balance, for example, Latin America, the idea that the U.S. can effectively bombard or invade a Latin American country is something that is much more likely to generate repudiation than support in Latin America. So I think that the U.S. is going to lose some points, and also in Europe, in the international community. Now, will that matter in the end? I mean, the only body which could, in principle, do something is the United Nations. And as we know, the U.S. has a veto in the UN Security Council. So not much is going to come of that international reaction, except for some debates and some public positions.
And it's interesting because this comes just a couple of days after President Maduro said that he was open to talks with the US on drug trafficking and oil, quote, whenever and wherever they want. So this seems to be an interesting shift against what apparently looked like a slight opening for talks and discussion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, that has been Maduro's position from the beginning. I mean, Maduro has said that he's willing to talk with the U.S. It, in fact, was reported that a few months ago there were offers made from the Venezuelan government, from the Maduro government to the U.S. Of having very favorable conditions in an opening of the oil sector to American oil companies. And the only thing that Maduro doesn't want to discuss is giving up power. I mean, that's which is, of course, the demand of the Venezuelan opposition, in line with the electoral results, recognizing that he lost an election. That's what's non-negotiable, or what Maduro is treating as non-negotiable. But again, it's odd to a certain extent that the U.S. is not coming out front and center and saying, oh, well, what we want is democracy in Venezuela. The U.S. is saying, we want you to stop sending drugs. We want you to stop sending your criminals. We want your oil. That's what makes this so complex. And Maduro is, of course, saying, well, any of those other things that you're demanding or that you want, I'm willing to talk about them with you. But the U.S. is not taking him up on that offer. The U.S., what it's doing is, I mean, well, now we're seeing the bombardings, but before this, we also saw the seizure of the oil tankers, which is effectively imposing a blockade on Venezuela's capacity to export oil, which provides the foreign currency revenue to run the Venezuelan economy. So even though the U.S. isn't openly saying what we're seeking is regime change, everything that it's doing goes in line with the idea that what it wants is Maduro out of power. And that's what Maduro, up until now, has not been willing to negotiate. Now, is it possible that Maduro or that the military might say, well, given that this threat is now real, now we are willing to talk about handing over power and we're willing to talk about going into exile? I mean, I think it's theoretically possible. I think in practice, it's unlikely because it's still going to be the case that Maduro and the movement around him will be when they think through this, they'll be saying, well, if the U.S. it's one thing for the U.S. to bombard us, it's another thing for the U.S. to put troops on the ground, and as long as they don't do that, then we're better off holding on to power.
Well, Francisco, thank you so much for your thoughts and analysis on this developing situation. We're likely to return to you for more on this, but thank you for now. That's Francisco Rodriguez, Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Economic and Policy Research at the University of Denver. Well, let's speak now to our Chief International Correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise, I just want to bring a line that's come through in the past few minutes. The Colombian leader says that the UN Security Council must address the aggression in Venezuela. What do you think we're likely to see from the international community next, either in terms of words or actions?
I think, Lakshmi, at this point, it's less what the international community says, but what President Trump's administration does. You mentioned the statement of criticism by the Colombian president. He's one of the few leaders in that region who has been openly critical of President Trump's meddling in his backyard. We've seen in recent elections how President Trump's support for candidates in Honduras and in Chile resulted in their narrow victories. And of course, pressure on Nicolas Maduro has been mounting for many, many months. So yes, there may be condemnations from even from the UN Security Council, although of course there the United States has a veto, and regional players could make these statements. But from what we are hearing, and of course we have to emphasize that this is still breaking news, a lot of the situation on the ground in Caracas is not clear. But what does seem clear is that there has been a multi-pronged attack of great significance targeting military bases, and the Venezuelan government has come out and said that this is an act of aggression by the United States. And as we've just been hearing, although President Trump goes back and forth on whether regime change is part of his doctrine, it has been widely suspected as the pressure has built up for the past several months on Venezuela that this is what it is all about.
And it's quite a good moment to remind ourselves why the prospect of regime change in Venezuela is so sought after by President Trump, Lise.
President Trump, senior members of his administration have framed the pressure against Nicolas Maduro as being a national security threat to the United States. They have accused him of drug trafficking. They have accused him of being a strategic threat to the region. And it's been interesting that analysts in the United States have been comparing some of the language used in the run-up to these latest attacks on Venezuela with the attacks against Iraq in the run-up to the US-led invasion, where it was phrased in almost word for word in the same way. National security threat, you can do this the easy way, or you can do this the hard way. President Trump and many members of his administration, and of course Venezuelan opposition leaders, have constantly said this is not really regime change because Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate president. He came through elections which were fraudulent. He should step down, that this is just the carrying out what had already been decided by the people of Venezuela.
And Lise, people who are just switching on the news this morning and seeing the strikes that have been taking place in Venezuela that were first reported at 2 o'clock in the morning local time, the question that they might ask is there any consequence to what the US is doing? And obviously we must make it clear that the White House hasn't confirmed that it was President Trump who ordered the strikes, but the news from CBS News is that US officials have confirmed that President Trump ordered it. But what consequences are there for US military action? It seems there's carte blanche when you look at the international community.
It's very early, Lakshmi, to say what the consequences will be on the ground in Venezuela, more on the international stage in terms of condemnation of the U.S. military action, support from President Trump's allies in the region and beyond. So I think we have to wait and see exactly what unfolds. What is interesting is, even though it now seems clear, we have those images coming from the skylines of Venezuela, we have the statement by the Venezuelan government, eyewitness accounts of journalists that the BBC has reached in Venezuela, saying there have been attacks on military installations in Venezuela, and yet it does seem that the government is still able to operate. There was that statement declaring this a national emergency, condemning the aggression, as I mentioned earlier, by the United States. So they still seem to be in power. This doesn't seem to have been to a kind of foreign-backed military coup, or we haven't heard from Nicolas Maduro himself. The last time we did, it was in a pre-recorded speech, and he is, according to a recent report by the New York Times, he's known to spend the night in different locations to change his mobile phone because he has been fearing a direct attack by the United States. But I think what should be emphasized is that this really emphasizes again how we have seen President Trump veer back and forth about what his doctrine is when it comes to interfering in foreign lands. I was in the Saudi capital, Riyadh, when he made what was described as a major foreign policy speech as he began his second term. He criticized the interventions of the past, saying that those days when the United States felt it could just go in, do nation building, interfere in how governments ran themselves, going into societies they didn't understand. And he declared that those days were over, to huge applause in Saudi Arabia on his first foreign trip and in capitals around the world. And yet, even though he doesn't come out and say it directly, he has made it clear that he sees the Venezuelan leader as a direct threat. And he's also been making it clear, perhaps less in words, but in terms of his actions, that he sees that his sphere of influence is very much in his backyard. The traditional, what was known in the past decades ago when the CIA did intervene in foreign countries in the Southern Hemisphere, gunboat diplomacy. There's been a lot of analysis that those days seem to be returning. But we have to wait, we have to watch and see how this unfolds. Most of all, what Nicolas Maduro is going to do, what will President Trump say? And as you yourself have asked, what next for Venezuela?
Yes, those are among the key questions to follow. Lise, thank you so much. That's our Chief International Correspondent, Lise Doucette, speaking to us. Well, with me now is our Global Affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby, and our South America correspondent, Ione Wells. We'll start with you first, Ione. As Lise was mentioning there, the question is, what happens next? And what do you think Venezuela has as an option to do next after this?
Well, certainly their defence options have been severely weakened. We know that some of the targets of these strikes were some of the main defence bases in Caracas, both Fuerte Tiuna, which is where essentially the main military complex inside Caracas is where the defence headquarters is based. Now, we don't yet know how much damage has actually been done to some of that infrastructure. We don't know, for example, how many casualties or not there may have been yet. There is still a lot of unknowns about this situation, but certainly the President Nicolas Maduro has declared a national emergency in Venezuela. He has repeatedly, over the last couple of months, said that the Venezuelan army, the Venezuelan police, the security forces are prepared to respond should there be any further military escalation. Now, he has very clearly accused the US of severe military aggression and escalation in this specific incident. He has also accused the US of wanting to steal oil and Venezuela's natural resources. We don't yet know officially what the US's kind of response has been. We have heard through our partner CBS in the US that the US has indeed kind of confirmed that they have carried out these strikes, yet we haven't had detail whether this is just the start of a much wider campaign. There are still many other military bases in and around Venezuela Venezuela itself, including off the Caribbean coast of the country. So there are still a lot of unknowns about where this goes next. Certainly, as I say, over the last couple of weeks, as the US has been deploying its biggest military build-up to the region in decades, there has been certainly a sort of response from the Venezuelan government throughout that they plan to respond militarily should there be an escalation like this.
And if this has, as you say, weakened Venezuela's military strength, how much more likely does that make potential regime change, which, as we know, is something that President Trump wants, and indeed some of Venezuela's own population?
Well, it is thought in the region that the strategy so far, with this huge military build-up that has been happening in the region, the deploying of warships, of military helicopters, of military warplanes, spy planes, thousands of troops to the region. The thought is that this has been intended not just to weaken, as we are now seeing, Venezuela's defence infrastructure, but also to put pressure on the defence leaders themselves. Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro has so far had loyalty from the army, from paramilitaries in the country, and it has long been thought that for as long as the military, for example, remains loyal to Nicolas Maduro, that would be very hard for him to lose power, partly because history would suggest that unless there is some kind of sort of military turn, it would be quite hard for there to be some kind of serious regime change in the country. Now, it has been, as I say, widely speculated by analysts that part of the US's pressure campaign over the last couple of months has been to try and convince, for example, senior leaders in the military that they may well be at risk if they do remain loyal to Nicolas Maduro.
And Ione, in terms of where the relations between Venezuela and the US go from here, we know that things have escalated, but given the significance of this action, this military strike action there, what could any future relation between US and Venezuela look like?
Well, at the moment, relations could not really get worse. There is really no relationship between President Nicolas Maduro and President Donald Trump in the US.
So does this mean we could see an escalation beyond this?
Certainly, as I say, there could well be further kind of escalations militarily when it comes to both sides in this conflict. There are a number of reasons why the US is not particularly has been in favour of changing the regime in Caracas. This has been down to a number of reasons, not just the fact that the last elections were widely dismissed as being neither free nor fair internationally, but also the fact that the US administration has long accused President Nicolas Maduro of leading what they describe as an international drug trafficking criminal organisation. Now, this is something which President Nicolas Maduro has always denied, but certainly that has been used as justification by the US to continue this military pressure, which has now resulted in strikes inside the country itself.
Ione, thank you. That's our South America correspondent, Ione Wells. Well, let's speak now to the reporter Ana Vanessa Herrero, who is in Caracas for us. Anna, just tell us what the situation is where you are. Anna, I don't know if you can hear us. Just tell us what the situation is where you are.
Okay, so right now it's 5 a.m. local time, and I don't hear planes anymore. I don't hear explosions. There are no reports of other new explosions or detonations, not in the eastern side of Caracas and in the center of Caracas or in other areas of Venezuela. There are no reports, so we cannot confirm that it's not happening. But I am not experiencing the sound of I'm not hearing the sound of planes flying over the city anymore. It all started. I started hearing the planes around 2 a.m. local time, and I heard a huge sound, a loud bang that moved all the windows, not only on my place, but around the area. And immediately after, I saw a huge smoke, a cloud of smoke, and that almost blocked the entire view, and a lot of detonations. And immediately after, a lot of people started reporting from different parts of Caracas, of the capital of Caracas, the same things that I was witnessing, the same reports, the same explosions, the same sounds of planes and helicopters flying all over the city. Now, we do know that the Venezuelan government, Nicolas Maduro, issued a statement, and the government confirmed that this attack was not only in Caracas, but in Miranda and Aragua, and also in La Guaira. So Aragua and La Guaira are very important locations in Venezuela. Military, they're very important for the military, of course, but in La Guaira, it's where the port and the airport are. And apparently, there are reports of the port of Venezuela being absolutely destroyed. There are several videos shared on social media that show a very popular street in La Guaira, in the port of Venezuela, and you can see the devastation, all the building of the port of La Guaira, absolutely destroyed, in the middle of the street. I can confirm that image corresponds to La Guaira, but I cannot confirm that the extent of the devastation in the port of La Guaira. So far, we do know that several explosions and attacks happened starting 2 a.m. Local time. And now, again, 5:10 a.m. Local time, we are not hearing the planes and not seeing the explosions anymore.
Thank you for giving us a really detailed breakdown of what the situation is in Caracas from the ground there. We know, as you said, that the Venezuelan government has announced a state of emergency. What would that look like? What form would that take? And what difference would a resident there notice? Well,
For starters, no civilian can now walk freely in the streets after this. This is a state of emergency, a state of commotion. It's how the government calls it. It is almost a situation where all the civil rights are extinguished. Because the government needs to take absolute control of not only the city, but the country. So we don't really know how this is going to look like starting in a few hours. But definitely people cannot leave their houses right now. People are very scared. They're very nervous. They don't know what's really happening. And even though the government confirmed that there was an attack, we don't know the extent. We don't know if there were casualties. We don't know if, for example, members of the government were attacked or affected by these strikes. We do know that some of the places, according to footage that was shared from different civilians, we know that the defense ministry was allegedly attacked. And I repeat, I say allegedly because the government has just confirmed the attack, but not specific. They didn't specify which areas were attacked or if there were casualties in those areas that were affected. So I'm assuming that in this case, the military will take over the city. But let's not forget that Nicolas Maduro has prepared civilians, militia, for this specific moment. So we don't know if Nicolas Maduro or any member of the government now is giving orders to civilian armed groups to take over the city. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to be only the military. We don't know if it's going to be the police. We have no reports from local authorities, from the municipalities that were affected. So right now, we can confirm that I am not hearing any other plane. But we don't know if the city was already taken or what is going on because the government has been quiet about the next step. So we will need to wait a couple of more hours to see how the morning will come.
And Anna, we haven't heard directly from President Maduro yet, but what I want to ask you is, given that this build-up of tension between the US and Venezuela has been taking place over the past 6 months, what was the sense of people living there? Was there a sense of fear that things might escalate, or has this airstrike action come out of the blue?
I think the latter. To be honest, let's just for a moment let's just surround the context on what just happened. So Venezuela is a country that is not used to any large armed conflict, much less a war. I think Venezuela hasn't had a war since, for 200 years now. It is true that Venezuela has had large civilian protests that the government of Nicolas Maduro immediately broke with a repression, an unprecedented repression. But there's no precedent for Venezuelans on how to react to this kind of conflict. So what we heard on different videos that were shared, and what I heard from people that were calling me after it happened, was absolute disbelief of what they were seeing. And they also were very, very scared. They were very insecure about what to do next. So they didn't know if to look for shelter, for example, or where they should stay in case the attacks were near their places. This is not a country that has been prepared whatsoever for this kind of attack. And from the government side, the Venezuelan government, especially Nicolas Maduro, has for the last couple of months, he managed to deny that this could happen. And not only that, but he claimed that this was just a psychological war, a pressure that they were putting upon Venezuela, but nothing, not a real threat. Although the military were preparing, and they were shown preparing, Nicolas Maduro in every address to the people, he said that this was not going to escalate. And we just saw him weeks ago dancing, celebrating not only the Christmas and New Year's, but before that he was dancing, he was joyful, and just repeating that the United States was just trying to get the oil and was trying to push them with psychological war. So I think not only the Venezuelans were caught off guard, but also the government.
Well, Ana, thank you so much. It's really good to get your eyes on the ground there. Ana Vanessa Herrero in Caracas for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's cross live now to Washington and speak to our correspondent, Will Grant. Will, we still haven't heard directly from the White House, from President Trump. How unusual is that?
Well, I think that we won't really be hearing anything until it's a little earlier in the morning here. It's also a little later in the morning, I should say. It's still very, very early here. Although we have had our US partners, CBS, speak to two government officials who say that this was strikes ordered by President Trump on Venezuelan military installations. But we were hearing from Ana Herrero there about the Venezuelan side of this, and about Nicolas Maduro's response as repudiating this, as denouncing it in front of the international community. Let's bear in mind on this side, of course, the Secretary of State is Marco Rubio. Now, as a Florida senator, which was his previous role, he is a Cuban American who has long wanted to see a change of government both in Caracas and in Havana. And I think we need to see that as part of the strategy that is taking place here, that it is a goal that Washington has had in place for some time, both under President Trump's first term and now under his second. And it does begin to really look like this is what's taking place. We've already heard the Venezuelan government put it in very stark terms as in violation of the UN Charter. As you say, there, we'll have to wait for Washington's official response still to emerge later in the morning.
Will, as you say, Ana, the reporter in Caracas, whom we spoke to earlier, said that this seemed to take residents in Caracas completely by surprise, despite the build-up of tensions. How significant is this latest development?
And I can imagine how that would be the case. I lived in Venezuela for several years, and despite tensions rising, I lived there during the time of Hugo Chavez, Nicolas Maduro's political mentor. Tensions would rise with Colombia, for example. There was conflict, and you thought something not sure exactly what that something would be, but that something was going to happen. And despite all of this stuff, normal life would just continue and continue and continue. And friends and journalists in Caracas have been telling me that that is the case here, even with all of this backdrop, with the escalating tensions with Washington. Normal life has continued. But of course, now it's turned a very, very significant corner. But I can completely imagine how they were caught in real disbelief. And I think what happens now is really, you know, the entire nation needs to sort of wake up the next morning, work out how significant this was in terms of harming those military installations, what it means, and of course, you know, what the response is here in Washington.
We know that there are many Venezuelans who would like to see regime change. Is there a risk that this military strike that we believe to be carried out under the orders of President Trump might harden their feelings towards the US?
It could have the reverse effect that it's intended to, right? So, of course, the idea is that this would be sleek and surgical and sort of have the effect that the Trump administration would like. But it may not go that way. It could have the effect of hardening positions. It could entrench Nicolas Maduro even further in power. He is very well protected in all senses of the word, both in terms of the people around him, in terms of his own security detail, but also in terms of his military support. For many years now, I think it's been the desire of Washington to see the military sort of turn on Nicolas Maduro and somehow remove him from power, you know, without Washington's hand being involved. That simply hasn't happened. The argument is, from Washington's point of view, that hasn't happened because they too are compromised by drug trafficking. That is part of the key allegation that Washington makes against Nicolas Maduro, that he is somehow the head of a cartel as well as the president of Venezuela. They say he's the head of the Cartel de los Soles, the Cartel of the Suns, a sort of shadowy organization made up of former and current military officials. The very existence of that organisation, there's a lot of doubt sort of cast on that by drug war experts. But there is deep collusion and involvement with this government with organised crime. Whether or not that's simply through generals on borders turning a blind eye to smuggling, whether or not it's direct involvement, there is evidence of drug trafficking in the first family, with Mr. Maduro's nephews having been arrested and tried and sent to prison in the United States before they were eventually returned to Caracas during a prisoner swap. So all of this paints a picture whereby Washington is saying, look, this is a drug trafficking president who is illegally in power in Venezuela. And then, of course, the Venezuelan government denying all of that, saying that all of that is basically a pretext for Washington to take control of Venezuela's oil reserves, which are the largest proven oil reserves in the world.
And if we look at the immediate impact of these strikes within Venezuela now, Will, we know that the Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency or a state of commotion, as they say, and no civilians are allowed outside. How unusual is that for civilians within Caracas? Or is this something they may well be used to because a state of emergency is not unheard of there?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very militarized government with elements of a police state at times. So the idea of military control of public plazas and public spaces is something that Venezuelans have been through in the past in modern history. Nevertheless, the idea that this is happening within the context of airstrikes, apparent airstrikes on military installations, is very, very different. And I imagine huge numbers of Venezuelans right now are feeling very frightened, very concerned about what the future holds, and about what will happen to, quite frankly, them, their families, their children's schools, and so on. Now, for the time being, the moment has passed, but it's very hard to know if it's just passed temporarily. I'm in touch with Venezuelan journalists who say sort of a strange calm has returned to the city, but it's sort of in the wake of everything that's happened. They don't know if it's going to hold, if it's going to last, if things will happen again very shortly. It is a very, very uneasy calm in Caracas at the moment.
Will, I just want to pause there to bring some breaking news that has come from the news agency Reuters. They are saying that President Trump has said that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader. This has come from a social media post by President Trump. He says, and I can read you the full post now, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. That just come in from President Donald Trump's social media post. And of course, this is a significant development. I'll just repeat that to you because this is a significant development on the situation that we have been seeing in the past couple of hours. This development that President Donald Trump has posted on social media that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. So that news breaking just in the past couple of minutes, a significant development. Let's discuss this further now with our correspondent, Will Grant in Washington. Will, the first confirmation of this from the White House and a significant announcement.
Huge news for Venezuelans, for Latin America, for Washington's relationship with the Americas and the Caribbean. One thinks of Panama in 1989 when the US invasion removed Manuel Noriega from power, who was also accused by Washington of being a drug trafficking president. This is at that level. If this indeed has gone the way that Donald Trump is saying it has gone, then the capture and removal of from power of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the First Lady Celia Flores, is nothing short of historic in terms of modern Latin American history. Nicolas Maduro was the anointed successor of Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan, the leader of the socialist revolution in Venezuela, who was thorn in Washington's side throughout his time and who came to a very early death through cancer. He chose his then foreign minister, Nicolas Maduro, to be his successor, who has proved himself to be very, very resilient in the face of pressure from Washington until, it seems, this point. And so it is extremely significant. Obviously, there is still more detail to come from that presser in Mar-a-Lago later today. But if this is, as Donald Trump has laid out on social media, that ultimately those strikes by Washington, by US military on Venezuelan military sites were part of a coordinated moment that involved the removal of Nicolas Maduro and his wife from power, then it really is a very, very significant moment for Donald Trump's administration, for the support that he will be able to bank on and his party will be able to bank on in Florida for years to come among the Venezuelan American community, the Cuban American community, and it could have major ramifications for countries like Cuba that depend so closely on Venezuela's oil to keep their revolution up and running.
Yes, this changes everything, doesn't it, Will? And particularly that line within the statement that was posted by President Trump on social media, the line that President Maduro, along with his wife, has been captured and flown out of the country. And it suggests that it was more than airstrikes, because, of course, until now, all we knew was that it seemed to be 7 locations where airstrikes were carried out. But this suggests that it was a far more complex operation than it seemed.
Absolutely. We can't know the full scale or the details of how it was done. what kind of planning will have gone on behind the scenes involving military chiefs talking to Washington, because one wonders how this may have happened, having just said that the man was very well protected by not just a sort of internal security ring, but also by his military. It has been true to this point that has kept him in power for this amount of time. In power and essentially unharmed. There have been attempts against his life, very murky ones, things of that nature. There have been major protests in which unarmed protesters have been killed by the Venezuelan armed forces. None of it has removed him from power. But Donald Trump is saying that now, not only has he been captured, he has been taken out of Venezuelan territory and is essentially in the hands of US law enforcement. Extraordinary development that I don't think anyone in Venezuela thought would happen in this way or this quickly.
And we haven't yet heard from Venezuelan authorities about this latest development. It has just come from President Trump, so we've yet to hear from officials on the Venezuelan side. What measures would President Trump have had to take in order to carry out the bombing and capturing of a leader of another country? What sort of political support and political measures would he have had to take before this?
Well, as we know, there's been a long debate about the legality and otherwise of what's been going on in the Caribbean in terms of Donald Trump's strategy towards striking the speedboats that are laden with drugs, that he says are laden with drugs, and the fact that on the very first one of those there were 2 survivors and that was attacked with a second strike. There is a lot of questions about the legality of the entire operation. Of course, Washington says they are essentially enemy combatants and that the entire operation, everything that's been done until this point, falls under the legality of the fight against drugs and the fight against what they call narco-terrorists. They have been placing Nicolas Maduro as an part of that same narco-terrorism that they say is in power in Venezuela. He has an indictment against him in the United States. He has a $50 million bounty on his head, more than the bounty that was on bin Laden's head. And now, of course, Donald Trump saying that it has come to pass that he has essentially been he has been taken and removed from Venezuelan soil. So exactly what Donald Trump, the steps that he would have taken to get to that point are hard to know. I assume that this would have been kept very, very close to just a handful of officials. For example, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and Marco Rubio, and a very, very small number of military chiefs beyond them. Again, it's a different administration, it's a different time. But in the Cold War example of the US invasion of Panama and the eventual removal of Manuel Noriega, the closest and most recent and most clear example of something's happening in the Americas. The only example there was, again, something that was essentially decided in a very, very small number of people and carried out to the sort of to retain that element of surprise when US forces eventually landed in Panama City and started attacking. So these are complex moments. If it has indeed gone the way as Donald Trump says, and there's no reason to expect that if he's put it out there on social media it's anything other than what is at play, then, as I say, absolutely historic, with only a handful of examples in modern Latin American history that compare to this one.
Will, thank you. Our correspondent, Will Grant, in Washington there. And if you're just joining us, remarkable events that have been unfolding over the past couple of hours, and in fact, just in the past few minutes, a remarkable statement by President Trump on a social media post saying that the US has carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement details to follow. An incredible development in this, and one that seems to have not have been expected by Venezuelan authorities. We still don't know where President Maduro and his wife will be now. All we know from President Trump's statement is that they were captured and flown out of the country. We have not heard anything from Venezuela about that. But let's look now at who is the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. A former bus driver and union leader, Nicolas Maduro has led Venezuela since 2013, following the death of his mentor, Hugo Chavez. In 2024, he was declared president for a third term in an election widely denounced as rigged. The opposition says its leader won that election by a landslide. Donald Trump blames Maduro for the arrival of hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants into the US. 8 million people are estimated to have fled the country since 2013 due to economic crisis and repression. President Trump has also focused on fighting the influx of drugs into the US. He's alleged that Maduro is himself involved in the drug trade. Maduro denies being a cartel leader and accuses the US of using its war on drugs as an excuse to depose him and to get access to Venezuela's vast oil reserves. Well, with me now is our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby. Mimi, an incredible turn of events that we have been following this morning. How significant is that latest development, the announcement of President Trump, that President Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country following this large-scale strike?
It's incredibly significant. Many inside and outside Venezuela wouldn't believe it true only a matter of hours, if not days ago. The idea that there would be land strikes was something that has been warned for a long time now. However, it was thought by many that it was more of psychological warfare than it would actually happen. We've seen more than 35 strikes on alleged vessels carrying drugs from both Venezuela and on the other side of the continent in the Pacific Ocean, killing more than 110 people. But to actually go into the country itself, do land strikes there, and now allegedly capture Mr. Maduro and his wife and remove him from Venezuela is an unprecedented move. It's kind of been Mr. Maduro's tactic to hunker down and really repel any psychological warfare, which has been increasingly aggressive in the past few months since we saw that first strike on a boat in the South Caribbean Sea on the 2nd of September. For him to be removed, we don't know where, how, or any details yet, is and will come as a huge shock to many Venezuelans. People I've been speaking to in the country said that they heard multiple explosions or huge fires. Remember, Caracas is a valley, so that sound would have echoed around the city, being incredibly frightening. And that kind of onslaught of noise came for about 90 minutes and then an eerie silence. So this news will really have unnerved people even further. I mean, we heard there was a state of emergency in place. Mr. Maduro's government, his alleged illegitimate government, has declared a state of commotion. So no one can leave their house to try and understand what's happened anymore. Many people probably won't want to leave their house, but it really does show the level of uncertainty now. Is he in the country? Is he outside the country? Where is he going to if this post on Truth Social can be believed? So it will come at a time where many Venezuelans will be panicking and largely in shock.
And what happens now? Because tell us a little bit about the power structure in Venezuela. This will, of course, leave a power vacuum in the short term. But what is the structure that would have surrounded President Maduro? I mean, we have heard from the Venezuelan defense minister, Pedrino, saying that some of those US strikes hit civilian areas. That is something that came from the Venezuelan defense minister. So what is the kind of the political structure that would have surrounded President Maduro?
President Maduro has a very small and loyal circle, immediate circle around him. You've got the defense minister, the foreign minister, individuals that are incredibly loyal and have kind of echoed the sentiment of violation towards Venezuela's sovereignty and seen any move by the US as an act of aggression and really repelled it. The military are President Maduro's greatest asset, and they have largely protected and ensured his kind of cementation in power for many years now. President Trump has alleged that Mr. Maduro heads something called the Cartel de los Soles, and that has been thought to be by many a cartel which has really got roots in the military, both former and present military officials. Now, Soles, meaning sun, is a symbol which military officials wear to show their rank. So those suns, the more suns, the larger the sun, the higher the rank. That is something that has been kind of said by the US and used as an excuse to push for more action against Mr. Maduro himself and his circle more largely. Now, this is something that the Venezuelan government has denounced, saying it doesn't even exist. And we've heard that from other countries as well. The kind of exact form, if it's true, exactly what the US says, or if it exists at all, is something that is up to debate. The truth perhaps somewhere in the middle. However, Mr. Maduro's circle is incredibly loyal, but he does heavily rely, like I said, on that military protection. And many will think that unless the military turns against him, that there will be no regime change. Now, he may have left a vacuum in place here, but we don't know if other officials have been wounded, if they are still in Venezuela. Many details are still yet to be discovered.
Thank you, Mimi Swaby, there with some more on that huge breaking news that's come through in the past few minutes, that the US President Donald Trump has said that the US has captured the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. It says the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. That breaking news that's just come through in the past few minutes. Let's speak to our BBC producer in Caracas, Vanessa Silva. Vanessa, how much has this breaking news filtered through to people on the ground there?
Well, for us, it's all rumors. It's a lot of messages around WhatsApp this moment, but we have not official confirmation of anything of that. Just a few minutes ago, the Minister of Defense, Vladimir Padrino, just made a statement, call it as a criminal aggression by the United States. And he mentioned that among the targets was Fuerte Tiuna, the main military compound here in Caracas. And there were also other objectives in at least other 3 states of the country. They say that they struck civilian residential areas within missiles and rockets. But for now, we have don't seen reports of civilians casualties or something like that. I live quite near the military air base here in Caracas. I just wake up almost at 2 a.m. in the morning with a huge bang. Everything was vibrating. My heart was pumping. I was shaking. I just jumped to the window, and I was able to see something in flames in the middle of the runway of this military air base. But then it was, Caracas is a valley, so the noise was huge, was impressive for us. And after that, everyone started to call, to share messages, to share videos from different spots of the country. I was able to listen other explosions, not so near at the first one. And also I was able to listen airplanes or helicopters, I'm not sure. It was more like an airplanes flying over the city.
And Vanessa, just going back to the news of the capture of President Maduro and his wife that has been announced by President Trump, just tell us a little bit more about the presidential home. You touched on it there. Where did President Maduro live, and how accessible would he have been? Because I suppose the question is, would this capture of him have relied on support from within his own government?
Well, where the presidential house is in the center of the city, is called Miraflores, but normally people have said that he never lives there, that he normally used to live in Fuerte Tiuna, but it's something that we don't really know where he lives or where he have been living all these times since the since the United States started this aggression or this situation with Venezuela. We don't know if they are moving around or where they are staying.
And of course, any president has extremely high security around them, but I imagine in President Maduro's case, it was even more so.
Yes, but even after the fierce incidents with the boats in the Caribbean, Nicolas Maduro was able. He was on the streets not with announced concentrations, but he suddenly appears in activities that they call for, and you can see I was able to go to one of them, and I could easily walk very near to the stage where he was speaking. At that moment, it was very easy to be there, to walk around. And that day wasn't too many people around. And also the other days, he appears on demonstrations nearby Miraflores Palace. And he spent also during Christmas Day going to visit some slums and dancing with the people in the streets. So until the last weeks, all for them was quite normal in a way.
And Vanessa, how do you feel average Venezuelans are likely to react to the capture of President Maduro?
Well, this is all new for the Venezuelan people. We have never faced something similar. We only face like inner demonstrations and political confrontations and in the streets. But this will be a Saturday very quiet and lonely in the streets of Caracas, I guess. I mean, I guess not everybody is going to work, but they publish a statement and they are calling to the people to go to the street, the supporters. They are activated a plan. And so we will see when the days start to move around.
Yeah, because I suppose the interesting sort of dichotomy is that many Venezuelans were opposed to President Maduro as their leader and would have wanted to see him deposed, but then perhaps not all of those would have wanted to see that through this kind of US military intervention.
Well, there is also a law here that condemns with 30 years of prison anyone that supports or calls or finance any kind of military aggression from the United States. So I guess that even if there are supporters from what is going to happen or happening, it's not clear that people will be free and able to go. But the reactions are still very unforeseen. I mean, we don't know how it's going to be the day. There are also a lot of people, old people that live here in the country because we have had a huge migration. So these people will remain in their houses for sure. I mean, it will be a completely different Saturday that we have had in our lives.
Finally, before I let you go, Vanessa, because it's very useful to have a pair of eyes on the ground there, the Venezuelan Defense Minister, Vladimir Padrino, has said that some of the strikes carried out by the US hit civilian areas. We haven't heard any evidence supporting that, or so we don't know. What we do know is that some of the strikes have included military installations. What do you know about whether or not civilian areas were affected, as the Venezuelan defense minister is claiming?
Well, as I mentioned before, the videos that I have seen for now, sharing by people in WhatsApp and the social media, is only military compounds or places. The one that I saw with my eyes nearby my home was something in the middle of the runway of the military air base. Maybe is the runway. Few months ago, it was a anti-aerial aircraft there, but I don't see any airplanes in flames or something like that. I didn't saw people running or something like that. At least in this place nearby my home. I don't know for the Tuna if there were civilian casualties or from relatives of the militaries or I don't know. I haven't seen anything of civilians for now, but we need to wait because it was in many places, not only in Caracas, in other states. So we need to wait and see how this news is going to be.
And Vanessa, just one more, if I may, about what the situation is for civilians there now, because what we also know is that a state of emergency has been declared by the Venezuelan government, a state of commotion, as they call it. What does that entail? From what we understand, it means that civilians are not allowed outside. Just explain what that means.
Well, it's a new is a new designation. I mean, so for us, is a new designation on the law. So that gives special powers to the president, maybe include the suspension of the guarantees, but even during suspension of guarantees, there are guarantees that has to be followed. So maybe they are going to control the movement, and we don't know. I mean, it gives powers to the president to make decisions. So let's see if he appears, if he says something, or if the Minister of Defense has said something. He only said that he supports this announcement of this press release from the government of the commotion state, but we don't know the details exactly at this moment. But might include the suspension of guarantee, free movement. We lived something similar during what we call the Caracazo, which was a breakup of the population in the 80s.
And how is that normally conveyed to residents? When you get information like this that are sort of restricting what residents are allowed to do, does it get sent as a letter? Do you get notified through a different means? What sort of notification are residents expecting this morning? Because of course they're all waking up to a new world at the moment. But what we do know is that that state of emergency that has been declared is likely to affect residents. So what sort of means does that get conveyed to them?
Well, normally in these cases, what means is that only media or doctors or essential workers are allowed to move during the city in certain time. We don't know how people are going to react. I mean, maybe it will be people scared trying to buy food, that we haven't seen that, at least in Caracas in these days. I mean, supermarkets were working with normality, also the gasoline supply. So maybe, we don't know. They haven't said exactly that we cannot move from our homes. People will wake up and measure what is going around, maybe go to near supermarkets and check if they're open or closed, or maybe will try to fill their tanks just in case. It is a long day for the Venezuelan people that already started, especially for the people that live in Caracas. So we need to see hour by hour how is this going to be developing and what exactly will be this measure for the society.
Vanessa, thank you. BBC producer Vanessa Silva in Caracas for us. And of course, a huge amount of uncertainty for Venezuelans waking up this morning with a state of commotion, a state of emergency declared, and waking up to the news that their president has been captured and taken out of the country following US military airstrikes. That is something that has been announced by President Trump in the past half hour. Well, let's get more on this from our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant. Will, one of the things that we have heard is that President Maduro was captured by the US Delta Force. Tell us a little bit more about what we know about them.
Well, I mean, the idea that it would be anybody other than US Special Forces with that kind of capability, the same sort of operations or sort of detailed planning and careful military precision that went into, for example, the killing of Osama bin Laden. I mean, you know, this is how these things are done by the US military when they choose to go after a major figure. And I mentioned bin Laden because of the fact that the bounty on Nicolas Maduro's head was twice that of the one on bin Laden's head, $50 million for information leading to his arrest or capture. So it is hugely significant. You've been hearing from Vanessa there about the sort of tensions and nervousness among Venezuelans as they, didn't wake up to this news. They woke up to the sound of explosions across the city, and you can imagine how frightening that was. Now add to that the uncertainty of the head of state being removed. That in and of itself might have been celebrated by those who wanted to see Nicolas Maduro removed from power, and that is the majority, in a sense, that voted against him, although they may not have wanted it to happen this way. Many might have had real misgivings about that. Nevertheless, we'll hear more at this press conference about what happened and how it happened, I think, a press conference being delivered at Mar-a-Lago. But what is interesting is that the Venezuelan defense minister, Vladimir Padrino, is basically saying they're hunkering down, they're going to fight, and that they're going to get out the forces that are set up from civil militias through to the armed forces, and basically getting on a war footing against this. Now, we have to again see exactly what that will mean in the context of all this, given that America's military might dwarf that of Venezuela, many, many times over. One suspects that this is really the only avenue open to Mr. Padrino, that he's not going to be in a position where he turns around and says, well, that's fine then, let's have elections, because he too is facing charges and indictment in the United States. But this is a situation that is unprecedented, really, certainly in modern Latin America. We've mentioned often the comparison with Manuel Noriega in Panama in 1989, but we have to think about just how different this is in terms of technology in the 21st century. As you say, the Delta teams, the involvement of that kind of force. When the US invaded Panama, it took days before Manuel Noriega was eventually brought to Panama, to Miami, to face drug trafficking charges. Nicolas Maduro is already on his way as part of the coordinated attack that involved those military installations in Venezuela.
And Will, in the past minute or so, we have heard that the Colombian president says that troops are being deployed to the Venezuelan border after US attacks. That has come from the agency AFP. What do you think we're likely to see then from neighbouring countries?
I think in a sense that, and I don't mean to say this the wrong way, but it is ultimately performative in a sense. It is, of course, a step to protect those borders in times of heightened security tensions between Venezuela, Colombia too, and of course Washington. But this isn't really about Gustavo Petro and Colombia in that regard. This is purely about what's happening in Venezuela. Now, as it's a neighbor with hugely porous borders, as the left-wing guerrillas in Colombia, the ELN, are active in Venezuela, I can understand the logic. And there may be some dangers of as it were, an overspill involving the ELN forces, the left-wing guerrilla group, who do operate on Venezuelan soil and have enjoyed the protection of the Maduro government for many years. Nevertheless, as I say, right now, most minds are clearly focused on Caracas, what's happening there, and the possibility of further conflict in this situation, with the Venezuelan government not backing down, not accepting that the removal of the head of state and his wife is the end of the matter from Washington's perspective, and that this now turns into a more protracted and therefore much more dangerous for ordinary citizens kind of a conflict.
Will Grant, thank you. Our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant. Well, let's pick up on this further from our South America correspondent, Ione Wells. Ione, what remains of Venezuela's government and what options do they have now?
Well, as far as we know, there are no other significant figures yet that have been removed from the country, for example, or captured by US forces other than Nicolas Maduro, the president, and his wife. We've had a statement from the defense minister, Vladimir Padrino, who has said that Venezuela will defend itself, and has also said that the government is working on trying to essentially count and collaborate figures for the dead and the damage that has been done by the strikes this morning. Now, that message from the Venezuelan government, at least publicly, is that they plan to fight this, that they plan to defend themselves. The big question, though, that remains unanswered, I think, is really whether they will be able to do that very effectively or not, because we don't yet know quite the level of damage that has been done to this defence infrastructure in the country, to its military infrastructure, what kinds of casualties we might be talking about, and, as you say, who else may be still remaining in the country, not sort of hunkering down. One thing that I think is very significant about this is certainly this capture of Nicolas Maduro is something that will be welcomed by the much more hawkish figures in the US government, some of whom have very much openly called for regime change in Venezuela over the years. Some, though, in the country, even those who have been heavily critical of Nicolas Maduro, had been concerned, I think, about the possible implications of US military intervention. Certainly its proponents feel that this would pave the way for regime change, for the opposition to take power, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, or perhaps the opposition's candidate in the 2024 elections, Edmundo Gonzalez. However, there are some who are critical of Maduro, critical of the Venezuelan government, desperate for a change in government, but we're still very nervous about the idea of direct US military intervention because of the potential further destabilization that may cause in the country. Part of the reason, I think, for some of that concern, even among Maduro's critics, is that he still has allies in the country. He still has government ministers who have, until this point at least, as far as we know, remained very loyal to him. The military, the heavily armed paramilitaries in the country have all remained heavily loyal to Maduro so far. And so there is certainly concern about what will those figures now be thinking? Will they want to now try and defend themselves? How could that go? And I think certainly there will be many of his close allies and inner circle very worried about their own futures right now, having seen what has happened to Nicolas Maduro.
And in the interim, of course, there is this power vacuum. What mechanisms does the government have to put in place in that interim?
Well, I think at the moment we will expect to hear further announcements from government coming from other members of the government, potentially the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, the Defence Minister, Vladimir Padrino, all of these key figures who remain, as far as we know, as I say, in the country for now, certainly still wanting to show, at least publicly, that they are going to put up a fight. But as I say, what we don't know really is what their capabilities to do so will be, and also whether the US has its eyes on further allies. One kind of important piece of context to this intervention that we have seen today is that very recently the US accused what it described as the Cartel de los Soles, an alleged criminal organization which it said was being led by Nicolas Maduro himself, of being a foreign terrorist organization. Now, this wasn't a sort of cartel in the traditional sense. This was a name that the US used to describe, as I say, Nicolas Maduro and his inner circle, some of those loyal to him, who the US accused of being involved in criminal organizations and things like drug trafficking, in human trafficking, in illegal mining. Because of that designation, it was thought in the region that the US might try to justify, as I say, a wider campaign to remove some of these people from power, to hold some of these people to account in the US's legal system. And as we were talking about earlier, there was a huge bounty on Nicolas Maduro, a $50 million reward that had been announced for any information leading to his arrest. So I think certainly from the US's perspective, that designation was seen as justification to target potentially many members of the Venezuelan government, not just Nicolas Maduro, and potentially many members of the military too. However, I think there will be even allies of the US very concerned and surprised at the level of direct intervention that we have seen, which we haven't seen in the region since 1989, since direct US military intervention in Panama to depose the then military leader. So this, in modern history, is completely unprecedented.
We know President Trump has often said he wanted regime change, and this is just the first step, though. Who do you think the US would want to see replace Maduro?
I think the US has been very clear that it supports the Venezuelan opposition, which is led by Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader, who recently traveled to Oslo to collect her Nobel Peace Prize. She fled Venezuela undercover in a treacherous journey across sea and land to get to Oslo. We don't know her whereabouts at the moment. She's been living in hiding since the 2024 election, briefly reappearing at a protest in 2025 when Nicolas Maduro was inaugurated to essentially protest against his re-election. She was then briefly captured, so she has been living in hiding ever since. The opposition, who was led by Maria Corina Machado, but whose candidate was Edmundo Gonzalez in the 2024 election, have published tallies from that election, which they say show categorically that they, not Nicolas Maduro, won that election. And the US has been a firm ally of the Venezuelan opposition ever since. Maria Corina Machado has been pretty bullish herself when she has done media appearances over the last couple of months in particular. She has been pretty clear that while she's sort of shied away from questions about whether she would support the kind of bombing and strikes that we've seen today, she's been pretty clear that she does want the US's support to overthrow Nicolas Maduro, that she does believe the opposition would be a strong ally of the US and would open up, for example, its oil industry again, something that the international community has at times called for. So I think certainly it's pretty clear that the US has a natural ally already in the opposition. The question is whether really that would be possible.
And also, would Machado be welcomed with open arms by the Venezuelan population? Could she be a stabilising force in that way?
I think that's a really important point because she does remain a controversial figure in Venezuela. There are members of the sort of Maduro government and those loyal to the Maduro government that, of course, do not support her. But there are also people who are very critical of Nicolas Maduro and of the current administration who still feel nervous about the level of allyship, for example, that Maria Corina Machado has shown to President Donald Trump. I've spoken to some Venezuelans over the last couple of months, for example, who say that they fear US intervention, that they don't like the current government, but they also do not want the sort of intervention that they feel like Maria Corina was calling for. So it isn't by any means kind of certain that she would be necessarily, as you say, welcomed with open arms in the country.
Ione, thank you. That's our South America correspondent, Ione Wells. Well, if you're just joining us, let's recap that significant breaking news that has emerged in the past hour. President Trump says the United States has carried out large-scale strikes against Venezuela and captured President Nicolas Maduro. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said the Venezuelan leader and his wife had been flown out of the country. Mr. Maduro's capture has not been confirmed by Venezuela, we should add. This all began in the early hours of the morning when large explosions hit Caracas, the Venezuelan capital, and other cities across the country. Military installations in the capital were among the sites hit, and helicopters were seen in the sky. The Venezuelan government has condemned the attacks as a colonial war aimed at regime change and said it was doomed to fail. It urged all Venezuelans to mobilise to defend the nation. Well, let's speak now to Dr. Christopher Sabatini, who's a senior fellow for Latin America at Chatham House. Christopher, this is an enormously significant development.
Well, it's been building now for 6 months. We saw the buildup of the Armada off the coast, the U.S. Naval Armada off the coast of Venezuela. What's changed over time has been the narrative. This was originally about narcotics. Then it was about basically starving the Maduro government of revenue. Then about sort of a designation of Maduro's government as a foreign terrorist organization and the removal. But you're right, Lakshmi, this is really quite unprecedented to swoop in. Now, he's not a democratically elected president. That was clear in 2024 when he stole the elections. But the idea that the U.S. would swoop in, bomb numerous military targets, they were not bombing civilian targets, and remove a president, allegedly, I would imagine, to stand trial in the United States, is very unprecedented. It sends a signal not just to the Venezuelan government and the Venezuelan citizens, but across the region that the Trump administration is an administration that's willing to, when matters of sort of national sovereignty, is willing to violate that to achieve its own stated ends. And that's precisely what Donald Trump has been saying over basically the last couple of months, that Nicolas Maduro has to go. And he demonstrated his willingness to pursue even, let's say, legally questionable tactics to do that.
What do you think the reaction of US allies is likely to be? We've heard from, for example, Cuba, Iran and Colombia condemning the attacks, but that's, of course, no surprise. What do you think the reaction of Trump's allies around the world is likely to be?
You're right, Lakshmi. I mean, the usual expected reaction of the the rogues gallery that typically support Venezuela has been predictable. It's going to be interesting. So let's try to break this out a bit. I think for European allies, many of whom had opposed Nicolas Maduro, had denounced the elections, this is still coming as somewhat of a surprise. Some is a step too far. I think many of them will welcome the fact that there could potentially be a democratic transition, will reemphasize the fact that Maduro was an illegitimate president in Venezuela. But of course, what comes next is really going to be the key, because as everyone has been saying, including the Trump administration, and this they get right, this is a deeply criminal, corrupt regime. So if there's going to be a regime change from within, and some people are alleging right now that the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, is somehow preparing to assume some sort of interim role, that will not be palatable to many governments, even within the European Union. So we'll have to see how this shakes out. I think we'll see, again, denunciation of Nicolas Maduro, but some trepidation, concern even about U.S. tactics to get there. But in particular, what will happen in the next few days is going to determine how many governments will respond. If it's by some miracle a successful operation that leads to a democratic transition and peace in Venezuela, then perhaps the norm violating actions of the Trump administration will be forgotten. But if it suddenly turns south, I think we're going to see much more criticism. For other governments within Latin America, we are going to see from the left-leaning governments, such as in Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia, severe denunciations of this intervention. From the other governments that are closely aligned with the Donald Trump administration, I think they'll remain quiet. And the truth is that Maduro remains a deeply unpopular figure across Latin America because of his transnational criminal ties and because of the massive wave of refugees that have left Venezuela, more than 8 million people, and are placing severe difficulties on not public safety, but public safety net programs, such as in education, healthcare, and the like, among many of Venezuela's neighbors. So they will welcome this change. But the governments themselves, especially of the left, will feel a duty to denounce this as a violation of national sovereignty.
How likely do you think we are to see US involvement continue in this? Because we know President Trump wanted regime change. He seems to have enacted that. However, will he see change that he wants?
That's precisely the issue, is basically from this moment on, the U.S. is going to, or should, morally at least, own what the outcomes are. And they're by no means certain. It is, I think, quite frankly, deeply unlikely that this will produce a pure democratic transition that would lead to the assumption of power of Maria Corina Machado, who Ione was just talking about, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, precisely because there's a lot of opposition to her within the government. And this looks like, for now at least, those around Nicolas Maduro are still in power. So the United States, whatever happens, is going to have to own this moment. It's very similar to when the discussions over George W. Bush's invasion of Iraq occurred in 2003, when they cited the Pottery Barn rule. If you break it, you own it. In this particular case, the U.S. is going to have to provide some sort of support, whether it's security, diplomatic, and the like. And quite frankly, I don't know, and I worry that the Trump administration doesn't have the patience or the political base to be able to do that. The truth is within the United States, military action in Venezuela remained deeply unpopular. Only about 30% of Americans supported U.S. military action in Venezuela. So Donald Trump now has to skirt his responsibilities or try to navigate his responsibilities to any post-transition government in Venezuela and to the Venezuelan people, as well as to his own constituency, which remains very skeptical of this operation.
Christopher, good to speak to you as always.
Thank you.
That's Dr. Christopher Sabatini there. Well, let's pick up on that point that he was saying with our correspondent Will Grant in Washington. But first, Will, I just want to mention some breaking news that's just come through, that Venezuela's vice president says the government doesn't know the whereabouts of President Maduro or the First Lady, and says the government has demanded immediate proof of life for both of them. So just give us the latest on that, Will.
Well, exactly as you've been saying, it comes from Delcy Rodriguez. She's the vice president. She wants, and on behalf of the Maduro government, is demanding proof of life. The Maduro supporters want to see that he is alive, and so is Celia Flores, his wife. But I don't think we're going to get any updates along those lines necessarily until we get to a press conference in Mar-a-Lago at 4 p.m. London time. So I think that is probably the likeliest outcome, that we'll get the information then. It does put into context the idea that there were helicopters, US military helicopters, over Venezuela, over Caracas's skies, in the midst of those attacks on the military bases. If those things are related, if this was all a coordinated operation, then those helicopters could have been either carrying in or out the Delta team that took Nicolas Maduro and took Celia Flores. It is extraordinary, and that Venezuelans will be digesting this news, figuring it out, and with each update that comes from the defense minister, from the vice president, it's more, if you like, of entrenchment by the Venezuelan government. It's about the military chiefs and the defense minister talking about continuing to fight, mobilizing the military, mobilizing the civilian militias, and basically remaining in place, not accepting that Washington has somehow, by decapitating Nicolas Maduro from the government, has removed the socialist revolution from Venezuela. So there is potentially a long road for this still to go.
Yeah, as you say, this is extraordinary because while many were very aware that President Trump was wanting regime change, it was expected that it would take the form of a building of pressure, as we have seen over the past 6 months. How historic is it, the way that this has been carried out by going in with military airstrikes and capturing the leader of another country?
I mean, it is truly historic, I think, in terms of the Americas. There's been obviously the repeated reference made to Panama in 1989, which is the only other example that we have in recent history of the US swooping in and taking out a military leader or a head of state in the country and bringing them to the United States to face drug trafficking charges. So there are a variety of parallels there. But what I think is fascinating in this instance is that the government of Nicolas Maduro isn't universally popular. That much is clear. They do have a hard core of support who didn't want them removed. But as Chris Sabatini was saying just before I came on air, that actually there is a big constituency here in the United States who didn't want to necessarily see the Trump administration committing to, as it were, another foreign adventure. I wonder if the fact that this appears to have been so quick and clinical and sharp will work in Mr. Trump's favour. But of course, while this has been building, this pressure that you were mentioning, that pressure sort of had to go somewhere. That's the way I was seeing it. That Donald Trump couldn't have moved all of this military hardware, created this major naval build-up in the Caribbean, and then simply sort of sailed back to the United States or sent those assets back around the world without some form of result, if you like, in Venezuela from his perspective. This is that result, certainly from his point of view, and we will see it played as such by him, by Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, by Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and of course by all the supporters of Donald Trump's actions within the Venezuelan opposition.
Will Grant, stay with us if you can. Some breaking news that's just come in this second. The US Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, says the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who was captured by US Special Forces earlier, will finally face justice for his crimes. That statement from the US Deputy Secretary of State that's just come through according to Reuters. Let's return to Will. So, Will, a little bit more information there about the capture of President Maduro.
You can expect to see Nicolas Maduro in a court in New York or in Miami. I believe it's New York where he's facing drug trafficking charges before too long. And I think that will be an extraordinary moment for Venezuelans who wanted to see him removed from power. Let's not forget that there is a relatively recent or a very recent parallel in Juan Orlando Hernandez in Honduras. Now, he had just left power. Obviously, he was a Trump ally and not a Trump opponent, as Nicolas Maduro is. But Juan Orlando Hernandez was the president of Honduras, was a case was brought against him in the United States for being a co-conspirator along with his brother for bringing 500 tons of cocaine into the United States, that he was also considered a drug trafficking president. Donald Trump just pardoned him. And there will be people watching this situation wondering, well, hang on a minute. How, on the one hand, can you pardon Juan Orlando Hernandez from a 45-year sentence on drug trafficking charges while also removing Nicolas Maduro from power for ultimately the same thing? It feels to many critics of Donald Trump like a double standard. Nevertheless, Donald Trump accepted the argument from Juan Orlando Hernandez's supporters that it was all somehow politically motivated against him, even though the US prosecutors had been working on the case against Juan Orlando Hernandez for many years, including, in fact, under Donald Trump's first term. And he accepted that, or he decided to grant him a pardon, and makes a very significant difference, in his head at least, between Juan Orlando Hernandez and Nicolas Maduro. I'm not sure everybody else who watches this situation closely, who follows Latin American affairs, sees that same difference in terms of the criminality that went on during one administration in Honduras and the criminality that's gone on under Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela.
Will Grant, thank you, our correspondent in Washington there. And just to reiterate the news we've had in the past couple of minutes, the US Deputy Secretary of State has said that President Maduro was captured and, quote, will finally face justice for his crimes. And at the same time, or a little earlier, Venezuela's vice president has said that the whereabouts of Mr. Maduro and his wife are unknown, and has asked President Trump for proof of life. Well, let's speak now to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise, when we were speaking a little earlier, we were talking about the international reaction, and I've just got a couple of news lines to bring you that have just come in the past couple of minutes. Russia says that US military action in Venezuela is deeply concerning and condemnable, and the Spanish Foreign Ministry says Spain calls for de-escalation and moderation and respect for international law in Venezuela. So, Liz, just talk to us about what we're likely to be hearing and what the international community's reaction is likely to be.
Well, we're certain to hear more of these denunciations of this military aggression in Venezuela. But quite frankly, there have been criticism and condemnation in recent months as military pressure built up on Venezuela, as the United States declared Venezuelan networks as terrorist organizations, described Venezuela as a national security threat to the United States, started attacking vessels said to be used by drug traffickers, but turned out to be fishermen in the waters of Venezuela. Condemnations that this was a violation of international law in the United States. The officials kept pushing back, saying, no, 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 we have the right to do this. So this is a threat to us. And I think they will continue in this vein. They have redefined their rights, and they see it as their responsibilities in terms of U.S. behavior in the region. And this is not a new story with the U.S. vis-a-vis its neighbors to the south. Many will now be reflecting on the times of decades past, where it was called gunboat diplomacy, where one American president administration after another meddled in South America. President Trump had come to power saying that he wanted to put that in the past, that all of this kind of forever wars and intervening in countries to topple their regimes, that was all in the past, and this was not going to be his approach. Well, he's certainly upended that today. And given the mounting pressure on Venezuela month after month for the past several months, what we are seeing unfolding in Caracas today had seemed to be all but inevitable.
And Lise, how likely are we to see US involvement continue? Because as you say, President Trump has previously eschewed the idea of the US being involved in forever wars. However, can you go into a country and remove its president like this and leave it without further involvement?
Look, this is the question. The day after, as it's called. First of all, we have to emphasize that we have only heard from President Trump on his Truth Social post that Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been flown out of the country. We're still getting reports from the region, from the Venezuelan defense minister and others, that they are fighting back. So the situation on the ground remains deeply uncertain. But if it is all confirmed, if this is the end of the Maduro era, and don't forget, it didn't start with President Trump. There was also tensions with President Biden's administration. It goes back to the time of Hugo Chavez as well. This has been an issue for the United States for a very long time. But the question is always, when one order is toppled, it's what is the day after. And many will remember the lessons of the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003, the US-led intervention in Afghanistan in 2001, where there, in the days after, there was ambiguity, confusion, and contradiction. Was it just a military intervention for security reason? Was the United States going to get involved in nation building? Again, President Trump has specifically said he wants to avoid getting bogged down in nation building. This is going to be yet another test of America.
And how do you feel that this latest action is going to be viewed as part of President Trump's legacy?
It's quite extraordinary because when he began his second term, you'll remember his address on Inauguration Day. He said he wanted to be seen as a peacemaker, a unifier. Then he made his first foreign trip, going again to the Saudi capital, Riyadh, made what was billed as a major foreign policy address, and to a very, very enthusiastic audience said that the days of forever wars were over. And yet we have seen month on month President Trump upending what was seen as his foreign policy doctrine. You've seen in recent weeks what was being widely described as a new version of what's called from a very long time ago in the Monroe Doctrine, where the U.S. has the right to get involved in its spheres of interest and influence. And I think this is what we are seeing playing out today. A president who has been inconsistent, to say the least, on how he views America's place in the world. But I think, as we say, judge not by the words, but by what they say, but by what they do. And a lot of people will be watching what's happening in Venezuela today, including, of course, Iran, where President Trump has also made it clear that he has his eyes on Tehran too.
Yes, how does this shift the geopolitics? Because up till now, it was a threat. It was an anticipation of the buildup of tensions and a call for regime change by President Trump. But now that this has actually happened, how does this change the geopolitical view on things?
Well, look at what has been happening ever since President Trump returned to the White House. We've seen his very open meddling in the elections in Honduras and Chile, and the candidates that he backed came to power very narrowly, but they came to power. He continues to speak out for Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, and then there has been this intensifying military pressure on Venezuela. This is very much what many have observed, that President Trump sees the world as spheres of influence, and he sees his backyard as being a place where America has the right to intervene, again, casting it as an issue of America's national security. Let's see how this will go on, not just internationally, but in the United States, because, of course, his MAGA base, this Make America Great Again base, they have been making it absolutely clear they don't like this intervention in foreign lands. They've not been happy about U.S. intervention in Iran. And now this is exactly the kind of development that they wanted the U.S. to avoid, so that the U.S. could concentrate on its significant domestic problems at home.
And Lise, it's interesting, that point you mentioned about how other nations may be looking at this, because if I were the leader of another country, I'd be feeling quite nervous right now, seeing how the US is able to do this with the means and seeming political support to effect regime change.
Yes, of course, the country, as I mentioned, countries like Iran will be thinking, are we going to be next? But there are others who will watch with satisfaction. We began this conversation with you mentioning the statement from Russia condemning this action. Russia, of course, has always criticized the United States for its regime change policies. But we are in a time where you've already had the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and no real sign that President Putin is ready to stop this war. He wants to keep advancing militarily. You've seen the military exercises of China around Taiwan, widely seen as a dress rehearsal for what's widely anticipated to be an eventual well, China is very clear on that it sees inevitably that Taiwan will become part of the Chinese mainland. And again, back to that point, to use the language that's now being used to look at foreign policy in our time, that these are spheres of influence with strong men in power. And President Trump is, with month on month, is making it clear this is how he sees the world.
Lise Doucette, our chief international correspondent, thank you. Well, let's speak now to Mimi Swaby, who's a correspondent in the studio with me. Well, Mimi, just picking up on the point of reaction to this internationally, let's look now within Venezuela. How much support do you think there's likely to be for what has happened?
I think the first feeling from many Venezuelans, regardless if they were in support of Nicolas Maduro or were wanting the US to intervene and potentially remove him from power, will be shock and concern, and the uncertainty of what will happen next will be on everybody's mind. This is uncharted waters, regardless, like I said, if you are in favour or against the current government. Now, another question for many Venezuelans will be, in this power vacuum, who will step into Nicolas Maduro's place? Constitutionally, it looks like it should be the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez. However, this is an unclear situation. She has come forth and said now they are demanding proof of Nicolas Maduro's, demanding proof from the US that he's alive and well, like his wife. We don't know where he is. They are demanding a confirmation of his whereabouts. So there are many factors at play, but the main feeling for many will be concern, uncertainty, and whether there'll be more strikes or explosions. President Trump has said that he has successfully achieved his mission, but many will be wondering if they will leave their house in the near future if more strikes are coming.
Well, on that note, Mimi, in just the past few minutes, we've heard that a US senator has quoted Marco Rubio as saying that no further strikes are planned in Venezuela. Of course, that's just come in the past few minutes. So that's at least one source of hopefully relief for Venezuelans. But as you say, they face a huge amount of uncertainty because of the damage that's been wrought in the past few hours. But of course, as you mentioned, the power vacuum now.
Exactly. The defence minister has said investigations are now in place to find out the scope of the damage, any injuries, and also deaths. This has happened in the very early hours of the night, around 2-3 a.m. local time. So darkness has basically prevailed over, hiding many facts and details that we're still finding out. Many people are trying to get in contact with family members, loved ones, and we have to remember there are nearly 8 million Venezuelans who have fled Venezuela since Nicolas Maduro took power back in 2013 for the first time, largely due to political repression alongside economic hardship. Now, they will be frantically trying to get in touch with many relatives, friends in the country still. There are power outages across many areas, particularly in the south. And we understand that there were 7 sites where explosions were reported. So this is a large area. The power vacuum, what comes next, will be on everyone's mind. We know that all troops have been mobilized. This is what the defense minister has said, that they are taking a very aggressive stance and they will defend at all costs Venezuela. What that looks like is uncertain. A state of commotion has been imposed, basically meaning that people aren't allowed to leave their house, and enables the military, President Maduro's greatest asset, to have more powers and to exercise those powers at all costs to try and protect Venezuela from US aggression, as they call it.
And Mimi, one of the things that was uncertain was whether civilian areas were hit. The Venezuelan defense minister said a little earlier that some strikes had hit civilian areas. But do we have any evidence of that?
We don't have any evidence yet. We understand that the port, Venezuela's main port in Caracas, was very largely hit. I've seen lots of videos of that, but it's really hard to verify. It's a lot of confusion, different angles. We haven't had any definite confirmation yet. We know that military infrastructure was largely the target, and that the main headquarters for the military in Caracas has been very badly affected. Civilian infrastructure, that is still what we're trying to work out. Like I said, the deaths, injuries, and scope of the damage is still very much in the early stages of being confirmed. But many people are very worried and will be staying inside their houses, regardless of a state of commotion being imposed. We understand that, like we said, now there are no further strikes expected. However, people probably won't take that as fact for the next few hours, at least, as we've heard warnings now of land operations from the US against Venezuela for weeks, increasingly more intense and more aggressive. But many people didn't think this would actually happen, and especially not so soon into the new year. It was a psychological warfare as much as it was a military operation. So many, including the Venezuelan government, who the US don't deem as legitimate, will be very surprised by this attack.
And one thing to note is that we've not heard any reports of civilian casualties or any death toll. So that's one thing that seems to, thankfully, not have happened. But many will wonder, well, is this now a time for the opposition to mobilise? But I suppose it's not that straightforward, because other than President Maduro, as far as we understand, the rest of the Venezuelan government is still in place.
That is true. We haven't heard from the Venezuelan opposition, been in contact with them. There's been no official statement yet. I think many people are trying to understand, firstly, what has happened and get a good grasp of that first, understand where Nicolas Maduro is, along with his wife. He has been captured and removed. We don't know where he's heading, where he will land, or when this will happen. The circle around Nicolas Maduro, his defense minister, his foreign minister, his vice president, are incredibly loyal. And we've seen that time and time again. And they have all come out on various platforms saying that they will defend the homeland, that they will take a very aggressive next step and will not back down to US aggression. We don't know who will take Nicolas Maduro's place. It could be Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president. It could be Padres Lopez, the defense minister. He has been very vocal already. He was the first one to make an official statement for the government. This is very much uncharted waters for all involved, the US and Venezuela. So this kind of political vacuum is not probably a primary concern, but it will be a very important next step in the coming hours.
Yes, and just remind us what state the opposition is in. We know, don't we, that Maria Corina Machado, who is Trump's favoured opposition leader, has been in exile, has had to flee. What is the state of the remaining opposition that exists there?
So after the very heavily disputed 2024 presidential election, in which much of the international community said that the opposition, led by Maria Corina Machado, the candidate Edmundo González, won by a landslide, political repression in Venezuela has heightened. Thousands were arrested. We saw large-scale protests across the country where there was a huge crackdown from police, military, all instructed by Nicolas Maduro. So many have fled the country. Until recently, before she went out to receive her Nobel Peace Prize for leading democracy and trying to fight to remove the dictatorship in the Nobel Peace Prize word in Venezuela, Maria Corina Machado was hiding in Caracas. Now, she left through a very dangerous ordeal of a journey, and we're unsure whether she's got back. We don't know, if she's planning to do this. However, the opposition are very much hoping for US military intervention. This is something that has led to a little bit of controversy. We know that many in the opposition were for President Trump's interventions, military interventions in the country. Obviously, these come at a risk and a cost of life. We've already seen more than 110 individuals killed on numerous strikes now on alleged drug vessel boats from Venezuela, as well as in the Pacific Ocean. So it's very complicated. There isn't a straight answer saying that the opposition will now move in and take power. This probably will not happen. Many will not want that to happen. And it's not as simple as Maduro will leave, Maria will come in. That is not how it will work. However, many will be looking to the opposition to firstly say something and then to kind of take the next steps to see whether this regime change, as President Trump has hailed the success of in this operation, will be true. And then if Maria Corina Machado will be the person to lead or kind of push for some more definite change in the coming days, weeks.
And Mimi, it's interesting you say that because the Venezuelan opposition says it has no official comment on the US attack in Venezuela. That's something that came through in the past, I guess it was an hour or so, a couple of hours ago, that we've not heard anything from them since either. Well, thank you so much for your analysis on that. That's our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby. Well, our BBC producer, Vanessa Silva, is in Caracas and told us about the confusion surrounding the situation there in the country.
For us, it's all rumors. It's a lot of messages around WhatsApp this moment, but we have not official confirmation of anything of that. Just a few minutes ago, the Minister of Defense, Vladimir Padrino, just made a statement, call it as a criminal aggression by the United States. And he mentioned that among the targets was Fuerte Tiuna, the main military compound here in Caracas. And there were also other objectives in at least other 3 states of the country. They say that they struck civilian residential areas within missiles and rockets. But for now, we have not seen reports of civilians casualties or something like that. I live quite near the military air base here in Caracas. I just wake up almost at 2 a.m. in the morning with a huge bang. Everything was vibrating. My heart was pumping. I was shaking. I just jumped to the window, and I was able to see something in flames in the middle of the runway of this military air base. But it was, Caracas is a valley, so the noise was huge, was impressive for us. And after that, everyone started to call, to share messages, to share videos from different spots of the country. I was able to listen other explosions, not so near at the first one. And also I was able to listen airplanes or helicopters, I'm not sure. It was more like an airplanes flying over the city.
And Vanessa, just going back to the news of the capture of President Maduro and his wife that has been announced by President Trump, just tell us a little bit more about the presidential home. You touched on it there. Where did President Maduro live and how accessible would he have been? Because I suppose the question is, would this capture of him have relied on support from within his own government?
Well, where the presidential house is in the center of the city, is called Miraflores. But normally, people have said that he never lives there, that he normally used to live in Fuerte Tiuna. But it's something that we don't really know where he lives or where he have been living all these times since the since the United States started this aggression or this situation with Venezuela. We don't know if they are moving around or where they are staying.
And of course, any president has extremely high security around them, but I imagine in President Maduro's case, it was even more so.
Yes, but even after the fierce incidents with the boats in the Caribbean, Nicolas Maduro was able. He was on the streets not with announced concentrations, but he suddenly appears in activities that they call for, and you can see I was able to go to one of them, and I could easily walk very near to the stage where he was speaking. At that moment, it was very easy to be there, to walk around. And that day wasn't too many people around. And also the other days, he appears on demonstrations nearby Miraflores Palace. And he spent also during Christmas Day going to visit some slums and dancing with the people in the streets. So until the last weeks, all for them was quite normal in a way.
And Vanessa, how do you feel average Venezuelans are likely to react to the capture of President Maduro?
Well, this is all new for the Venezuelan people. We have never faced something similar. We only face like inner demonstrations and political confrontations and in the streets. But this will be a Saturday very quiet and lonely in the streets of Caracas, I guess. I mean, I guess not everybody is going to work, but they publish a statement and they are calling to the people to go to the street, the supporters. They are activated a plan. And so we will see when the days start to move around.
Yeah, because I suppose the interesting sort of dichotomy is that many Venezuelans were opposed to President Maduro as their leader and would have wanted to see him deposed, but then perhaps not all of those would have wanted to see that through this kind of US military intervention.
Well, there is also a law here that condemns with 30 years of prison anyone that supports or calls or finance any kind of military aggression from the United States. So I guess that even if there are supporters from what is going to happen or happening, it's not clear that people will be free and able to go. But the reactions are still very unforeseen. I mean, we don't know how it's going to be the day. There are also a lot of people, old people that live here in the country because we have had a huge migration. So these people will remain in their houses for sure. I mean, it will be a completely different Saturday that we have had in our lives.
BBC producer Vanessa Silva in Caracas for us. And I just want to bring you a new bit of detail that's come through from some of the international community's reaction. Spain has offered to mediate in the crisis between the US and Venezuela. Its foreign ministry said Spain calls for the de-escalation and restraint. In this regard, it's prepared to offer its good offices to achieve a peaceful, negotiated solution to the current crisis. That's one of many bits of international reaction coming into us. But let's get the latest now from Mimi Swaby, who's our global affairs reporter. It's still very much a developing situation, but what more can you tell us, Mimi?
It is. It's a very fast-moving situation. Just heard in the last few minutes from journalists, supposedly the US administration have been speaking to, quoting that Marco Rubio has said that Mr. Maduro's arrest was executed by US personnel and that he will stand trial on criminal charges in the US, and that these strikes were somewhat of a distraction for individuals, a special armed force to execute this arrest warrant. Now, remember that Nicolas Maduro had a $50 million reward on his head, incredibly high, and this had taken months in the planning, according to President Trump. He's posting on Truth Social, his social media platform, detailing some of the operation. But there is a question of now what comes next, where he's heading. He's with his wife. We understand that. But Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Venezuela, has demanded to know that he is alive and well and for the whereabouts of both the leader and his wife.
And what do we expect to see in the coming hours from the Venezuelan authorities? Because, of course, they are now in a situation where there are residents who are unsure as to what's going to happen next.
Exactly. A state of commotion has been imposed. One key factor of that is that citizens aren't allowed to leave their house. So the streets, much of the country in Caracas, as well as those other areas that were hit by numerous strikes, will be eerily quiet as people are taking in this incredibly shocking news. There'll be a sense of uncertainty, of fear, I'm sure, among many Venezuelans, regardless if they were in favor of Nicolas Maduro or against him. We understand, according to Padrino Lopez, the defense minister, that there will be a deployment of all armed forces, that Venezuelan government are taking a very aggressive stance to this and saying that they will not back down, that they will defend Venezuela at all costs, even though the US has said that no further strikes are expected. We also know that an investigation will now start to be put in place to understand the scale of this damage. Bombardment across the country happened for around 90 minutes, and the port, we know, was in Caracas was very largely affected, badly hit, as well as lots of military infrastructure, significantly the headquarters in Caracas. There've been no civilian casualties or deaths reported, although I'm sure more details of this damage, be that on civilian infrastructure, military infrastructure, the so-called target of these strikes, that will all come to light very shortly. But for now, people will be trying to make sense of this incredibly unnerving situation. It's come as a shock. Nobody was expecting this, be that in the country or many Venezuelans, nearly 8 million outside. But many people will be trying to get in contact with loved ones, friends, relatives across the country and kind of understand what's happening and make sense of this fast-moving situation.
Mimi, thank you. Yes, a huge amount of uncertainty for Venezuelans there. That's Mimi Swaby, our correspondent. Well, let's speak now to John Lee Anderson, who's an American journalist and investigative reporter and also staff writer for The New Yorker. Thanks for being with us, John. What's the reaction from within the US?
Well, the initial reaction, as you know, even in the eastern seaboard of the U.S., most people are still asleep. But so it's been muted. But Donald Trump and his coterie have been celebrating this. And as we've all seen on his Truth Social account, Donald Trump announced the capture of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, and of his wife, and is calling a press conference at his mansion in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, later today. So in Venezuela, as your correspondent put it extremely well, most people are inside. There was some initial bursts of celebrations in the street, presumably by people who are against the regime in Caracas, but otherwise we're dealing with the pall of silence and I think shock of this morning's events.
There has been some criticism of the action by some of the international community, mainly by countries that you would expect to be critical of the US, for example, Russia and Cuba. What do you think it's going to play out as domestically when it comes to politics? Does this strengthen President Trump's political position?
Well, let's see what happens. There could be an ensuing mess. It seems as if the vice president of Venezuela, a close comrade of Nicolas Maduro, is still in place and has denounced this. And we don't know about the whereabouts of the hard men of the regime as well. The head of the army, Vladimiro Padrino Lopez, who is a very hardline man, and Diosdado Cabello, again, a hard guy of the regime with his own paramilitary tranche. So, for months, as this is built up, these men, as well as Maduro, have claimed that there would be a national defense, which includes regular and irregular forces. The Colombian ELN guerrillas, a Marxist force that have been in the field for many years and which straddles the border, have also said that if there's an imperialist invasion, they will mount an insurgency. There's a lot that could still happen. If all that Trump and his crowd have done is to do a kind of shock and awe campaign to damage and the military garrisons, which seems to have been the targets of the strikes, and effectively to atomize most opposition through the shock of the bombing, and having extricated the president and his wife, maybe now they will feel that that's enough, and they can try to deal with the survivors of the regime and offer them a safe exit. I would assume that would be one of the options, and potentially least bloody. However, we're not dealing with a normal American regime, are we? And we have a man like Pete Hegseth, who is Secretary of Defense, of War, as he likes to call himself. So anything's possible.
Yes, and do you think there's any possibility of material consequences that are likely to be negative to President Trump's White House after having removed a foreign leader by force?
Yeah, I mean, these are incredible new times, in which the extension of naked power seems to be the new raison d'etre. And I think this plays very much to Trump's base. Of course, there's a huge tranche of Americans and other people around the world who view this with shock and stupefaction and opprobrium, because it breaks with the idea of a world order that was constructed after World War II, in which rule of law was obeyed. Now, there are equally many people who regard Maduro as having gone beyond the pale, and that the only way to get him out was by force. The Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, his main opponent, who fled the country recently and is somewhere outside of it at the moment, certainly says that. She's been aiding and abetting this military assault on the country in order to bring about regime change. I fully expect there to be some kind of follow-up announcement of the declaration of her as the real president of the country. It's possible the Americans might even try to secure a foothold in Venezuela in order to create more legitimacy in a declaration of Maria Corina Machado as president. But we'll see. We'll see if there's armed resistance or not. If an American military group, let's say SEALs or Delta Force, the kind of special ops guys, go in for further action and are actually on the ground, and something awry happens to them, like happened in Mogadishu all those years ago, with the Black Hawk Down situation, it could trigger blowback for Trump. But let's see. If this is a clean regime change sweep, this could strengthen Trump tremendously.
Yes, and do you think it might embolden him to exert US military might elsewhere? Yeah,
sure, of course. It's a given that the hardliners in the Trump regime see Caracas as the way to Havana. And what I mean by that is that Venezuela has for years been the main provider of energy and support to the regime in Cuba, which is now on the ropes. It's very, very, it's in bad shape. And we've heard that Marco Rubio, who's a Cuban American and the ideologue of the White House, had very much sees the knockdown of the Caracas regime as the first step in a game plan to go after Cuba. If I had to call it, I would say that is definitely on the cards, and that probably in addition, I think you can read between the lines of Trump's actions and words. He would also like to see himself as the man who knocked out the Iranian regime. So I think those are all possibilities.
And if we look at what we've been hearing in the interim about what happens to President Maduro, we understand, according to a Reuters wire, that the US Senator Mike Lee has said that Marco Rubio said that Nicolas Maduro was arrested and will be standing trial on criminal charges in the US. I mean, how remarkable is that?
It's very remarkable, but remember, the United States did this 35 years ago in Panama with General Noriega, who again was a left of center military guy, a bit of a thug, who made the mistake of going too far in his statements against the U.S. And even there was a famous moment when he waved a machete around at the podium and dared the Americans to come on. And then there was an incident in which an American soldier was killed by his people. And lo and behold, the Americans went in and captured him. And he spent 30 years in jail. I met him just before he died, about 5-6 years ago. And I asked him if he would do the same things again. And he said, no, he wouldn't. And he was an American asset, which is the curious thing, but who went rogue, a bit like Saddam Hussein. Those were, the last time we've seen this kind of operation to capture and put a foreign leader on trial for, alleged drug trafficking in the case of Nicolas Maduro, which I think is it's rather hard to stand up. There's no public proof of what he's accused of in terms of narco trafficking, and certainly, in my view, cannot be any more guilty of association with drug cartels than at least a half a dozen other leaders in Latin America, some of whom are allied with the United States. So this is very much a political operation. It's ideologically driven, and it's driven by commercial interests. One has to remember that the oil lobby was a major backer of Trump. He has done everything he can since becoming president to roll back the idea of green energy and defunded those operations, and pushing petroleum energy again. And as he and some of his cabinet people and people around him have pointed out, there's a lot of money to be made in Venezuela, which has the biggest oil reserves in the world, by American companies.
And you touched on Iraq there, and examples like that beg the question, can externally forced regime change ever be successful? Can it ever lead to anything other than turmoil and disruption for those within the country?
Every war is different, I would say. And certainly the U.S. does not have a great track record in this, which doesn't mean to say that this one won't come off well. The advantage the Americans have in this is that Venezuela is low-hanging fruit. The Maduro presidency is low-hanging fruit. It's very unpopular. Since the oil price drop of 12 years ago caused a precipitous implosion in their economy, we've seen over a third of the population leave as refugees elsewhere. A kind of noisome exodus from Venezuela, which has bothered a lot of the neighboring countries, and which Trump used as his bully pulpit to vilify Venezuelans during the presidential campaign. They were also the first people he deported. Remember, to Nayib Bukele's prison for terrorists in El Salvador. So this has been a long time coming. This has some thought behind it. There are plenty of people in Latin America who will be glad to see the back of the Maduro regime, but the countries closest to it, Lula, the president of Brazil, who has no love lost for Maduro, but worries about the precedent caused by an American imperialist-style invasion as appears to be taking place, and certainly next door in Colombia, where leftist Gustavo Petro is president, they're bound to be worried. And Petro especially, because he has criticized Trump directly. Trump has branded him a narco-terrorist as well. That's, of course, where most of the cocaine comes out of Colombia, not Venezuela. Some of it is transshipped out of Venezuela, as it is from other countries. But the cocaine, most of the cocaine comes from Colombia itself, which has long been a U.S. ally until Petro, this leftist, former Marxist guerrilla, won the presidency 3 years ago. He's in his last year, but he will now be walking on ice. Trump has warned him that he better watch his rear end lately, just a few days ago. So anything's possible from this crowd, I think, in the White House and the Pentagon.
And just in the past few minutes, John, Petro has confirmed that he has ordered the deployment of military forces to the Venezuelan border. And he said that while the situation could be resolved through dialogue, he proposes, he also said that he did order the deployment of security forces to the Venezuelan border. And John, obviously, as you said, there's so much unknown. Who knows what might happen next? But if you were to put money on it, who would you see filling that political vacuum right now?
In the region or in Venezuela?
In Venezuela.
Well, at the moment, it's Delcy Rodriguez, who's a very canny operator. She is the vice president. She and her brother are a kind of tag team. operators around Maduro. My guess is that there will be some kind of dialogue with them to see if they will stand down the regime and allow Maria Corina Machado to take over. If not, I expect we'll see more military action.
In which case, it almost appears like a failed attempt at regime change, because it seems like if she became the next leader, she wouldn't change much.
Let's see.
Very, very cryptic, but I don't blame you, John, because as you say, so much is yet unknown. And just finally, for people within Venezuela, how do you think they're likely to react to what has happened and what might come next?
Look, moments like this are, momentous for the average citizen, who inevitably are passive spectators in these, huge collisions of power. And most will be concerned about their family's safety. There will be people who are excited at the possibility of change. How many people, it's difficult to know. It could be that it's sort of half and half. And unfortunately, that seems to be the case with the polarization in many countries around the world, including that of the United States, where, half people despise Trump and the other half, at least of the electorate, voted for him. And but there's also a good many people in Venezuela who spent 25 years in one way or another invested in their relationship to this so-called Bolivarian regime, which began with Hugo Chavez, the late strongman, and followed by his successor Maduro, and a very ideological kind of quasi-revolutionary ferment. So for some, that dream will have died, and for others, it will be the only thing they can cling to. So I think it will be messy. I don't see any way around this. When I said that Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, is the foreseeable next person, I don't see her as sitting there for long. I think the U.S. is determined to see Maria Corina Machado, the exiled opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner, as the president of the country. And I'm sure they're determined to see her fulfill that role. How messy it will be with the actions of Maduro's loyalists, however, over the next days, weeks, is an open guess. War has a way of being, it's like a gene that, mutates once you let it out of the petri dish. There's no way of calling it right now.
Well, John, thank you so much for your thoughts and analysis.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
That's John Lee Anderson, who's a staff writer for The New Yorker. If you're just joining us here on BBC News, welcome. I'm Laxmi Gopal, and let's just recap for you the breaking news that President Trump says the United States has carried out large-scale strikes against Venezuela and captured President Nicolas Maduro. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said the Venezuelan leader and his wife had been flown out of the country. Mr. Maduro's capture hasn't been confirmed by Venezuela. It all began in the early hours of the morning when large explosions hit Caracas and other cities across the country. Military installations in the capital were among the sites hit, and helicopters were seen in the sky. The Venezuelan government has condemned the attacks as a colonial war aimed at regime change and said it was doomed to fail. It's urged all Venezuelans to mobilize to defend the nation. The Venezuelan defense minister has been reacting to those attacks, making this announcement.
In the face of this cowardly attack, which threatens the peace and stability of the region, we ask the international community and multilateral organizations to condemn the US government for this flagrant violation of international rights. Venezuela is free, independent and sovereign, and strongly rejects the presence of foreign forces that have left death, sadness and destruction.
So that was the Venezuelan defense minister giving reaction to those attacks. Well, let's get the latest now from Caracas and speak to our reporter there, Ana Vanessa Herrero. Anna, I know that we can't get through to you right now, but we can hear you. So just tell us what the latest is there where you are.
Yes, well, right now, things are calm. I don't know if to use that word specifically, because after the strikes that happened overnight, of course, people are very still scared and nervous. And we now know from the voice of Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, that she confirmed that she has no idea of the whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro and Celia Flores. She did not confirm that they were taken by U.S. forces, but she did say that she has no idea, I repeat, about their whereabouts. And she also said that the instructions that Nicolas Maduro gave were very clear. If something were to happen to him, the people in arms, meaning the militia, that they've been training, and the defense minister has been training for months now, should take the streets. We did see, as you were saying, we saw Diosdado Cabello, Maduro's #2, and another person who is of most interest to the United States. We saw him in a video on the streets, and he was saying that he was ready to, counterattack after the attack that the U.S. performed overnight. Just recapping, this started around 2 a.m. Local time with loud bangs and explosions. I witnessed the explosions in several parts of Caracas, and immediately after, reports of every corner of Caracas, Miranda, and other states in Venezuela started flowing on social media and on WhatsApp, which is a main way of communication between Venezuelans.
And what do we know about the extent of the damage of those US airstrikes? Because a little earlier when we spoke to you, there was still darkness, but has it become clearer in the light of day?
We're still waiting for confirmation on that, on how the devastation around not only Caracas, but also in the port of La Guaira, in the coastal zone of Venezuela. Right now, from where I'm standing, we cannot see clearly what happened, but we are getting some videos and pictures of how things are in different places, and it's absolute devastation. Because the Venezuelan government or authorities declared a state of commotion, which is basically a state of emergency when where all civil rights are let's say paused. We have not been able to really go to the streets yet to confirm what happened and where it happened. We're going to do that immediately after we know everything's safe for us to start reporting from the ground.
Oh, yes, because I was going to ask, you mentioned it there, the state of commotion, which is in effect a state of emergency declared. What restrictions has that brought in? How are residents affected by this?
Well, basically, people cannot leave their houses. They cannot do the regular activities. And obviously, after the night that we just witnessed and experienced, no one really wants to leave. But for example, people in need of food, water, or medicines, we don't know if they're going to be able to get to their places right now. Everyone, according to all the statements and to reports online, everyone should stay in their houses, because the defense ministry said that the military took the streets of Venezuela. We don't really understand what that means. We don't know if the militarization of, for example, of Caracas is going to affect, people going back and forth, for example, to hospitals, or if they are going to get some kind of permit. So right now, everything is really tense. I think the government didn't really see this coming. People weren't prepared. So, it's only beginning. The day that started very early. Right now, it's only the sun is just shining upon Caracas again. And I think we need a couple of more hours to understand what we're dealing with.
Yes, it is, of course, early days, Anna. But one thing that would be quite useful to know, because we have been getting international reaction to this, but what has been the reaction on the ground from within Venezuela, from residents, to the news that President Maduro has been captured?
Well, this is very interesting. So, in the past, whenever something happened, for example, when the crisis of 2018, where an interim government was created after after Maduro was not recognized as a legitimate president, people were actually cheering and celebrating on the streets very quickly. But now we hear nothing. We hear silence. But internally, over phone calls, text messages, people that I'm, listening to, I'm hearing shock. They're in a state of shock, of course. They're uncertain of what's going to happen. They don't know if Maduro is out, then who is left. We did see that main characters of the Venezuelan government appeared on television. So we know that they are safe and okay, but we don't know what part they're going to play in this new reality that we're facing, that we're just starting to construct. We're just starting to build right now after this historic moment. So people are right now trying to be very careful of what they say, how they react, because they also know that Maduro gave specific instructions to armed civilians to go and catch and get anyone who would celebrate or oppose him. So I think people are being very, very cautious, and they're trying to rest. They're trying to understand what happened. It is also the shock of the night of the strike, because this is the first time, this is unprecedented for Venezuelans. At least for 200 years, we haven't had this kind of large scale conflict. So people don't really know how to react. They're trying to accommodate to what they just experienced.
Yes, completely understandable, Anna. The nation has changed completely overnight.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. That's our reporter, Ana Vanessa Herrero from Caracas.
Thank you.
Well, as we've been hearing, Colombia has been reacting to events in neighbouring Venezuela. Its president has said his country's forces were being deployed to the border. Gustavo Petro said on social media, the United Nations Security Council must be convened immediately, establish the international legality of the aggression against Venezuela. He then went on to say the UCP, which means unarmed civilian peacekeeping, is activated and the operational plan is in place at the border. Well, let's speak now to Vanessa Neumann. She's a former advisor to the opposition leader Juan Guaido, who now runs political risk research firm Asymmetrica. Thank you so much for joining us, Vanessa. What's your reaction to the method in which this regime change seemingly has taken place?
Well, thank you for having me on. Really, it's the restoration of democracy, because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025, having lost a 3-1 landslide in the elections, despite the rigging, despite the disqualification of Maria Corina Machado, then her next replacement, and then her stand-in, Edmundo Gonzalez, won because Venezuelans want out from under this tyranny. So what happens next in Venezuela is really on the heads of what the people of the Chavistas who remain, namely Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, who's a sort of this chief strategist. Delcy Rodriguez is the chief financial officer, shall we say, of the regime. The head torturer and strategist is her brother Jorge, and Diosdado Cabello and Granco. And if those people leave peacefully, as they were supposed to have done in January of last year, we really should not have civilian casualties in Venezuela. Now, the longer they try to cling to power, and when the democratic forces of Venezuela have voted them out, then this will continue to escalate and get messier. So the deaths of Venezuelans is on the heads of the Maduro's enclave.
Vanessa, you mentioned this is a restoration of democracy, but how democratic do you think it can be, or how sustainable would a democratic future there be when it has been forced by a foreign power through violence?
It has not been forced by, it's not forced by violence. First of all, this was very much a capture operation, and it has played out exactly as I have said over at least my last 10 television interviews. They have taken out the command and control, the power to respond and attack United States forces without civilian casualties, or and doing everything possible to disrupt the illicit financial flows of illicit oil, oil, narcotics, and to a lesser extent gold, and to respond. They have not attacked U.S. civilians, and Venezuelans have been pleading to try and get this criminal organization out, and that's exactly what they have done. They have captured a criminal, the head of the criminal organization, which is Maduro, and his wife, who are indicted, and their nephews have been tried in the United States for drug trafficking, and also they're wanted there's an arrest warrant for crimes against humanity, and as well for torture, and in the UN. They're very damning. There's 18,000 political prisoners currently being tortured just since 2018, and so they have captured a capo and taken him out. What happens with the rest of the enclave, as he should have done himself. So what happens to the rest of the enclave depends on them. There is a Venezuelan political structure that was voted by the Venezuelan people, ready to step into the presidential palace, which is what the Venezuelan people voted for in a 3-1 landslide. So it's there. There's a president, there's a vice president, there's a ministerial cabinet, there are aides, and all sorts of things. And Venezuela was, up until Chavez, the longest running democracy in Latin America.
And realistically,
we hope that will become.
And realistically, again. Vanessa, how likely do you think it is that stability will fall into place next?
Well, I think that we will have, several very hard days. I think Delcy Rodriguez, has stepped up and, is trying to act presidential. She is not really a presidential leader. She does not command the military. I think the military is asoltado, as we say in Spanish, has been sort of attacked and cornered because of the attacks on the military installations. She was a financial negotiator, so I don't think she can maintain the command of the military, who want to flee, and that's exactly why you see the Colombians moving their troops to the border, because they anticipate a massive exodus into Colombia, both of civilians and of Venezuelan military posing as civilians, as a diaspora. So they will. So I think I think that they will try and cling to power as much as possible. The ones to fear are really Diosdado Cabello, who is a military commander and is one of the big drug traffickers of the Cartel de los Soles, and Granco, who runs the DGCIM, which is the internal counterintelligence military. But now the military have bigger worries with the bombing of Fuerte Tiuna and other military forts than just whether they're going to be turned in by the Cuban spies to be tortured. Now they have to face this. So now suddenly their decision-making tree has changed rapidly.
If this US attack leads to unrest or more instability in the interim, do you think the US has a responsibility to be involved and to help?
Oh, I think the causal responsibility. I think the responsibility lies specifically on Venezuela. I think the international community had a long responsibility to help back when we pleaded with them in 2017, and we had millions of people in the streets, and they had armored personnel carriers running over people and shooting children up close range with in the chest. The international community did nothing. The international community did nothing when they lost the election in 2018. The international community did nothing when Maduro clung to power despite the landslide win. I think that this is very much not just on the United States, but on everybody who did business and supported Maduro, thinking that they could make a buck off the backs of the suffering of millions of Venezuelans. And that's who's responsible.
How do you think the US airstrikes that were carried out in the early hours of the morning, how do you think they would have affected support within Venezuela?
Well, Venezuelans, I know I have friends and family within Venezuela still. Everybody is hunkered down, and some have bunkers or have found bunker-like locations into which to remain. There was some anticipation that something like this would happen. Venezuelans, by and large, want to be free. If this results, and as I have said before, in a swifter transition, which is up to Delcy and Jorge Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, and Coronel Granco. If it's up to them, if this happens quickly, the Venezuelans will be very happy to be liberated and have their country back. You can see that, and and save from the economic collapse, and have a country where you don't just have the most expensive restaurants in Latin America and Ferrari dealerships for people who can pay with their dollars from narcotics, while 80% of the country survives on less than one meal a day, which is the current situation in Venezuela. So any opportunity to rise up and get more than one meal a day, and not be tortured for speaking out against the Ferrari buyers, I think is a good opportunity for Venezuela. Venezuelan people will need a lot of help. They will need a lot of friends and a lot of support. Hopefully now the international community will step up in the reconstruction of Venezuela, in peacekeeping, in stabilization operations. Stabilization operations, by the way, usually happen with doctors, police officers, and nurses to immediately on the ground employ people and keep people from joining armed groups. This is something I used to do. I worked DDR in neighboring Colombia for years, which is the off-ramping of terrorists, right? And counter recruitment of child soldiers. So these are the things that we would have to see in the coming days once the Chavistas leave power and Edmundo Gonzalez, the rightful president that the Venezuelan people want, steps into the presidential palace as they want, hopefully on the 10th of January. And then we can have that peaceful stabilization operations and rebuilding of Venezuela.
Vanessa Neumann, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So that's Vanessa Neumann, former advisor to opposition leader Juan Guaido, who runs political risk research firm Asymmetrica. Well, our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant, gave us this update.
Huge news for Venezuelans, for Latin America, for Washington's relationship with the Americas and the Caribbean. One thinks of Panama in 1989 when the US invasion removed Manuel Noriega from power, who was also accused by Washington of being a drug trafficking president. This is at that level. If this indeed has gone the way that Donald Trump is saying it has gone, then the capture and removal of from power of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the First Lady Celia Flores, is nothing short of historic in terms of modern Latin American history. Nicolas Maduro was the anointed successor of Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan, the leader of the socialist revolution in Venezuela, who was thorn in Washington's side throughout his time and who came to a very early death through cancer. He chose his then foreign minister, Nicolas Maduro, to be his successor, who has proved himself to be very, very resilient in the face of pressure from Washington until, it seems, this point. And so it is extremely significant. Obviously, there is still more detail to come from that presser in Mar-a-Lago later today. But if this is, as Donald Trump has laid out on social media, that ultimately those strikes by Washington, by US military on Venezuelan military sites were part of a coordinated moment that involved the removal of Nicolas Maduro and his wife from power, then it really is a very, very significant moment for Donald Trump's administration, for the support that he will be able to bank on and his party will be able to bank on in Florida for years to come among the Venezuelan American community, the Cuban American community, and it could have major ramifications for countries like Cuba that depend so closely on Venezuela's oil to keep their revolution up and running.
Yes, this changes everything, doesn't it, Will? And particularly that line within the statement that was posted by President Trump on social media, the line that President Maduro, along with his wife, has been captured and flown out of the country. And it suggests that it was more than airstrikes, because, of course, until now, all we knew was that it seemed to be 7 locations where airstrikes were carried out. But this suggests that it was a far more complex operation than it seemed.
Absolutely. We can't know the full scale or the details of how it was done, what kind of planning would have gone on behind the scenes involving military chiefs talking to Washington, because one wonders how this may have happened, having just said that the man was very well protected by not just a sort of internal security ring, but also by his military. It has been true to this point that has kept him in power for this amount of time. In power and essentially unharmed. There have been attempts against his life, very murky ones, things of that nature. There have been major protests in which unarmed protesters have been killed by the Venezuelan armed forces. None of it has removed him from power. But Donald Trump is saying that now, not only has he been captured, he has been taken out of Venezuelan territory and is essentially in the hands of US law enforcement. Extraordinary development that I don't think anyone in Venezuela thought would happen in this way or this quickly.
You're watching BBC News. I'm Mariam Mashiri. Let's recap the breaking news this hour. President Trump says the United States has carried out large-scale strikes against Venezuela and has captured the President Nicolas Maduro. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said the Venezuelan leader and his wife had been flown out of the country. Mr. Maduro's capture has not been confirmed by Venezuela. This all began in the early hours of the morning when large explosions hit Caracas and other cities across the country. Military installations in the capital were among the sites hit, and helicopters were seen in the sky. The Venezuelan government has condemned the attacks as a colonial war aimed at regime change and said it was doomed to fail. It's urged all Venezuelans to mobilise to defend the nation. Well, the Venezuelan defence minister has been reacting to those attacks, making this announcement.
In the face of this cowardly attack, which threatens the peace and stability of the region, we ask the international community and multilateral organisations to condemn the US government for this flagrant violation of international rights. Venezuela is free, independent and sovereign, and strongly rejects the presence of foreign forces that have left death, sadness and destruction.
Well, the Venezuelan government doesn't know the whereabouts of President Maduro or his wife, Celia Flores, and that's according to the vice president. This is an audio segment from that interview with Delcy Rodriguez that was played on state television. Take a listen.
In the face of this brutal situation and in the face of this brutal attack, we have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady Celia Flores. We demand from the Donald Trump government immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady. We demand our international rights be respected. We condemn this brutal, savage aggression against our country that has taken the lives of military officials who will now become martyrs of our country, and that have taken the lives of innocent civilian Venezuelans in all the different attack locations.
Let's cross live now and speak to Alejandro Pena Esclusa, a Venezuelan political analyst and former opposition politician who led demonstrations against the Chavez regime. It's good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us on BBC News. And can I ask you, first of all, for your reaction to the events that we know have happened so far?
My reaction, well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. My reaction is that of millions of Venezuelans that are happy and grateful because what we have with Maduro is not a government. He lost the elections last year. It's a regime that has kidnapped the country and involved too many crimes and committed many crimes against humanity. And we've come to this point that it was necessary the use of the force to liberate our country. So the people is celebrating, maybe waiting a few hours till the outcome of this is ready. But yes, people is happy for this Trump operation to liberate Venezuela and to capture this criminal who is Nicolas Maduro.
You say liberate Venezuela, but what happens next? It's very unclear, isn't it, what's going to happen to what's left of the government and where the country will go from here. What do you hope will happen next?
Well, what should happen next in a country that is basically has the same language, the same culture, and the same Christian religion, there are no divisions, and there are no economic divisions, is not a country like, say, like the Middle East. It's a Western Christian country, and what should happen is that the law should be obeyed. And the person who won the election last year in July of 2024, Edmundo González Urrutia, he should become president, and the vice president designated already by the president Edmundo González, Maria Corina Machado, who, as you know, is a Nobel Prize winner, she will be the vice president. This might not happen tomorrow or the day after, but that is what should happen in the next few days.
I mean,
yes.
the opposition government, though, a lot of the opposition government have been exiled. There are opposition members in prison. How likely is it that a fractured opposition is going to get its act together in a matter of days?
Well, it is possible because most of the population, I'm talking about more than 90% of the population, didn't want anymore the regime of Maduro, having created the greatest economic and humanitarian catastrophe in the history of Latin America. So they didn't want him anymore. And people voted for Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo González. Probably what will happen also in the meantime is a fracture or division within the Venezuelan armed forces. And I believe that there's enough political and popular power to install the new government, the government that won the election on July 2024.
Is there a worry, do you think, about a violent power struggle now within the country?
No, I don't have that worry at all, because in order to have, let's say, a violent struggle or a civil war, you need a country that is divided in two parts. And that's not the case. The case in Venezuela is a few criminals that hold the arms and have been committing violations of human rights during all these years. And there's a great majority of the population who has a democratic tradition, who wants a return to democracy. I don't see a violence for, let's say, for a long period of time. Maybe for a few days, but that's it.
How worried are you about the American intervention and what it means going forward? Remember, President Trump has very recently talked about Venezuelan oil and lands and about wanting it back. How worried are you that in the future, the price to pay for regime change, potential regime change, could be more US involvement in the country and more US involvement in the country's oil industry, which, of course, we know was nationalized in 1976?
Well, in fact, the United States and Venezuela have always had an alliance, especially in the oil business, for many decades, that was interrupted first by Hugo Chavez and then by Nicolas Maduro. So I'm sure that Venezuela and the United States will return to the alliance, business alliance in oil that we've always had, with benefits for both countries, for Venezuela and for the United States.
What do you think
the worst thing would have been to continue with a criminal government like the one led by Nicolas Maduro, who is also linked to the Hezbollah, to Hamas, to terrorism, and other dangerous groups that not only threaten Latin America, but also the United States and Europe.
You talked earlier on about there not being any violence, about regime change, but what about the military? I mean, does it not have a vested interest in the regime remaining in power, especially the higher up parts of the military who are intertwined with the Maduro regime?
Well, this is not an ideological armed forces. This is a corrupt military group that was corrupted first by Chavez and then by Maduro. They are not loyal to Maduro. There are many corrupt people inside the armed forces, but in the levels of majors and lieutenants and lower ranks, people just want to return to democracy and do not agree with turning the Venezuelan armed forces as an instrument of the cartel of the Suns, which is the largest drug trafficking cartels in the Western Hemisphere, responsible for distributing 20% of the cocaine in the Western Hemisphere. So military ranks, they just want to go back to normality, to democracy. So I believe that the lower ranks will make sure that the higher corrupt ranks related to the cartel of the Suns, they will just hand them over.
What do you think should happen to Nicolas Maduro now?
Well, he will face justice, and he will probably spend many years in jails because he's guilty of being the most important drug trafficker in the Western Hemisphere. Why the most important? Because he had the support of the state. This never happened in the past. In the past, you had drug traffickers in Cali, in Medellin, that they were just obtaining money for the illegal business. But in the case of Maduro, it was a political cartel that used drugs and the money coming from illegal drugs to expand the political project of Maduro, Cuba, and the left in Latin America.
What do you think the people inside the country are thinking now? Are they worried about what the future holds, or do you think there'll be an element of hope as well?
Well, if you wait a few hours, what you will, because now it's in the morning in Venezuela, it's just, the sun is just rising. But if you wait a few hours, probably what we'll see is celebrations. People hate Maduro and they want him to go. And I will tell you, even though the United States is a foreign country, the people is grateful for what's happened, and everybody is celebrating that Maduro is now being captured. I've received hundreds of calls during the last 2 or 3 hours, and people is really happy and grateful for this outcome.
I wanted to ask you a little bit more, if I can, about the opposition and the potential of the opposition to form a government. I mean, realistically, how feasible is it that a government can be formed easily when it's very well known that the regime controls different branches of the government, for example, the Supreme Court, as well as the military?
Well, that part won't be easy, but it is feasible. It can be done because the opposition has the support of the population. In cases like this, when the government or the regime is corrupt and doesn't have ideological loyalties, their loyalty to the money, but not to ideas, what usually happens is a lot of people turn their backs on them. And so we will see many people from Chavismo, from the Maduro ranks, giving their backs on them, and also giving information about the leaders, and probably they will also be put in jail in short period of time. So again, in situations like this, the support and the unanimity, let's say the unique position of the population, that is 95% of the population wanting democracy, that helps things to make it easy. It's not going to be very easy, but it's going to be difficult. But with the support of the population, I'm sure it can be done.
When you talk about the people and the support of the population, I wanted to ask you specifically about what branches do you think of government will be the most difficult to bring back?
Well, the two most difficult branches will be, first, the armed forces, because there are some people loyal to Maduro, very few, that have arms. And with arms, it's more difficult, but I think they will also be defeated. And then the other branch that has been taken over by the regime is the judicial branch. Many judges, many people in the let's say in the judicial branch that work for Maduro and for the cartel of the Suns. So maybe some of them will flee, will escape even today, but some others will try to stay and use the Justice Department for their objectives. But again, after what happened and being Maduro captured by the US, they have it very difficult to remain in power.
There's been criticism and a bit of worry from foreign, countries. We've had, for example, in the EU, we've had a call, Maria Callas calling for restraint and safety of EU citizens in Venezuela. How easy is it, do you think, to guarantee that there will be restraint in Venezuela? I know I asked you about violence, but situations like this can be very difficult to control.
Well, I believe the foreign people in Venezuela are much safer now than under Maduro, because Maduro was putting in jail foreign people just to use them as bargaining chips. And now that freedom will return, maybe not today, but in the few days, Venezuelans and foreign nationals will be safer. That we will see it in the next few days.
Okay. Alejandro Pena Esclusa, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us and answering our questions. And just to bring those of you who are watching a few more lines, we've heard now from Cuba. Cuba has said a zone of peace has been brutally assaulted and it denounces state terrorism against the Venezuelan people. That is a statement that has come from the Cuban presidency, and we're getting that from the Reuters news agency. As I mentioned earlier to Alejandro, there has been a lot of comment from various quarters. We've had, as I just mentioned, Cuba denouncing what has happened, understandably. The Venezuelan and Cuban regimes are very close. We've also had reaction from Europe. I mentioned there, Maria Callas talking about the need now for restraint and safety within the country, within Venezuela. So it's pretty unclear now what the next moves are going to be. We've also had comments from other Latin American countries. We'll bring those to you momentarily. But President Trump has said that the US has captured President Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela after carrying out those large-scale strikes on the country. A little earlier, we spoke to our South America correspondent, Ione Wells, and she told us exactly what we know so far.
Well, as far as we know, there are no other significant figures yet that have been removed from the country, for example, or captured by US forces other than Nicolas Maduro, the president, and his wife. We've had a statement from the Defense Minister, Vladimir Padrino, who has said that Venezuela will defend itself and has also said that the government is working on trying to essentially count and collaborate figures for the dead and the damage that has been done by the strikes this morning. Now, that message from the Venezuelan government, at least publicly, is that they plan to fight this, that they plan to defend themselves. The big question, though, that remains unanswered, I think, is really whether they will be able to do that very effectively or not, because we don't yet know quite the level of damage that has been done to this defence infrastructure in the country, to its military infrastructure, what kinds of casualties we might be talking about, and, as you say, who else may be still remaining in the country, not sort of hunkering down. One thing that I think is very significant about this is certainly this capture of Nicolas Maduro is something that will be welcomed by the much more hawkish figures in the US government, some of whom have very much openly called for regime change in Venezuela over the years. Some, though, in the country, even those who have been heavily critical of Nicolas Maduro, had been concerned, I think, about the possible implications of US military intervention. Certainly its proponents feel that this would pave the way for regime change, for the opposition to take power, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, or perhaps the opposition's candidate in the 2024 elections, Edmundo Gonzalez. However, there are some who are critical of Maduro, critical of the Venezuelan government, desperate for a change in government, but we're still very nervous about the idea of direct US military intervention because of the potential further destabilization that may cause in the country. Part of the reason, I think, for some of that concern, even among Maduro's critics, is that he still has allies in the country. He still has government ministers who have, until this point at least, as far as we know, remained very loyal to him. The military, the heavily armed paramilitaries in the country have all remained heavily loyal to Maduro so far. And so there is certainly concern about what will those figures now be thinking? Will they want to now try and defend themselves? How could that go? And I think certainly there will be many of his close allies and inner circle very worried about their own futures right now, having seen what has happened to Nicolas Maduro.
Well, that was Ione Wells talking to us a little bit earlier. Let's cross live and speak to Dr. Pablo Ulloa now. He's an expert in Venezuelan military scenario planning at UCL. It's good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us. It seems pretty clear, doesn't it, that to capture the president of a country would mean that there would need to be some complicity from within Venezuelan security forces or armed forces. Do you agree with that assessment?
I think that's the extent of the damage, if you will. Well, thanks for having me in the show, by the way. But yeah, I think that's the extent of the damage now that we're trying to kind of ascertain. Obviously, decapitating the regime, removing Maduro from power doesn't mean that it's fallen, but we want to know about the next people who are in the hierarchy chain, right? For example, Diosdado Cabello, haven't heard from him. We have heard from the vice president. We have heard from Padrino Lopez. But who else in the regime? I think the Venezuelan military had been under control, under severe control, since at least 2000 for the past 5 years or so. But this shows or indicates there could be a serious leak within that regime. Again, it doesn't mean that it's collapsing, but it just means there are some serious leaks that the government would have to try and find out where they are and try to counter them.
And also, I suppose the next question to ask is, will this mean that the military could start running the show?
I think it's unlikely. If anything, I think it's more likely that the military runs the show even more. I think the military in Venezuela, I've heard your guests saying that it's not an ideological military, that it's a corrupt military and so on. But one thing I think is very strong in every military is nationalism. And to have a country come into your country and remove the president and flag him out it's really damaging. I think the military is more likely to remain cohesive around the regime. And I think the emphasis on security will mean that perhaps the politics of the revolution, politics of socialism, if you will have to be in a second place in terms of importance. More important will be to ensure that the country is secure, and that means more militarization.
And what I don't understand is that President Trump has been flagging this for quite a while now. I suppose people would be asking themselves, why was the military and the security forces not better prepared? Why was President Maduro not better protected?
I think the military of Venezuela is convinced, has been preparing for this for 20 years, but it's been preparing for a sort of an asymmetric war. What they are focusing on is the resistance. So when they talk about the citizen security and so on, they're talking about militia groups that exists in the various neighborhoods of Caracas to ensure that any support for US attack or for the opposition doesn't grow. So that's what they're talking about. I think they probably were a little bit complacent because we've seen Maduro appear in public in the past few days. I don't think that a bombing was unexpected. I think the direction of the escalation had been quite clear, but such a swift action from the United States to remove Maduro, that was quite surprising. And maybe they just made a mistake there.
I mean, we know the CIA has been working and operating in Venezuela for several months, as President Trump said so in public. They presumably played a role in all of this. Do you think they turned key figures inside the military? Would that be possible?
It could be possible. It's something that we haven't seen in the past 5 years or so. Especially there was a period between 2017, 2019, where you would see every couple of months you'd have a sort of insurgency or rebellion inside barracks. The counterintelligence services are very active inside the Venezuelan military. There's a lot of surveillance, but and they managed to control, especially when the pandemic arrived, they had it under control. So first of all, when Maria Corina fled the country, and now this operation to remove Maduro from the country, this shows that the security is not as tight as we thought.
Let's talk a little bit about the military land targets, because we've seen, obviously, pictures of explosions in and around Caracas. What were the military land targets? Do we know any more about them? Do we know any more about civilian casualties? And also, do we know exactly what the targeting means in terms of the future of the military? Because they were quite important targets, I believe.
Utterly, yes, very important. So the air base of La Carlota and also Fuerte Tiuna, that's where you have the Ministry of Defense, that's where you have the main barracks. In Caracas, that's where you have also the university, the military Bolivarian Military Academy and so on. So these were key targets. And also on the coast, you have military bases, you have the port. So it seems like the target was to prevent any military response from the Venezuelan armed forces. I don't think people realize just how close those military installations are to civilian areas, because Fuerte Tiuna is something like 10 minutes down from the center of Caracas. La Carlota base is also quite central. If there was an attack against the on the barracks that were where Chavez's remains are, and that's the Cuartel de la Montaña, so the La Montaña barracks, that's just surrounded by a sort of poor area, poor neighborhood in central Caracas. So you could see how these areas are also civilian areas. However, we haven't had any information yet about civilian casualties. And I think the people I've been talking to in Caracas, they've also not been referring to civilian casualties so far.
Really? So what have they been saying to you, the people you've been talking to?
Well, so far, there's this calm in Caracas. So you had towards this around 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, explosions, initial shock, but now there's been this sort of quiet in Caracas, and this information coming from other parts of the country of other attacks, but it seems to be much quieter now, although you can imagine that it's very eerie at the moment.
I just wanted to hold you there for a moment, Dr. Ulloa, if I can, because we've had some news in the last few minutes, and that is that we've heard from the Russian Foreign Ministry. I want to bring you these lines and bring Dr. Ulloa back if I can. We are extremely alarmed by reports that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were forcibly removed from the country in the course of today's US aggressive action. We call for the immediate clarification of the situation. Actions of this kind, if they did indeed occur, constitute an unacceptable infringement on the sovereignty of an independent state, respect for which constitutes a key principle of international law. And in a statement earlier, the ministry also condemned the US armed aggression. I mean, if I can bring you back, Dr. Ulloa, clearly it's obvious what the Russians are saying and the view from Russia. But it's an interesting point, isn't it? I mean, in terms of Venezuela, whatever you might think about the regime, whatever you might think about those elections in 2024, it is, a sovereign independent state.
I think this is a very important point. Precisely the two sides that you said, regardless of the criticism that you might have towards the regime. And I would like just to open up this and come out of Venezuela, since we've already done with your statement from Russia. But a lot of the countries in the region are going to be looking at this and being quite concerned with the level of US assertiveness in the region. And this is not just South America, but perhaps even more in the Caribbean, because Venezuela has obviously the biggest proven oil reserves in the world. Next to it, there is another massive one, which is the ones that are in the Essequibo region, which is a contested region. It's part of Guyana, but it's contested it's claimed by Venezuela as well. It's a country that has lots of minerals, sitting on trillions and trillions of resources in minerals. And the region is looking at this and saying, well, now the United States has decided to abandon any shame, really, and just going and grabbing that stuff. Because Trump announced already in 2003, Trump was talking about Venezuela nearly being on its knees and nearly collapsing during his first term, but he couldn't finish the job because obviously he lost the election, and now he's trying to finish that job. And this is the kind of, and there wasn't any pretext about drug trade of that sort. But the region is divided because some people will clearly, and we had, for example, Milei in Argentina sided and saying that freedom is advancing in Venezuela. So the region is also divided in terms of its alignment with this new American assertiveness in the region. But I think it's also an assertiveness in the world. It's just that Latin America is, the US backyard, and it's the lab where it's trying these new strategies, if you will.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because you'll get the Argentinians, the El Salvadorians and Ecuadorians potentially on one side, and on the other side, you already have a lot of criticism from the Colombians. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of disquiet in Brazil and Mexico as well. And what you were saying there about the reaction from Latin America is interesting, because if you put aside all of those countries and what they believe, the ultimate kind of feeling they're going to be left with is that America now believes that it has a vested interest in controlling parts of Latin America.
It has, and it has created this very thin sort of legality, which is this drug trade conversation, which obviously, if you look at Trump pardoning another president who was convicted by drug trafficking, is really, we're just talking about a thin veil of legality that enables the United States to justify these attacks. But really, we're in the realm of politics, not even talking about legality. If we see, next a government from whoever is aligned with the United States in Venezuela, it could be Edmundo Gonzalez, but it could also be Maria Corina Machado. So I think that the important thing here is the United States wants and will do it. And Trump is not going to fall short. And I think what Trump has done by removing Maduro so swiftly and so boldly is that the United States has an incredible capacity to carry out that kind of mission.
OK. Dr. Pablo Ochoa, it's been so good to talk to you, expert in Venezuelan military scenario planning at UCL. Thank you for taking the time to come on the programme and talk to us today.
Thank you very much.
Well, we've been hearing from Venezuela's Interior Minister, Diosdado Cabello. He has called for calm and has urged Venezuelans to trust leadership. Have a listen.
After evaluating the damages caused by the criminal and terrorist attack against our people, our patriotic ground, our electrical facilities, our revolution, and even those who aren't related to the revolution, it is an attack on Venezuela. From this beautiful people, I ask to stay calm, trust in our leadership, trust in our military, our political leaders, during the situation we are facing. Calm. No one should fall into despair. No one should make things easier for our invading enemy. After these attacks, we will win in the end. May the country win.
Well, let's now hear from our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant. He, of course, has been monitoring events in this fast-moving story and gave us this update.
Huge news for Venezuelans, for Latin America, for Washington's relationship with the Americas and the Caribbean. One thinks of Panama in 1989 when the US invasion removed Manuel Noriega from power, who was also accused by Washington of being a drug trafficking president. This is at that level. If this indeed has gone the way that Donald Trump is saying it has gone, then the capture and removal from power of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the First Lady Celia Flores, is nothing short of historic in terms of modern Latin American history. Nicolas Maduro was the anointed successor of Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan, the leader of the socialist revolution in Venezuela, who was thorn in Washington's side throughout his time and who came to a very early death through cancer. He chose his then foreign minister, Nicolas Maduro, to be his successor, who has proved himself to be very, very resilient in the face of pressure from Washington until, it seems, this point. And so it is extremely significant. Obviously, there is still more detail to come from that presser in Mar-a-Lago later today. But if this is, as Donald Trump has laid out on social media, that ultimately those strikes by Washington, by US military on Venezuelan military sites were part of a coordinated moment that involved the removal of Nicolas Maduro and his wife from power, then it really is a very, very significant moment for Donald Trump's administration, for the support that he will be able to bank on and his party will be able to bank on in Florida for years to come among the Venezuelan American community, the Cuban American community, and it could have major ramifications for countries like Cuba that depend so closely on Venezuela's oil to keep their revolution up and running.
Yes, this changes everything, doesn't it, Will? And particularly that line within the statement that was posted by President Trump on social media, the line that President Maduro, along with his wife, has been captured and flown out of the country. And it suggests that it was more than airstrikes, because, of course, until now, all we knew was that it seemed to be 7 locations where airstrikes were carried out. But this suggests that it was a far more complex operation than it seemed.
Absolutely. We can't know the full scale or the details of how it was done, what kind of planning would have gone on behind the scenes involving military chiefs talking to Washington, because one wonders how this may have happened, having just said that the man was very well protected by not just a sort of internal security ring, but also by his military. It has been true to this point that has kept him in power for this amount of time. In power and essentially unharmed. There have been attempts against his life, very murky ones, things of that nature. There have been major protests in which unarmed protesters have been killed by the Venezuelan armed forces. None of it has removed him from power. But Donald Trump is saying that now, not only has he been captured, he has been taken out of Venezuelan territory and is essentially in the hands of US law enforcement. Extraordinary development that I don't think anyone in Venezuela thought would happen in this way or this quickly.
That's Will Grant there reporting from Washington. You are watching BBC News. We're bringing you up to date with the extraordinary developments in the last few hours in Venezuela. Overnight, a number of reports emerged of some airstrikes in various locations in the country, around which the United States has significantly increased its military presence in recent weeks and months. Then we had confirmation from the US President Donald Trump in a post on Truth Social, confirming the United States had launched a large-scale strike on the country and that the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro had been captured and flown out of the country. Well, the Venezuelan government has announced a state of national emergency and demanded immediate proof of life for Maduro and his wife, who's also been taken out of the country. Take a look at these. These were the scenes overnight in Caracas, showing a number of strikes and military helicopters flying over the city. According to the Venezuelan government, there were strikes in 5 different areas, which are generally around the Caracas area, including the military base in Fuerte Tiuna, which is on the outskirts of the capital. There are also strikes in the states of Miranda, Aragua and the port of La Guaira. What we don't know yet is the exact nature of these strikes. Well, it's assumed the strikes targeted military installation. There's no word yet on casualties, military or otherwise. Well, the Venezuelan defense minister has been reacting to these attacks, making this announcement. Have a listen.
In the face of this cowardly attack, which threatens the peace and stability of the region, we ask the international community and multilateral organizations to condemn the US government for this flagrant violation of international rights. Venezuela is free, independent and sovereign, and strongly rejects the presence of foreign forces that have left death, sadness and destruction.
Well, the Venezuelan government doesn't know the whereabouts of President Nicolas Maduro or his wife. That's according to the vice president. This is an audio segment from that interview with Delcy Rodriguez that was played on state television. Take a listen.
In the face of this brutal situation and in the face of this brutal attack, We have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady Celia Flores. We demand from the Donald Trump government immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady. We demand our international rights be respected. We condemn this brutal, savage aggression against our country that has taken the lives of military officials who will now become martyrs of our country, and that have taken the lives of innocent civilian Venezuelans in all the different attack locations.
Well, Venezuela's Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello called for calm and urged Venezuelans to trust the leadership.
After evaluating the damages caused by the criminal and terrorist attack against our people, our patriotic ground, our electrical facilities, our revolution, and even those who aren't related to the revolution, it is an attack on Venezuela. From this beautiful people, I ask to stay calm, trust in our leadership, trust in our military, our political leaders, during the situation we are facing. Calm. No one should fall into despair. No one should make things easier for our invading enemy. After these attacks, we will win in the end. May the country win.
I'm joined in the studio now by our South America correspondent, Ione Wells. And Ione, let's just start by recapping and making it very clear exactly what we know so far.
Well, around 2 a.m. or so local time this morning, residents in Caracas were woken up to incredibly loud booms, banging. Caracas is a valley surrounded by these huge mountains, so the sound was incredibly loud for people as they saw out their windows explosions taking place, plumes of smoke, fire. This was later confirmed by the US government to be a series of strikes on what they say was military infrastructure around the capital, including some military air bases, for example, one military base, which is where the defence headquarters of the country are. Now, since then, hours later, US President Donald Trump confirmed on social media that the president of the country, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured and has been flown out of the country. There are still, though, loads of unknowns about this. We don't know where he's being taken, what condition he is in. The Venezuelan government have said they don't know his whereabouts. They have demanded proof of life, essentially confirmation that he is still alive. And I think what's interesting now, speaking to some Venezuelans who are in the capital, Caracas, this morning, many of them have told me that now there is almost this kind of strange silence capturing the city. They are, of course, all ringing around friends, family to check that people are okay. But no one really knows what is going to happen next. Whether this is just the start of further military intervention from the US, or whether the US sees this as essentially fait accompli. They have achieved what they wanted to do in these strikes.
I suppose the question now is what happens next. There are a number of options, aren't there? But I suppose those who are talking about regime change need to also be aware that that is not as easy as it sounds in a country like Venezuela, where the upper echelons of government, the Supreme Court and the military are so intertwined with the Maduro regime.
That's right. Maduro's government has an intensely firm grip on power in the country. The judiciary, the Supreme Court, the government, the military, incredibly well-armed paramilitaries have all remained very loyal to President Nicolas Maduro. And that means he still has allies in the country. But he also, more importantly, I think, to your point, has allies who will now be very worried about their own futures. The question will be, are more of them going to be targeted by US intervention? Are more of them going to potentially face legal repercussions or even be directly attacked as part of this US intervention? Those will be questions making, I think, some of his inner circle very nervous. We know that recently the US designated as a foreign terrorist organization what it described as the Cartel de los Soles. They use this word to describe a group of essentially Nicolas Maduro's inner circle who the US accuses of being part of a criminal trafficking operation in the country. That has always been the US's premise, the US's justification for this action. Venezuela, though, for its part, has said that it will defend itself, that it is prepared to defend itself against foreign troops. And it accuses the US of essentially trying to force regime change, I think something that is now largely being confirmed by these strikes and this capture. But also, Venezuela has accused the US of trying to steal its natural resources, like its oil.
Let's talk a little bit about the government. We talk about the illegitimate government in Venezuela. There have been many critics of the Venezuelan government. Remind us about the elections last year, because the elections were widely believed to have been stolen by the Maduro government. And that is one of the big issues here, isn't it? Is the fact that the government in Venezuela is not seen as legitimate, and it's also a very repressive regime as well.
That's right. I was in Caracas in 2024 for those elections. And as you say, they were widely dismissed internationally as neither free nor fair, not just because there were heavy doubts by international independent election observers that these weren't being cast in a fair way, but also the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, was banned from running. In her place, there was an opposition candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez. There were concerns raised after the election took place by the opposition. They published tallies from electronic voting machines, which they say showed that the opposition, not Nicolas Maduro, had won that election. This was heavily disputed, of course, by Maduro himself. There was also things I witnessed myself. You know, I went to certain polling stations, for example, in Caracas, where lines and lines of people were just being held seemingly for no reason in areas where there was a significant amount of opposition support. There were questions raised about whether the voting process itself was fair and transparent. I had people outside polling stations begging us at one point to stay as international journalists, saying, please, if you stay, this might be fairer. That was the kind of level of concern that we saw after this election. And it is what has led the US, among others, to not recognise Nicolas Maduro as the legitimate president of the country. But the US is certainly framing this as not just about politics, but also about alleged drug trafficking, criminal operations as well.
And it's important to underline that fact about those elections, because even if one believes this to be an illegitimate government, it's still an independent sovereign state. So there will be disquiet and worry, I'm sure, amongst some other Latin American countries about what the US has done here. Talk me through the reverberations this might have across Latin America.
That's right. I mean, look, Venezuela itself has really quite isolated itself on the global stage, with the exception of Russia, Iran, China to an extent, Nicaragua. But on the whole, it doesn't have many allies left in the region. Colombia, though, its neighbour, has heavily criticised what it has seen as military aggression by the US in the region, in the Caribbean, in the last couple of months. The US has carried out dozens of strikes in the Eastern Pacific, but also in the Caribbean on alleged drug trafficking boats, killing more than 110 people. So there is significant concern from Colombia, from Brazil, other neighbouring countries about what the implications would be of wider military escalation. And as you say, in this case, direct escalation in a sovereign state. I think the whole continent is really waiting with bated breath about what is going to happen next, and if this could spill into wider regional conflict. That being said, though, there are now some significant allies of Donald Trump in South America, which has, in recent elections, like in Argentina, like in Chile, like in El Salvador, have shifted to the right. And so I think Donald Trump will also be aware that he does now have significant allies in the region who I think it's expected will probably back this action that's been taken.
It's so hard to predict what's going to happen next, Ione, so I'm not going to ask you that, but the next few days are crucial.
They are, and I think that the main question is where is Nicolas Maduro? What happens to him next? Is there going to be more direct military intervention in Venezuela? Does that mean more strikes? Does that mean more people captured? These are all questions we don't yet know, but I think, as we've discussed, one thing that's very clear is that any attempt to directly, for example, just swap in the opposition, which is something we know the US would probably want, would be by no means be a smooth transition. There are certainly still allies of Nicolas Maduro in the country. And even the opposition itself is quite divided.
A lot of them are in jail, a lot of them
some of them are in jail, some of them are exiled. Maria Corina Machado, obviously a really prominent figure now that she won the Nobel Peace Prize, but some of the opposition who hate Nicolas Maduro still are not convinced by some of her arguments, some of her allyship towards people like Donald Trump, for example. So there is still division there too. And I think certainly what we can say by history is that US interventions in the region have never really gone smoothly, particularly.
OK, Ione, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, I only mentioned other Latin American countries. Let me talk to you a little bit about one of them. Colombia has been reacting to events in neighbouring Venezuela. The president has said that his country's forces are being deployed to the border. Gustavo Petro said on social media, the United Nations Security Council must be convened immediately, establish the international legality of the aggression against Venezuela. He went on to say the UCP, which means unarmed civilian peacekeeping, is activated and the operational plan is at the border. Well, let's bring you all those top lines once more, if we can, from what we know so far. So, as I only mentioned earlier, at some point this morning, we heard about a large-scale attack on Venezuela, in particular on Caracas and some of the military installations in and around the city. We then heard on Truth Social from President Trump that the US had struck military targets inside Venezuela. And President Trump also went on to confirm that the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife had been taken and flown or removed from the country. We later on heard from a senator in the United States who said that he believes that Mr. Maduro and his wife will be taken to the US and put on trial there. Details, of course, are very, very scarce on where he is. And we have had the Venezuelan government asking for proof of life. And we've also had criticism from the Russian government as well. The Russian government has said that the capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the forcible removal of them from the country, is alarming. They've also said that the US actions are aggressive. There's been a national state of emergency declared in Venezuela. They have internally denounced the military aggression. We've also, as I mentioned earlier, heard of the fear and the uncertainty from within Caracas as those explosions happened. I only mentioned that Caracas is situated in a valley with mountains around it. So she was told by people who were in Caracas at 2 a.m. when those attacks started that the noise was incredible. What we also know so far now is with the detention of Nicolas Maduro, there is a period of extreme uncertainty in the country. If it's confirmed that he has been detained and he is out of the country, the question now many people are asking is what will happen next in Venezuela. We also are now clearly watching very closely those within the government that President Maduro has left behind. For example, the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who we heard from earlier, the Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello, and the Defence Minister as well. We know that all three have appeared either in terms of audio or on television to denounce what's happened and to try and restore some sort of calm to the country. Well, we can now cross live and speak to Professor Luke Moffat, who is an expert in international law at Queen's University, Belfast. It's so good to talk to you, Professor. Thanks so much for joining us. We heard from the Russian Foreign Ministry earlier on today, and they have said this: it's unacceptable infringement, the US actions, on the sovereignty of an independent state, respect for which constitutes a key principle of international law. Does the Russian Foreign Ministry have a point there?
Well, yes, when it's speaking about the United States, it should maybe take its own advice when it came to Ukraine. But yes, this invasion of Venezuela is a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law.
So what does that mean? Explain to us how.
Well, all states are party to the UN Charter, which says that states can't go to war unless it's in self-defense or it's authorized by the UN Security Council. And neither of those circumstances exist when it comes to Venezuela today.
So what are the next steps then? If international law has been contravened, what can happen? What's the next move? Who is the next move going to be from? Or can the US basically do as it pleases?
Well, the US has done this before with Panama and Noriega in the 80s. So, Venezuela is not going to invade the United States to free Maduro. They could bring a case to the UN's top court, the International Court of Justice, but that would take years and it probably won't change the situation for Maduro. I think it's for allies in the United States, it's deeply concerning because they might implicate them in crimes that may occur in Venezuela, such as war crimes or crimes against humanity. And that this isn't just simply, one day and one attack. This has been building up for a while, and there may be subsequent attacks in the coming days.
So what's your take now on the next moves from the US? Because we've heard, I think, from a senator from within the US quoting Marco Rubio, saying that this is the end of the attacks on Venezuela. However, it's still unclear whether this is one of those missions where it's all over very quickly or where things might continue. I mean, that surely depends on what happens within Venezuela, right?
Yeah, we've seen it in the past, with Libya, where limited intervention caused massive civil war, and the Maduro regime was built up on, graft and corruption. So, if you're taking the centre pillar out of that government, and there might be infighting, there might be, widespread violence. So we just don't know what will happen next. I think in the United States, they'll likely put Maduro on trial, like they have with other Latin American leaders that they've implicated within drug trafficking. And the US courts won't have a problem with him being kidnapped and transferred into US jurisdiction in order to proceed with those trials.
They would have a problem, would they?
No, they won't. So with President Noriega of Panama, he was transferred to the US in 1989.
Actually, it was the 3rd of January, 1990, I think. It was 36 years ago today.
Well, then there's maybe precedent the US is trying to follow. But I think that, that the US courts won't have a problem with trying Maduro for crimes that the US is suggesting he's involved in.
OK, well, Professor Luke Moffat, it's good to talk to you. Thanks for taking the time to speak to us. So, as I mentioned earlier, there has been reaction from around the world, including from the UK. Let's talk to our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, who's here. And Damien, just talk us through what we've heard from the Prime Minister.
Yes, so just literally in the last 10 minutes or so, remarks made by the Prime Minister. This is recorded for use by all UK broadcasters, media outlets. In the last 10 minutes, those have just been passed out. And I can tell you he was first asked whether the UK had any notice, whether he'd spoken at all to President Trump about this. This is what he said.
Prime Minister, have you spoken to Donald Trump about what's happened in Venezuela?
No, I haven't. And it's obviously a fast-moving situation. And we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation. And as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the President, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment, I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
And just lastly, for people who might have family there or the small number of Brits in Venezuela, there are some there, it might be a small number, but of course people will be very concerned. What would their advice be?
Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela, and we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, and so that's what we're doing there.
Well, that was the Prime Minister. What other reaction has there been, Damien, from other political quarters in the UK?
Well, particularly what we've been hearing is from the left side of politics in the UK. Voices both from within the Labour Party, a handful of MPs who are quite often take positions slightly different to the leadership, quite critical of the leadership sometimes. They have been critical already of what they've seen here. So John McDonnell, who was a former Shadow Chancellor, senior Labour figure on the left, he has said that he believes there's no legal sanction, no UN decision. Here he says if the UK government stands for the rule of law, Keir Starmer must condemn this. Richard Bergen, another left-wing Labour MP, he says he totally condemns this illegal attack on a sovereign nation. It's about regime change, control of Venezuela's oil. From a couple of MPs who used to be Labour, expelled from the party, Jeremy Corbyn, former leader, he has also been pretty critical. I mean, he's in the past congratulated President Maduro when he first became president. He has spoken out, even as recently as November, against any possible action against Venezuela, saying it should be a matter for Venezuela's people, what happens in their country. He has called this an unprovoked illegal attack on Venezuela, brazen attempt to secure control over natural resources, should be condemned, he said, by anyone who believes in sovereignty and international law. The one voice the other way, Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK, who likes to say he has a close relationship with Donald Trump, he has said that the American actions are unorthodox and, he does say, contrary to international law. But he goes on, if they make China and Russia think twice, that may be a good thing. That, interestingly, has drawn quite sharp criticism from another figure on the left, the Green leader, Zach Polanski, who has criticised Mr. Farage, saying that he's not a representative for Britain, he represents Donald Trump, and he can't condemn something he recognises as illegal.
OK, Damien, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take you, if we can now, to downtown Caracas. We're getting these pictures coming into us live. These are demonstrators who support President Nicolas Maduro. They are outside in downtown Caracas. There's quite a few of them, and I think, I've been told, they are talking to the press, but we're not listening in on it as yet. But you can see there, they are holding up banners with official pictures of President Nicolas Maduro there, his supporters. Remember, he came into power in 2013 after the death of Hugo Chavez. He has been elected in elections last year, which are widely agreed by the international community to have been stolen. As we mentioned earlier with my colleague Ione Wells, there was controversy around the printing of the tally notes, as well as other controversies as well, including who was allowed to stand against President Maduro. But you can see there that there are a number of his supporters very quietly, very calmly showing their support for President Maduro. Now, the fate of President Maduro and his wife is currently unknown. The Vice President, Rodriguez, of Venezuela has requested proof of life from the Americans. That has, as yet, not been forthcoming. What we do know is that we've heard a little bit earlier from Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, that President Maduro will stand trial on criminal charges in the United States. That's what we've heard from a Republican senator, quoting something that he believes Marco Rubio has said, that President Maduro will stand trial on criminal charges in America. So these are live pictures in downtown Caracas. And we'll bring you back to those a little bit later in the programme. But for now, I want to just take you to an interview my colleague Luxmi did a little bit earlier with Vanessa Newman, a former advisor to the Venezuelan opposition leader Juan Guaido, who said that this is the consequence of the Maduro regime's refusal to give up power.
Really, it's the restoration of democracy, because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025, having lost a 3-1 landslide in the elections, despite the rigging, despite the disqualification of Maria Corina Machado, then her next replacement, and then her stand-in, Edmundo Gonzalez, won because Venezuelans want out from under this tyranny. So what happens next in Venezuela is really on the heads of what the people of the Chavistas who remain, namely Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, who's a sort of this chief strategist. Delcy Rodriguez is the chief financial officer, shall we say, of the regime. The head torturer and strategist is her brother Jorge, and Diosdado Cabello and Granco. And if those people leave peacefully, as they were supposed to have done in January of last year, we really should not have civilian casualties in Venezuela. Now, the longer they try to cling to power, and when the democratic forces of Venezuela have voted them out, then this will continue to escalate and get messier. So the deaths of Venezuelans is on the heads of the Maduro's enclave.
Vanessa, you mentioned this is a restoration of democracy, but how democratic do you think it can be, or how sustainable would a democratic future there be when it has been forced by a foreign power through violence?
It has not been forced by, it's not forced by violence. First of all, this was very much a capture operation, and it has played out exactly as I have said over at least my last 10 television interviews. They have taken out the command and control, the power to respond and attack United States forces without civilian casualties, or, and doing everything possible to disrupt the illicit financial flows of illicit oil, narcotics, and to a lesser extent gold, and to respond. They have not attacked U.S. civilians, and Venezuelans have been pleading to try and get this criminal organization out, and that's exactly what they have done. They have captured a criminal, the head of the criminal organization, which is Maduro, and his wife, who are indicted, and their nephews have been tried in the United States for drug trafficking, and also they're wanted there's an arrest warrant for crimes against humanity, and as well for torture, and in the UN, they're very damning. There's 18,000 political prisoners currently being tortured just since 2018, and so they have captured a capo and taken him out. What happens with the rest of the enclave? As he should have done himself. So what happens to the rest of the enclave depends on them. There is a Venezuelan political structure that was voted by the Venezuelan people, ready to step into the presidential palace, which is what the Venezuelan people voted for in a 3-1 landslide. So it's there. There's a president, there's a vice president, there's a ministerial cabinet, there are aides, and all sorts of things. And Venezuela was, up until Chavez, the longest running democracy in Latin America.
And really, I want to take you to Santiago in Chile, because there are scenes there which were much more obvious a minute or two ago. Now it just looks like a crowd of people, but I can tell you that there are scenes of people in Santiago celebrating what has happened in Venezuela, celebrating the as yet not official demise of Nicolas Maduro as president of Venezuela. Now remember, we have had elections in Chile quite recently, and we had an election dominated by themes of security, immigration and crime that was actually won by the far-right wing Jose Antonio Cast. He is president of Chile, and he beat the governing left-wing coalition. So the country shifted towards the right, and as you can see here, the people who have come out in Santiago are displaying their support of what has happened in Venezuela, their support potentially of that American action and of the removal of President Maduro. As we mentioned earlier, with Ione, what's happened in Venezuela will surely have reverberations across Latin America, with lines being drawn across different nations as to who will be supporting what has happened in Venezuela and who will be worried about it and critical. We have already heard from Colombia huge criticism of what has happened. I just want to bring you, if we can come back to me for a second, just bring you a new line coming into us from the United States, some significant information. It's been posted by Senator Mike Lee of Utah, and he has said this on social media. He said that he's spoken to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who told him in a phone call that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by US personnel and will stand trial on criminal charges in the United States. The senator also posted that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. Reporting on his conversation with Mr. Rubio, he said, Secretary of State Mike Lee said, he anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in US custody. He also commented that this action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect US personnel from an attack, an actual or imminent attack. Remember, we spoke to our expert in international law about what constitutes breaking international law if you attack another country. Let's also bring you a tweet now from Pam Bondi. Let me just see if I can find it. I can't actually read that from where I am, but the US Attorney General, Pam Bondi, I'm being told, has tweeted, and she has said this: Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice, on American soil, in American courts. On behalf of the entire US DOJ, Department of Justice, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. And a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture those 2 alleged international narco traffickers. So you have it right there. Those are the charges which will be put in front of Nicolas Maduro if and when he arrives on American soil, as we believe he will. The main charges will be on drugs and terrorism against Venezuela's president and his wife. Well, let's dig a little bit more deeply into what has happened. Our global affairs reporter Mimi Swaby is here. Mimi, good to talk to you. We're just hearing there about the charges against President Maduro. So just remind viewers who are watching this at home what exactly the background is. President Maduro obviously has been in power since 2013, since the death of Hugo Chavez, but the government is widely considered illegitimate by the international community.
That's correct. From the 2024 elections, it is widely considered that Nicolas Maduro rigged the election and declared victory when, in fact, the opposition, led by Maria Corina Machado, the candidate Edmundo Gonzalez, won by a landslide. Now, following that very disputed election, he claimed power and really cracked down on political repression. We saw thousands of individuals arrested, protests erupted in the streets, and we saw a crackdown on an extreme level. Now, this is on top of nearly 8 million Venezuelans who have fled the country since he first came into power in 2013, largely due to political repression, alongside economic hardship and other humanitarian issues. But he's very much consolidated his power and relies heavily on the military to do so. Nicolas Maduro has been warned repeatedly now, intensifyingly, in the last few months since the US started their operation in early September with these numerous strikes on alleged vessels carrying drugs from Venezuela through the South Caribbean Sea, as well as the Pacific Ocean, that they wanted to fight drugs, which they say Nicolas Maduro heads a cartel de los Soles, largely from the military that supposedly has a strong root due to the military. Those Soles, the suns, are a symbol of ranking with Venezuelan military officials, and this is something he has denied. But it's been increasing pressure we've seen. They've said that he heads these drug operations, he is an illegitimate leader, and we've been seeing strikes, oil tankers seized, a land strike recently, and now an unprecedented operation in Venezuela, extracting the disputed leader and his wife, now supposedly heading for the US.
And I really want to make it clear to viewers at home that although we say this is an illegitimate government, this is still a sovereign, independent state. And I'm pretty sure that other Latin American countries will be extremely worried about the precedent this sets, that the US feels that it's able to dive into another country, an independent sovereign state, extract the leader and put that leader on trial. This is going to worry Latin Americans, isn't it?
Hugely. Many will remember the era of gunboat diplomacy from the US, where the US essentially went into countries, meddled and toppled regimes it didn't see fit to govern, and it was a really bloody, destructive period. Now, President Trump says he is the president of peace. However, all eyes in the region and the global community will be on what happens next, and specifically what actions the US take next. The idea that extracting and presumably removing Nicolas Maduro from power for the opposition, who is very heavily backed by the US and Donald Trump specifically, to move in is deceptively simple. That is not going to happen efficiently or very simply. Maduro's inner circle, 4 key players, are very much holding fort. We've seen all four of those, including the Vice President, the Foreign Minister and the Minister of Internal Affairs, make public statements and really rally Venezuelans, saying we are going to stand strong, calling arms and deploying police forces across the country, as well as civilian militia, to crack down on any Venezuelans celebrating. They really are kind of holding power at the moment. We've seen Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, seemingly exercising power. Constitutionally, she is kind of next in command. But interestingly, lots of people are looking at Diosdado Cabello, who is kind of the second in command. He's the Minister of Internal Affairs. He is very much going to be in the spotlight, as well as trying to kind of fill that power vacuum the forced removal of Nicolas Maduro has left. But it will be over the coming days that we'll see who actually takes up that power and if they can do it effectively.
Mimi, thank you for that. Stay there if you can, Mimi. I'm going to come back to you to talk a little bit more in detail about this. But I think if we can now cross live and speak to Venezuelan lawyer Mariano de Alba, who's also an associate fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. It's good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us on BBC News. Let me ask you, first of all, for your reaction to the events in Venezuela.
Well, I think this is a groundbreaking development. Obviously, it's too early to tell how everything's going to end. Venezuela has been previously in this sort of situation, most notably when Hugo Chavez died. Many people thought that would lead to democracy again in Venezuela. That did not happen. So right now, I think that the whole country, obviously, I should correct myself. The majority of the country sees this as a potentially positive development, but at the same time, there's a lot of expectation as to what will happen next. I think that the Venezuelan armed forces are going to have the responsibility of making a decision of where this goes, and at the same time, we cannot discard retaliation by people from the government against hundreds of political prisoners that are still imprisoned. And also there is a lot of uncertainty right now in the streets of Caracas and Venezuela as to what will happen in the next few hours and days.
I want to ask you about that because I touched on it when I was speaking to our reporter, Mimi, but I want to also underline the fact that this is an unprecedented move by the United States in a country that is independent and sovereign. And whatever one might think of the government in Venezuela, how difficult will this make it for the US going forward, and how much anxiety will this create amongst some other Latin American countries?
Yeah, I think it's a very grave precedent, not only for Latin America, but for the whole world order. However, I should also mention two key facts, right? The first one, you already mentioned it, Maduro was exercising power not in a legitimate manner. He lost resoundingly the presidential elections in July last year. And the second is that Maduro was also under a U.S. indictment for basically narco trafficking since March 2020. Obviously, that doesn't, according to international law, that does not open the door for a military operation inside Venezuela to extract the person that was effectively exercising the presidency from power. But I think that, in a sense, this sets a very worrisome precedent, because today is the U.S., but tomorrow it could be another regional or world power deciding that it's going to try to impose its will in another country, even if that means violating the tenets of the world order that was established in 1945, namely the prohibition against the use of force.
And also another thing, I guess, that people will be thinking about watching this at home is there seems to be a lack of a clear post-Maduro plan from the US. We don't know what is going on in terms of the next steps. So doesn't this increase the risk of a violent power struggle within the country?
Yes, it's possible. I think that I don't foresee a lot of violence. The vast majority of Venezuelans will stay at home today, waiting to see what happens. What is true is that right now, as I said before, the armed forces will have to make a decision, and they have two options. Either they stand with Chavismo, with Maduro's successors, with Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, perhaps also the Minister of Interior that your colleague was alluding to, or they decide to perhaps negotiate with the U.S. and allow the return of the man who was elected on July last year to exercise the presidency, who is Edmundo González Urrutia. He's currently in exile in Spain. Also, the leader of the opposition is outside Venezuela right now, Maria Corina Machado, who recently won the Nobel Prize. I think that the outlook here is totally unclear, and I think that the Venezuelan military right now, if you push me, they think that they see that the possibility of a military operation, boots on the ground from the U.S. is unlikely, so they might try to hold on to power, supporting Chavismo. However, obviously that undercarries the risk that the U.S. is willing to undertake further waves of military operations as the one that we saw in the last hours.
But I also think, I suppose, the trouble is that the Supreme Court judges, the military hierarchy particularly, are likely to be extremely fearful, are they not, of handing power over to opposition leaders and parties who they've tried and they've imprisoned. They themselves could then be tried and imprisoned in the future, and so on and so forth. Would they not need guarantees, do you think, of some sort of amnesty to even contemplate risking handing power over? It's not going to be as easy as one might imagine, regime change.
No, it's not. It's not going to be easy. And basically, if the opportunity arises, the reconstruction of Venezuelan democracy and of Venezuelan economy, it's going to be a work of decades at the minimum. At the same time, I have to say that the Venezuelan opposition has always operated under the assumption that if you remove Chavez from power, if you remove Maduro from power, the whole system of Chavismo will collapse. So that remains to be seen. I do think that if the Venezuelan military supports the legitimate president, supports the Venezuelan opposition gaining power, we could see important fragments of the Supreme Court, of the National Assembly, either going into hiding or basically opening the door also for a Venezuelan transition. But as you say, that will undertake a very difficult and profound negotiation as to what the terms of that transition will be, guarantees for the people leaving power, and so forth.
OK, well, thank you so much, Mariana de Alba, Venezuelan lawyer who is at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. It's been good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us on BBC News. Let's bring you some more lines that we're getting here this afternoon. One from the UK Foreign Office, which has come out to say that it's advising against all travel to Venezuela for UK citizens. That is the very latest from the Foreign Office. We also have the Attorney General in the United States, Pam Bondi, who has tweeted on social media in the last hour or so. And we have become a lot clearer now on what charges are being put in front of President Maduro. I'm going to read you what she's written. Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. On behalf of the entire US DOJ, the Department of Justice, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people, and a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. So that is the latest from the US Attorney General Pam Bondi, giving us a lot more insight into what charges we are going to be hearing in terms of President Nicolas Maduro. Well, let's just take you live now to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who joins me now. And Lise, good to talk to you. I guess the big question now that we were just touching on with Mariana de Alba, the Venezuelan lawyer there, is the what next scenario. It doesn't feel like there is a solid plan from the United States. And yet, this would have taken months of planning.
Mariana, this is always the big question. Every time there is a major U.S. indeed US-led military intervention in another country, be it Iraq in 2003, Afghanistan in 2001. The big question is, what is your plan for the day after? And it's not clear to anyone whether there is a plan for the day after. What we have seen in recent months is a steady buildup of military pressure on Nicolas Maduro, on the Venezuelan authorities. They never really came clear, although it was widely assumed that this also had a political objective, and I think this is what we are seeing unfolding today. But as always, whether it's in its regime change in all but name, but as you've been discussing, will it end, Chavismo, will that end with the removal simply of President Maduro? There's still his powerful vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. There's the defense minister who's been speaking out this morning. There's the interior ministry. What happens to them? We've heard through a U.S. senator that the Secretary of State of the U.S., Marco Rubio, has said that is the end of military action for now. Is he expecting that all of these others will simply melt away? Or is this personal for the U.S.? Will they be willing to work with other officials? What about the prominent opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Maria Corina Machado? Will she expect now to go into Caracas and be the new leader? These are big questions, Marianne, most of all for the people of Venezuela, but also for the wider region. We're already getting reports that Venezuelans are now trying to stream across the border into neighboring Colombia. Colombia also already hosts many refugees, those who were critics of President Maduro. Now there's a different kind of a flow, and that is the supporters of Nicolas Maduro. So people will be holding their breath, even those who wanted to see the back of Nicolas Maduro. The concern now is what kind of a transition, if it is a transition, will there be?
And the other interesting point that I want to talk to you about, Lise, is the reverberations of this unprecedented move by the US globally. I mean, this is, action on an independent sovereign state, whatever you might think of the government, to extract a president, to remove him and his wife and take them potentially to American soil, to indict them on various charges. What is this going to mean for the global world order? What kind of anxiety and worry will this bring about within Latin America in particular?
Well, look at the reactions so far. Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, was asked for his reaction. Would he condemn U.S. military actions targeting the leader of a country, as have leading members of Parliament? And he said, no, we've got to look at the facts. Britain, as well as many other European countries, they had concerns about the illegitimate elections which brought Nicolas Maduro to power. But they would also be deeply uneasy about this military aggression and the fact that Sir Keir Starmer is saying, well, I have to talk to President Trump. I have to wait and see, although it's abundantly clear to everyone exactly what has happened in the dark of night. Similarly, the EU foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, she has also expressed what has been the broader European discontent with the rule of President Maduro, but she expressed concern for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Venezuela. So the reaction has been very mixed. You have countries, left-leaning countries in Latin America like Colombia, which have been very quick to condemn the actions. Right-wing governments, some of whose leaders have been openly backed by President Trump. They came to power in recent elections. They're not saying very much. They are watching very closely. A country like Iran, who only 24 hours ago was being threatened by President Trump with possible military action, came out very quickly and strongly condemned this blatant aggression. So it's very much a mixed picture. And I'll end by saying Russia came out and condemned the military actions of the United States. It has for decades been condemning the American penchant for regime change, but quietly the Russian leader, the Chinese president, they must all be watching closely and will no doubt see this as an affirmation of the way the New World Order works, with what are being called the strong men with their spheres of influence. The United States has its backyard in South America. Russia has, of course, its eyes on Ukraine. And just days ago, China carried out military exercises widely seen as a rehearsal for its eventual attacks on Taiwan, which it regards as an integral part of the Chinese mainland.
Lise, thank you very much indeed. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, there with her analysis. Well, I just want to take you, if I may, to the scene in Caracas. This is downtown Caracas, and we brought you there before, but I want to take you there once more. You can see there's a very quiet and peaceful, not particularly big from this angle at least, protest supporting President Maduro, who has, as you know, been removed from the country by American forces. You can hear there a bit of music in the background and people standing together in support of President Maduro. It's just coming up to 9 o'clock in the morning local time. Remember, this all happened earlier on in the morning, about 2 a.m. local times. That's the scene in Caracas there. Let's take you to Chile now and to Santiago. A different scene here. This is the scene of people in support of what has happened to President Maduro. Now, remember, there have been elections in Chile very recently. A right-wing president, an ultra-conservative president, has been elected. And also there are quite a few Venezuelan immigrants in Chile as well. They are... Perhaps now there's hope that there will be some sort of resolution to this regime in Venezuela, and those many people who have left the country and come to Chile can potentially think about going back. As mentioned earlier, Lise mentioned lots of people actually now trying to leave Venezuela, but at least here we're seeing a lot of support from the Chileans for what has happened to Nicolas Maduro and what is happening in Venezuela. They're the scene live in Santiago. Well, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, is one potential new leader for the country, although there's obviously a huge amount of confusion as to what happens next. My colleague Lucy Hawkins interviewed her in Oslo last month after she won the Nobel Peace Prize. She asked her about the possibility of a US military intervention and what the opposition would support.
Also, President Trump has talked about the possibility of strikes on Venezuelan soil. And it is difficult sometimes with President Trump to figure out exactly what it is that he means. But is that something that you would support, a US military strike on Venezuelan soil?
Look, President Trump has offered Maduro, and he has said it publicly several times, to go through a peaceful process to dismantle the criminal structure, and has insisted that the criminal activities have to stop, which has not happened on the country. So we didn't want a war. We didn't look for it. The Venezuelan people want to live, in democracy and freedom, justice. It was Maduro who declared a war on the Venezuelan people with state terrorism and abroad with narco-terrorism.
But is that a reluctant yes, then, that you would support that?
What we have asked, but I've been very insistent in this, is the international community to help us stop the flows of resources, criminal resources, which are used by that regime for repression of the Venezuelan people, or innocent Venezuelans. Where those resources come from? Drug trafficking, gold trafficking, even human trafficking. And many of these resources end up in, the financial systems of democracies in Latin America or in Europe. And what we have asked is we need to cut those inflows. And a very important part of those resources come from the drug activities. So we clearly believe that an international coalition to dismantle this industry should be put in place.
That's the Venezuelan opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, talking to my colleague Lucy Hawkins after winning that Nobel Peace Prize. Her whereabouts are unknown, but she is, of course, a hugely important political figure within Venezuela, and all eyes will be on what she does and says next. Let's dive a little bit more deeply now into the world of Venezuelan politics. Our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby, is here with me in the studio. Mimi, you've spoken to people in Caracas. I'm sure there is a lot of anxiety and worry there. What have people been saying to you?
people, regardless if they supported Nicolas Maduro or they heavily opposed him, are all incredibly scared. This is uncharted waters. No one is sure what is going to happen next. If there will be more strikes, the US have said they aren't expecting to do any further military action. However, this will not come as a relief or kind of ease concerns for Venezuelans. Many who I spoke to were woken up to thunderous strikes sounding across various locations, 7 locations to be precise. And you have to remember, Caracas is a valley, so that sound would have echoed around, producing a terrifying roar. Many were saying that they were trying desperately to get into contact with family members, relatives, and friends. There were large power outings, and now under an imposed state of commotion, a state of emergency, essentially, many or all civilians have been ordered to stay inside. So people aren't going to be venturing onto the streets. We've seen largely very eerily quiet streets, apart from police now actively roaming the streets, as well as some small protests in favour of Nicolas Maduro. But largely we're seeing a sense of uncertainty, fear, and kind of looking to what comes next. There have been armed civilian militias, essentially, under the order of Nicolas Maduro, who will be going out into the streets and squashing any kind of celebration by citizens for the US going in and extracting the disputed leader and his wife.
It's a difficult situation for those within Venezuela, of course, and I guess the main difficulty is just not knowing what's going to happen next.
Exactly. That is the question everybody is asking. Is the opposition going to swoop in and take now this free seat now Nicolas Maduro has been extracted? That is deceptively simple, though, that idea. The idea that the opposition could take power is an idea that many people, nearly 8 million Venezuelans who have fled Venezuela since Nicolas Maduro first took power in 2013, will be hoping and really kind of pushing on. They are backed by the US President, Donald Trump. However, Nicolas Maduro's kind of inner circle, the 4 key players who have shown nothing but loyalty to him, are still in Venezuela. They've all made public announcements and kind of rallied Venezuela to hold fort and to act aggressively against these US strikes. The Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, she constitutionally will take up that position of power. We've been seeing her exercising some level of power. But there are other figures as well who could easily take Maduro's spot. So there could be some sort of kind of power fight within Venezuela from the current government if the opposition don't kind of take the next step and try and get back into the country and establish themselves as some kind of authority.
OK. Mimi, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Mimi Swaby there, our World Affairs reporter. You're watching BBC News. We are bringing you up to date with the extraordinary developments in the last few hours in Venezuela. Just to remind you of what we know so far, overnight a number of reports emerged of airstrikes in various locations in the country, around which the United States has significantly increased its military presence in recent weeks and months. Then later we had confirmation from the US President Donald Trump himself in a post on Truth Social, confirming the US had launched a large-scale strike on the country and that the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro had been captured and flown out. In the last hour, the US Attorney General has announced drugs and terrorism charges against the Venezuelan leader. Well, these were the scenes overnight in Caracas, showing a number of strikes and military helicopters flying over the city. Well, according to the Venezuelan government, there were strikes in 5 different areas generally around Caracas, including the military base at Fuerte Tiuno, which is at the outskirts of the capital. There are also strikes in the states of Miranda, Aragua, and the port of La Guaira. Well, what we don't know is the exact nature of those strikes. It's assumed the strikes targeted military installations, but there is no word as yet on casualties, civilian or otherwise. We continue to bring you analysis and reaction, and we start our coverage this hour with a report from our Central America correspondent, Ione Wells.
Venezuela had an abrupt awakening. Its capital, Caracas, under attack from the US. Helicopters, flames, explosions. These were strikes targeting the city's key military infrastructure. Eyewitnesses woke in the early hours of the morning to the booms.
I just wake up almost at 2 a.m. in the morning with a huge bang. Everything was vibrating. I just jumped to the window and I was able to see something in flames in the middle of their runway.
Venezuelans were not just woken by the strikes, but also the news that their president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured. On Truth Social, President Donald Trump said he and his wife had been flown out of the country after a large-scale strike against Venezuela. His government colleagues do not seem to know his whereabouts.
We demand from the Donald Trump government immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
There's been months of speculation about if and when the US might strike Venezuela. It has sent its biggest military deployment to the Caribbean region in decades. Thousands of troops, along with warships, planes and helicopters. It has seized at least 2 oil tankers near Venezuela, which it says carried sanctioned oil. Venezuela accuses the US of wanting to steal its oil and resources. The US has also carried out dozens of strikes on small alleged drug trafficking boats, killing at least 110 people. It says those operations are part of a non-international armed conflict with alleged traffickers, but legal experts say they could be in violation of the laws of warfare.
They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
The US has long accused President Maduro of running a criminal trafficking network, something he strongly denies. On Thursday, Mr. Maduro said he was open to talks.
If they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want Venezuelan oil, is Venezuela ready for US investments? Like with Chevron, whenever, wherever, and however they want.
Venezuela says it will resist foreign troops. The US clearly wants regime change. That's no longer just a distant threat. Ione Wells, BBC News.
Well, Vanessa Neumann is the former advisor to the Venezuelan opposition leader, Juan Guaido. She says these strikes by the US are because the Maduro regime refused to give up power.
Really, it's the restoration of democracy, because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025, having lost a 3-1 landslide in the elections, despite the rigging, despite the disqualification of Maria Corina Machado, then her next replacement, and then her stand-in, Edmundo Gonzalez, won because Venezuelans want out from under this tyranny. So what happens next in Venezuela is really on the heads of what the people of the Chavistas who remain, namely Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, who's a sort of this chief strategist. Delcy Rodriguez is the chief financial officer, shall we say, of the regime. The head torturer and strategist is her brother Jorge, and Diosdado Cabello and Granco. And if those people leave peacefully, as they were supposed to have done in January of last year, we really should not have civilian casualties in Venezuela. Now, the longer they try to cling to power, and when the democratic forces of Venezuela have voted them out, then this will continue to escalate and get messier. So the deaths of Venezuelans is on the heads of the Maduro's enclave. It has not been forced by, it's not forced by violence. First of all, this was very much a capture operation, and it has played out exactly as I have said over at least my last 10 television interviews. They have taken out the command and control, the power to respond and attack United States forces without civilian casualties, or doing everything possible to disrupt the illicit financial flows of illicit oil, narcotics, and to a lesser extent gold, and to respond. They have not attacked U.S. civilians, and Venezuelans have been pleading to try and get this criminal organization out, and that's exactly what they have done. They have captured a criminal, the head of the criminal organization, which is Maduro, and his wife, who are indicted, and their nephews have been tried in the United States for drug trafficking, and also they're wanted there's an arrest warrant for crimes against humanity, and as well for torture, and in the UN, they're very damning. There's 18,000 political prisoners currently being tortured just since 2018, and and so they have captured a capo and taken him out. What happens with the rest of the enclave, as he should have done himself. So what happens to the rest of the enclave depends on them. There is a Venezuelan political structure that was voted by the Venezuelan people, ready to step into the presidential palace, which is what the Venezuelan people voted for in a 3-1 landslide. So it's there. There's a president, there's a vice president, there's a ministerial cabinet, there are aides, and all sorts of things. And Venezuela was, up until Chavez, the longest running democracy in Latin America.
Well, that was an interview earlier on with Vanessa Neumann, a former advisor to a Venezuelan opposition leader. Earlier on, I spoke to Dr. Pablo Uchoa. He's an expert in Venezuelan military scenario planning at University College London. He gave me his assessment of the impact of these recent developments.
The extent of the damage now that we're trying to kind of ascertain, obviously decapitating the regime, removing Maduro from power doesn't mean that it's fallen, but we want to know about the next people who are in the hierarchy chain, right? For example, Diosdado Cabello, haven't heard from him. We have heard from the vice president. We have heard from Padrino Lopez, but who else in the regime? I think the Venezuelan military had been under control, under severe control, since at least 2000 for the past 5 years or so. But this shows or indicates there could be a serious leak within that regime. Again, it doesn't mean that it's collapsing, but it just means there are some serious leaks that the government would have to try and find out where they are and try to counter them.
And also, I suppose the next question to ask is, will this mean that the military could start running the show?
I think it's unlikely. If anything, I think it's more likely that the military runs the show even more. I think the military in Venezuela, I've heard your guests say that it's not an ideological military, that it's a corrupt military and so on. But one thing I think is very strong in every military is nationalism. And to have a country come into your country and remove the president and flag him out it's really damaging. I think the military is more likely to remain cohesive around the regime. And I think the emphasis on security will mean that perhaps the politics of the revolution, politics of socialism, if you will have to be in a second place in terms of importance. More important will be to ensure that the country is secure, and that means more militarization.
And what I don't understand is that President Trump has been flagging this for quite a while now. I suppose people would be asking themselves, why was the military and the security forces not better prepared? Why was President Maduro not better protected?
I think the military of Venezuela is convinced, has been preparing for this for 20 years, but it's been preparing for a sort of asymmetric war. What they are focusing on is the resistance. So when they talk about the citizen security and so on, they're talking about militia groups that exists in the various neighborhoods of Caracas to ensure that any support for US attack or for the opposition doesn't grow. So that's what they're talking about. I think they probably were a little bit complacent because we've seen Maduro appear in public in the past few days. I don't think that a bombing was unexpected. I think the direction of the escalation had been quite clear, but such a swift action from the United States to remove Maduro, that was quite surprising. And maybe they just made a mistake there.
I mean, we know the CIA has been working and operating in Venezuela for several months, as President Trump said so in public. They presumably played a role in all of this. Do you think they turned key figures inside the military? Would that be possible?
It could be possible. It's something that we haven't seen in the past 5 years or so. Especially there was a period between 2017, 2019, where you would see every couple of months you'd have a sort of insurgency or rebellion inside barracks. The counterintelligence services are very active inside the Venezuelan military. There's a lot of surveillance, but and they managed to control, especially when the pandemic arrived, they had it under control. So this one, first of all, when Maria Corina fled the country, And now this operation to remove Maduro from the country, this shows that the security is not as tight as we thought.
Let's talk a little bit about the military land targets, because we've seen, obviously, pictures of explosions in and around Caracas. What were the military land targets? Do we know any more about them? Do we know any more about civilian casualties? And also, do we know exactly what the targeting means in terms of the future of the military? Because they were quite important targets, I believe.
Utterly, yes, very important. So the air base of La Carlota and also Fuerte Tiuna, that's where you have the Ministry of Defense, that's where you have the main barracks. In Caracas, that's where you have also the university, the military Bolivarian Military Academy, and so on. So these were key targets. And also on the coast, you have military bases, you have the port. So it seems like the target was to prevent any military response from the Venezuelan armed forces. I don't think people realize how close those military installations are to civilian areas, because Fuerte Tiuna is something like 10 minutes down from the center of Caracas. La Carlota base is also quite central. If there was an attack against on the barracks that were where Chavez's remains are, and that's the Cuartel de la Montaña, so the La Montaña barracks, that's just surrounded by a sort of poor area, poor neighborhood in central Caracas. So you could see how these areas are also civilian areas. However, we haven't had any information yet about civilian casualties. And I think the people I've been talking to in Caracas, they've also not been referring to civilian casualties so far.
Really? So what have they been saying to you, the people you've been talking to?
Well, so far, there's this calm in Caracas. So you had towards this around 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, explosions, initial shock, but now there's been this sort of quiet in Caracas, and this information coming from other parts of the country of other attacks, but it seems to be much quieter now, although you can imagine that it's very eerie at the moment.
That was Venezuelan military expert Pablo Ulloa there from University College London. I want to bring you some international reaction now, if I may, to the events in Venezuela. In the last few minutes, we've heard from the Brazilian President Lula da Silva, who said that US strikes are a serious affront to Venezuela's sovereignty. We've also heard from the President of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, who says troops are being deployed to the Venezuela border and called for the OAS, the Organization of American States, and the UN to meet immediately. The Chilean President, Gabriel Boric, shares his country's concern and condemnation regarding the military actions of the US. Remember, there's been an election in Chile very recently, and a new ultra-conservative president is about to be sworn in. The Cuban president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, says his country denounces and urgently demands the reaction of the international community against the criminal act by the US on Venezuela. The president of Guyana, which of course has been in a long-running territorial dispute with Venezuela, Irfan Ali, says security forces are fully mobilised in accordance with our security plans. We've also heard from the Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister, Kamla Persad Bissessar, who says that Trinidad and Tobago continues to maintain peaceful relations with the people of Venezuela. We also heard earlier from the Russian Foreign Ministry, who said this: "We are extremely alarmed by reports that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were forcibly removed from the country in the course of today's US aggressive actions. We call for immediate clarification on the situation. Actions of this kind, if they did indeed occur, constitute an unacceptable infringement on the sovereignty of an independent state, respect for which constitutes a key principle of international law." With that in mind, let's speak to Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell, who is an expert on international law at Notre Dame Law School. Good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us on BBC News.
You're welcome.
Can I ask you, first of all, about what we've heard from not only the Russians, but also from Brazil, from various quarters, about what they describe as an affront to international law, what the US has done in Venezuela?
All of those statements are correct, and I'm sorry that there's any voices in the world who are reserving the opinion that this is not a serious violation of international law. It should not be a conservative versus liberal political matter. This is a straightforward violation of the most important principles of international law enshrined in the United Nations Charter. It is unlawful to use military force on the territory of another state in the circumstances in which President Trump has ordered it. It is equally unlawful to remove a person, any person, the president down to any individual, without due process of law, as has happened. The U.S. has obviously not learned the lessons of past invasions of this type in order to create regime change. That did not go well in 2003. Some people think that this is based on the successful use of force in 1989 in Panama. We can't say that that use of military force, in which hundreds of people died, was a success. Panama could have created its own peaceful regime change, as was the hope of most of us in the world would happen in Venezuela, that they would achieve democracy on their own, not through an unlawful, violent use of external force.
I want to just read you an extract of the social media post by the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and as part of the indictment, the charges being put in front of Nicolas Maduro, she talks about cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. Do you think that is what the US is going to say when criticised, that actually we are trying to protect our own country here and therefore have a legal right to do what we've done?
There are ways legally to respond to those kinds of problems. This is not the way. The United States has carried out a lawless action under the name of trying to enforce the law. It will not go well. We have undermined the very principles that we say we're trying to enforce. If we had supported peaceful regime change in Venezuela, it may take time. But that's what leads to successful countries in the long run, not through this kind of violent, lawless action. Then we could have requested an extradition of Maduro to stand trial in the United States under drug charges, as we have successfully done with a number of very important people. The former president of Honduras was serving time in the U.S., properly extradited to the U.S., and then strangely, President Trump liberated him, gave him a pardon. That also sent the wrong message. If we're really concerned with enforcing the laws against drug and arms dealing, then let's follow the law in order to do it. Let's set the right example and not do something in the same category of lawlessness as Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
The President of Colombia has asked for the Organization of American States and the UN to meet immediately. What is in their power to do?
There will be a full airing of what has happened, and then we will have a chance to see if governments that really are committed to the rule of law, to democracy, will stand up for those principles and criticize the U.S., despite their concerns over trade relations and other reasons that they've sought to please President Trump, despite ongoing violence in the Caribbean and the Pacific, as we know, including this recent CIA attack on a port in Venezuela. We will see from the leaders of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, are they going to stand up for the rule of law? And despite whatever they think their short-term interests are, we need to see countries come together at the Organization of American States and most importantly at the United Nations Security Council and condemn this action. Even if the U.S. vetoes a response, it is possible, and countries need to use their power to speak to the rule of law and to take measures to show the U.S. that they are not going to consider this business as usual. This kind of lawlessness needs to stop. A demonstration of what the international community is committed to: peace, human rights. That's what needs to be on display.
But then the counter argument, and this is not my argument, I'm just saying what people will counter you with, is that was there peace? Were there human rights within a repressive, illegitimate government in Venezuela?
No, of course not. But we're talking about how do you get to those good places? You don't get to it through lawlessness, through violence, through killing people. We don't know, as your report just said, we do not know how many people have died. People have died. lawlessly through the hand of the United States. We know the U.S. has already killed over 115 people in its attack on small boats. This is not how you get to compliance with and respect for the rule of law. You get it through demonstrating due process, democracy, by having exemplary elections in your own country and supporting those kinds of elections abroad, not through shortcut terms. Look what happened when the U.S. tried to do the same thing in Iraq with the United Kingdom and Australia, where that country is still reeling through civil war and violation. They still have not reached the democracy that the U.S. thought it was going to impose from outside in 2003. That is the key example that the world should bear in mind when it says to the United States, release Maduro and his wife, send them back to Venezuela. One of the ironies is, as far as I can tell, that there has not been a regime change. The vice president seems to be in charge. So I don't know what President Trump was thinking, that this would shift headlines from his own current problems in the United States, economic, and of course the Epstein files, but that the world has to speak out and in support of the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, and say that this kind of lawlessness is not what we expect from a leading country like the United States. Put pressure on the U.S. to comply, to end its violence. And whoever is still in charge in Venezuela has to take measures to bring the rule of law to that country and to demand the return of Maduro, perhaps even with a promise that he will be put on trial within Venezuela under Venezuelan law, and then in some future date extradited to the U.S. to face charges. That would send a great message to the world about where the United States is with respect to the rule of law, where we should have been from the very beginning of the Trump administration, in strict compliance with the United Nations Charter and all of our commitments around the world.
Let's just talk about the precedent that has been set here and the type or the level of anxiety that is going to bring about in not only Latin American countries, but globally as well.
Well, so there are two ways of, we're right now in the middle of so many lawless situations in the world. We are in the situation of a major invasion of Ukraine. We are seeing violations of international humanitarian law of the most extreme kind in Gaza. We are seeing a civil war in Sudan. There is renewed fighting in Myanmar. These are the conflicts that the world should be working on. We should be working to end those conflicts and to work on the existential problems of climate change, global health, and prosperity. Instead, President Trump is wasting money and his bully pulpit, his platform in the world to bring about solutions to these major problems by killing people lawlessly and invading a country. It's a demonstration of his love of drama. It is not solving U.S. problems or world problems. We really are in an economic and military force mess around the world. This is an opportunity for the world to come together and insist that a leading country like the United States come back into compliance with the world's law. The best thing that can be done by governments around the world is to put pressure on the United States to reverse this lawlessness and return to a focus on the United Nations Charter and the international treaties and the very basis of world order, which is commitment to treaties.
I just wanted to pick you up on one point.
Whether it's President Trump or President Putin, believing that they are above the law. That is the essential message that governments everywhere need to send if they want to have some kind of order for the planning and prosperity of their countries.
I wanted to just pull you up on one thing that you said earlier.
That is really the essential.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm trying to make right now, regardless of how things turn out in Venezuela.
Hi, can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. I wanted to pick you up on one point that you made earlier about asking the United States to send Mr. Maduro and his wife back to Venezuela to stand trial, to face justice there in a way that is within international law and bloodless, etc., etc. The only slight issue with that is that the judiciary in Venezuela is completely co-opted by the Maduro government. So how would you suggest that would happen?
Well, here's a dilemma. Yes, Venezuela is in a very bad state. I have been a huge critic of Maduro since he took over, and earlier of Chavez. Any time that the courts are implicated and are corrupted by a government leader, this should bring the attention of all international lawyers around the world. But instead of doing that, the United States has chosen the path of lawlessness. So it's just as our courts would be corrupt to take on this case in which a person has been brought illegally into the United States to stand trial. So whether our courts, whether U.S. courts, will violate the rule of law in holding Maduro accountable, or we send him back where it's likely his courts will also not, at this point in time, hold him accountable. This is a terrible dilemma. But I know that the United States needs to take the first step in getting back into compliance with the law.
Okay.
And then support a future trial within both Venezuela and the U.S. of Maduro.
Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell, expert in international law at Notre Dame Law School, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to bring you some images now from this morning from inside Caracas. These are still photographs taken from inside La Carlota military airbase. That's in Caracas, the Venezuelan capital. They show an anti-aircraft unit that's clearly been destroyed. You can also see what appears to be substantial damage done to a bus. La Carlota is an important military base. It's right in the heart of Caracas and was one of the targets struck during the early hours of this morning local time. We'll bring you more images as and when we get them. But Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, has today said he wants to establish the facts of what happened in Venezuela and also wants to talk to President Trump later. Meanwhile, Russia called the strikes deeply concerning, while Germany has said it's watching the situation with what it called concern. Our World News correspondent Joe Inwood has more.
It's hard to overstate the significance of this moment. The strikes are the first the US has carried out in Latin America in more than 3 decades. If, as claimed, special forces have captured the Venezuelan president and his wife, it is an event without precedent. Nicolas Maduro has been in power since 2013, taking over from his mentor Hugo Chavez. He has become increasingly authoritarian, especially since retaining power in highly disputed elections. In recent months, Venezuelan forces have been on high alert, a response to the ramping up of pressure from the US. Details of the operation to capture him are still emerging, but it's being reported that Delta Force, an elite US unit, were involved.
That's a very daring operation, but a key part of that, to me, Venezuela was on alert. Being able to seize the president, fly out, to some extent, it suggests that there was a degree of internal support for the US move. And we're certainly hearing some rumors at the moment that this was a negotiated exit. The question remains negotiated with whom in Venezuela, but that this was supported to some extent by people inside the country.
The closest historical comparison is the capture of Panamanian President Manuel Noriega on this very day in 1990, the last time the US intervened militarily in the region. Like Maduro, he too had been accused of drug trafficking and faced huge military pressure. But his capture, after an 11-day holdout in the Vatican embassy, was only achieved by a full-scale ground invasion. Venezuela's allies, including Russia, have condemned today's events, while even the US's closest partners have not openly welcomed it.
I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts.
There's still much we do not know about today's events. But what we can say is that the capture of a sitting president in this way is unlike anything seen before, and will have long-lasting consequences for Venezuela and the wider region. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
So who is the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro? Well, he was a former bus driver and union leader. He led Venezuela since 2013 following the death of his mentor, Hugo Chavez, who spearheaded a socialist government amid a hugely polarised society. In 2024, Maduro was declared president for a third term in an election widely denounced as rigged. The opposition say its leader won that election by a landslide. Donald Trump blames Maduro for the arrival of hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants into the US. 8 million people are estimated to have fled the country since 2013 due to the economic crisis and the government repression. Mr. Trump has also focused on fighting the influx of drugs into the US. He's alleged that Maduro is himself involved in the drug trade. Maduro denies being a cartel leader and accuses the US of using its war on drugs as an excuse to depose him and to get access to Venezuela's vast oil reserves. Well, Venezuela's Attorney General has been speaking to local media. Tarek William Saab condemned the attacks taking place in his country.
As Attorney General of the Republic, I strongly condemn the vile and cowardly attack by the imperial enemy carried out in the early hours of the morning against innocent civilian targets in our country. It shows that everything President Nicolas Maduro said about an imperial threat is now turning into bloodshed, with innocent victims mortally wounded and others killed by this criminal terrorist attack carried out in the most cowardly manner with premeditation and malice. As President of the Citizen Power, I ask that at this moment, today, January 3rd, all international organisations linked to the United Nations speak out against this vile attack.
Well, that was what we heard earlier on. Now, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, she's one potential new leader for the country, although there's obviously a huge amount of confusion as to what happens next. My colleague Lucy Hawkins interviewed her in Oslo last month after she won the Nobel Peace Prize. She asked her about the possibility of US military intervention and what the opposition would support.
Also, President Trump has talked about the possibility of strikes on Venezuelan soil. And it is difficult sometimes with President Trump to figure out exactly what it is that he means. But is that something that you would support, a US military strike on Venezuelan soil?
Look, President Trump has offered Maduro, and he has said it publicly several times, to go through a peaceful process to dismantle the criminal structure, and has insisted that the criminal activities have to stop, which has not happened on the contrary. So we didn't want a war. We didn't look for it. The Venezuelan people want to live, in democracy and freedom, justice. It was Maduro who declared a war on the Venezuelan people with state terrorism and abroad with narco-terrorism.
But is that a reluctant yes, then, that you would support that?
What we have asked, and I've been very insistent in this, is the international community to help us stop the flows of resources, criminal resources, which are used by that regime for repression of the Venezuelan people, or innocent Venezuelans. Where those resources come from? Drug trafficking, gold trafficking, even human trafficking. And many of these resources end up in, the financial systems of democracies in Latin America or in Europe. And what we have asked is we need to cut those inflows. And a very important part of those resources come from the drug activities. So we clearly believe that an international coalition to dismantle this industry should be put in place.
Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, their Nobel Prize winner, speaking to my colleague Lucy Hawkins in Oslo. Well, Alejandro Pena Esclusa is a Venezuelan political analyst and former opposition politician who led demonstrations against the Chavez regime. He gave me his reaction to recent developments.
My reaction is that of millions of Venezuelans that are happy and grateful because what we have with Maduro is not a government. He lost the elections last year. It's a regime that has that has kidnapped the country and involved to many crimes and committed many crimes against humanity. And we've come to this point that it was necessary the use of the force to liberate our country. So the people is celebrating, maybe waiting a few hours till the outcome of this is ready. But yes, people is happy for this Trump operation to liberate Venezuela and to capture this criminal who is Nicolas Maduro.
You say liberate Venezuela, but what happens next? It's very unclear, isn't it, what's going to happen to what's left of the government and where the country will go from here. What do you hope will happen next?
Well, what should happen next in a country that is basically has the same language, the same culture, and the same Christian religion, there are no divisions, and there are no economic divisions, is not a country like, say, like the Middle East. It's a Western Christian country, and what should happen is that the law should be obeyed. And the person who won the election last year in July of 2024, Edmundo González Urrutia, he should become president, and the vice president designated already by the president Edmundo González, Maria Corina Machado, who, as you know, is a Nobel Prize winner, she will be the vice president. This might not happen tomorrow or the day after, but that is what should happen in the next few days.
I mean,
yes.
the opposition government, though, a lot of the opposition government have been exiled. There are opposition members in prison. How likely is it that a fractured opposition is going to get its act together in a matter of days?
Well, it is possible because most of the population, I'm talking about more than 90% of the population, didn't want anymore the regime of Maduro, having created the greatest economic and humanitarian catastrophe in the history of Latin America. So they didn't want him anymore. And people and voted for Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo González. Probably what will happen also in the meantime is a fracture or division within the Venezuelan armed forces. And I believe that there's enough political and popular power to install the new government, the government that won the election on July 2024.
Is there a worry, do you think, about a violent power struggle now within the country?
No, I don't have that worry at all, because in order to have, let's say, a violent struggle or a civil war, you need a country that is divided in two parts. And that's not the case. The case in Venezuela is a few criminals that hold the arms and have been committing violations of human rights during all these years. And there's a great majority of the population who has a democratic tradition, who wants a return to democracy. I don't see a violence for, let's say, for a long period of time. Maybe for a few days, but that's it.
How worried are you about the American intervention and what it means going forward? Remember, President Trump has very recently talked about Venezuelan oil and lands and about wanting it back. How worried are you that in the future, the price to pay for regime change, potential regime change, could be more US involvement in the country and more US involvement in the country's oil industry, which, of course, we know was nationalized in 1976?
Well, in fact, the United States and Venezuela have always had an alliance, especially in the oil business, for many decades, that was interrupted first by Hugo Chavez and then by Nicolas Maduro. So I'm sure that Venezuela and the United States will return to the alliance, business alliance in oil that we've always had, with benefits for both countries, for Venezuela and for the United States.
What do you think should happen?
The worst thing would have been to continue with a criminal government like the one led by Nicolas Maduro, who is also linked to the Hezbollah, to Hamas, to terrorism, and other dangerous groups that not only threaten Latin America, but also the United States and Europe.
You talked earlier on about there not being any violence, about regime change, but what about the military? I mean, does it not have a vested interest in the regime remaining in power, especially the higher up parts of the military who are intertwined with the Maduro regime?
Well, this is not an ideological armed forces. This is a corrupt military group that was corrupted first by Chavez and then by Maduro. They are not loyal to Maduro. There are many corrupt people inside the armed forces, but in the levels of majors and lieutenants and lower ranks, people just want to return to democracy and do not agree with turning the Venezuelan armed forces as an instrument of the cartel of the Suns, which is the largest drug trafficking cartels in the Western Hemisphere, responsible for distributing 20% of the cocaine in the Western Hemisphere. So military ranks, they just want to go back to normality, to democracy. So I believe that the lower ranks will make sure that the higher corrupt ranks related to the cartel of the Suns, they will just hand them over.
What do you think should happen to Nicolas Maduro now?
Well, he will face justice, and he will probably spend many years in jails because he's guilty of being the most important drug trafficker in the Western Hemisphere. Why the most important? Because he had the support of the state. This never happened in the past. In the past, you had drug traffickers in Cali, in Medellin, that they were just obtaining money for the illegal business. But in the case of Maduro, it was a political cartel that used drugs and the money coming from illegal drugs to expand the political project of Maduro, Cuba, and the left in Latin America.
What do you think the people inside the country are thinking now? Are they worried about what the future holds, or do you think there'll be an element of hope as well?
Well, if you wait a few hours, what you will, because now it's in the morning in Venezuela, it's just, the sun is just rising. But if you wait a few hours, probably what we'll see is celebrations. People hate Maduro and they want him to go. And I will tell you, even though the United States is a foreign country, the people is grateful for what's happened, and everybody is celebrating that Maduro is now being captured. I've received hundreds of calls during the last 2 or 3 hours, and people is really happy and grateful for this outcome.
I wanted to ask you a little bit more, if I can, about the opposition and the potential of the opposition to form a government. I mean, realistically, how feasible is it that a government can be formed easily when it's very well known that the regime controls different branches of the government, for example, the Supreme Court, as well as the military?
Well, that part won't be easy, but it is feasible. It can be done because the position has the support of the population. In cases like this, when the government or the regime is corrupt and doesn't have ideological loyalties, their loyalty to the money, but not to ideas, what usually happens is a lot of people turn their backs on them. And so we will see many people from Chavismo, from the Maduro ranks, giving their backs on them, and also giving information about the leaders, and probably they will also be put in jail in short period of time. So again, in situations like this, the support and the unanimity, let's say the unique position of the population, that is 95% of the population wanting democracy, that helps things to make it easy. It's not going to be very easy, but it's going to be difficult. But with the support of the population, I'm sure it can be done.
When you talk about the people and the support of the population, I wanted to ask you specifically about what branches do you think of government will be the most difficult to bring back?
Well, the two most difficult branches will be, first, the armed forces, because there are some people loyal to Maduro, very few, that have arms. And with arms, it's more difficult, but I think they will also be defeated. And then the other branch that has been taken over by the regime is the judicial branch. Many judges, many people in the let's say, in the judicial branch that work for Maduro and for the cartel of the Suns. So maybe some of them will flee, will escape even today, but some others will try to stay and use the Justice Department for their objectives. But again, after what happened and being Maduro captured by the U.S., they have it very difficult to remain in power.
There's been criticism and a bit of worry from foreign, countries. We've had, for example, in the EU, we've had a call, Maria Callas calling for restraint and safety of EU citizens in Venezuela. How easy is it, do you think, to guarantee that there will be restraint in Venezuela? I know I asked you about violence, but situations like this can be very difficult to control.
Well, I believe the foreign people in Venezuela are much safer now than under Maduro, because Maduro was putting in jail foreign people just to use them as bargaining chips. And now that freedom will return, maybe not today, but in the few days, Venezuelans and foreign nationals will be safer. That we will see it in the next few days.
So let's just talk a little bit more deeply about the political situation in Venezuela and the repercussions internationally of that. I spoke to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and I asked her, what's next?
This is always the big question. Every time there is a major US-led military intervention in another country, be it Iraq in 2003, Afghanistan in 2001. The big question is, what is your plan for the day after? And it's not clear to anyone whether there is a plan for the day after. What we have seen in recent months is a steady buildup of military pressure on Nicolas Maduro, on the Venezuelan authorities. They never really came clear, although it was widely assumed that this also had a political objective, and I think this is what we are seeing unfolding today. But as always, whether it's in its regime change in all but name, but as you've been discussing, will it end, Chavismo, will that end with the removal simply of President Maduro? There's still his powerful vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. There's the defense minister who's been speaking out this morning. There's the interior ministry. What happens to them? We've heard through a U.S. senator that the Secretary of State of the U.S., Marco Rubio, has said that is the end of military action for now. Is he expecting that all of these others will simply melt away? Or is this personal for the U.S.? Will they be willing to work with other officials? What about the prominent opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Maria Corina Machado? Will she expect now to go into Caracas and be the new leader? These are big questions, Marianne, most of all for the people of Venezuela, but also for the wider region. We're already getting reports that Venezuelans are now trying to stream across the border into neighboring Colombia. Colombia also already hosts many refugees, those who were critics of President Maduro. Now there's a different kind of a flow, and that is the supporters of Nicolas Maduro. So people will be holding their breath, even those who wanted to see the back of Nicolas Maduro. The concern now is what kind of a transition, if it is a transition, will there be?
And the other interesting point that I want to talk to you about, Lise, is the reverberations of this unprecedented move by the US globally. I mean, this is, action on an independent sovereign state, whatever you might think of the government, to extract a president, to remove him and his wife and take them potentially to American soil, to indict them on various charges. What is this going to mean for the global world order? What kind of anxiety and worry will this bring about within Latin America in particular?
Well, look at the reactions so far. Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, was asked for his reaction. Would he condemn U.S. military actions targeting the leader of a country, as have leading members of Parliament? And he said, no, we've got to look at the facts. the Britain, as well as many other European countries, they had concerns about the illegitimate elections which brought Nicolas Maduro to power. But they would also be deeply uneasy about this military aggression and the fact that Sir Keir Starmer is saying, well, I have to talk to President Trump. I have to wait and see, although it's abundantly clear to everyone exactly what has happened in the dark of night. Similarly, the EU foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, she has also expressed what has been the broader European discontent with the rule of President Maduro, but she expressed concern for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Venezuela. So the reaction has been very mixed. You have countries, left-leaning countries in Latin America like Colombia, which have been very quick to condemn the actions. Right-wing governments, some of whose leaders have been openly backed by President Trump. They came to power in recent elections. They're not saying very much. They are watching very closely. A country like Iran, who only 24 hours ago was being threatened by President Trump with possible military action, came out very quickly and strongly condemned this blatant aggression. So it's very much a mixed picture. And I'll end by saying Russia came out and condemned the military actions of the United States. It has for decades been condemning the American penchant for regime change, but quietly the Russian leader, the Chinese president, they must all be watching closely and will no doubt see this as an affirmation of the way the New World Order works, with what are being called the strong men with their spheres of influence. The United States has its backyard in South America. Russia has, of course, its eyes on Ukraine. And just days ago, China carried out military exercises widely seen as a rehearsal for its eventual attacks on Taiwan, which it regards as an integral part of the Chinese mainland.
Mariam, I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. You're with BBC News. I'm taking over for the next few hours. And just in the last few minutes, US Vice President has posted this on social media. Let's take a look. The president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process that drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. Well, let's just try and get some immediate reaction to those words now. With me is our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby. Great to see you. So this is the latest development here, these words from the Vice President. Let's just take another quick run through them. So he's saying the President offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process the drug trafficking must stop. The stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out President Trump means what he says. What do we make there of some of those themes that had been picked out?
Interestingly, we have heard for months now since the US started its military campaign in the region against drug trafficking that Nicolas Maduro allegedly is the head of a cartel, Cartel de los Soles, which has a key focus and a key part in drug trafficking going from Venezuela towards the US. And this has been part of these very deadly strikes we've been seeing now since early September, around 35 strikes, killing more than 110 individuals in both the South Caribbean Sea as well as the Pacific Ocean. So that's one part of that President Nicolas Maduro has been allegedly a huge role in this drug trafficking trade, which the US has said is plaguing their American soil. One part as well about the oil tankers, it has been no secret to the Venezuelan government that the US's campaign against drug trafficking was just an excuse to try and get the oil and the large reserves Venezuela has of oil in the country. And this was a guise to get regime change, as they have said, as well as access those oil reserves. And we've seen the US seize oil tankers too now, and they're still pursuing one, which we now understand has links to Russia. And this has been kind of an ongoing saga, an increasingly intensifying saga. We saw a land strike reported only recently, but the capture and removal of the disputed Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores, is a whole new level. And this will shock the Venezuelan government, Venezuelan people inside and outside the country, and many US citizens alike.
Yeah, let's just pause on that, because as you brilliantly outlined there, the build-up to these various events, but the actual, if it is true, which we of course presume it is now, given the officials from the US, that these the president and his wife were picked up, scooped up and taken out of the country. How much of a surprise was that? That wasn't generally being talked about so much in the build-up.
No, I think it's come as a huge shock. This campaign has largely been, as well as military intervention and build-up we're seeing outside Venezuelan waters, a psychological war. And this increasing pressure has been, in part, to try and get Maduro to leave on his own free will. We've seen in the early hours of Saturday morning across Venezuela, including the capital Caracas, multiple strikes allegedly targeting military infrastructure. And it's now thought that those strikes were somewhat of a distraction for Delta forces by the US to swoop in, get Nicolas Maduro and his wife and extract them, presumably heading towards the US. Now, we can only kind of presume here that this must have had some kind of inside job, knowing where Nicolas Maduro was and being able to execute this plan, which we understand has taken months to plan, would be incredibly hard. This was 90 minutes of bombardment across the country. That is a very short window to execute a pretty elaborate plan. But now we've got to ask as well, that has been seemingly done, executed, successful if you're the US. What happens the day after? I think it's deceptively simple to think now one leader has been removed, forcibly removed from his seat in Venezuela, that another, perhaps the opposition, led by Maria Corina Machado, but also the candidate opposition, Edmundo Gonzalez, who's in exile, would swoop in and assume that role. That is now what is on many people's minds, is who is going to fill this power vacuum after a incredibly shocking turn of events that happened in the early hours of Saturday morning.
Well, let's look at the possible options there then. Is there any sense that the opposition would get any kind of military support from the US, financial, infrastructure-based support, or would this be a case of, no, we've gone in, we've taken Maduro, we've charged him in the US, the rest is up to you?
That is something I think will come to light in more detail the next few hours, days perhaps, but it seems now that Maduro's inner circle, there's four key players here. They are all very much remaining loyal to Nicolas Maduro and have all come out publicly, shown their support and urged Venezuelans to rally against this US aggression. Now, the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, she, in theory, constitutionally, is second in line to power. And she is assuming some kind of power. We've seen her make a TV address on national state television. But then we've also got other figures at play here, just as Diosdado Cabello. He's the kind of the second-hand man. He is the Minister of Internal Affairs and very much a hardline figure when it comes to government policy. There are other figures, but the main inner circle, Maduro's very much loyal support system, are seemingly holding fort, and there may be a power struggle between them who will end up taking his role. The military are also Nicolas Maduro's greatest asset, and we haven't seen any indication thus far that they are going to turn against him. But the opposition have not made any official statement. They have said they didn't know anything about these latest operations. But again, all these details are yet to be ironed out. But for right now, people across the country are largely still very concerned about what comes next, both Nicolas Maduro supporters and opposition.
And just to underline, they are operating right now under a state of emergency, so people basically being told, stay at home.
Exactly. There is a state of commotion in force, which basically bars any citizens from leaving their homes. Now, many people probably won't want to do that anyway. One family I spoke to in the east of the country said even if they were allowed to leave, they're too scared right now. We have seen some smaller protests of Maduro supporters fill the streets of Caracas, quite a small scale from what we're seeing, but there haven't been any celebrations from Venezuelans inside the country celebrating the US's operation. Now, that is, again, due to fear, uncertainty. We know that political repression has been rife since that disputed election in 2024, and that armed civilian groups are now combing the streets under orders from the Maduro government to really squash and act upon any citizens that are celebrating this US operation.
And just briefly take us back to that election. Remind us why it was so important and controversial.
So the presidential election in 2024 is widely considered by much of the international community as neither free nor fair. And many believe that Nicolas Maduro rigged the election and claimed victory when, in fact, the opposition won by a landslide. Now, Maria Corina Machado is the opposition leader, but she was barred from running, and Edmundo Gonzalez took her place and was the presidential candidate. Now, Edmundo Gonzalez is in exile in Madrid. Maria Corina Machado, now the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, left Venezuela after hiding in Caracas for many months, and we don't even know about her whereabouts just yet. But since that election, the political repression from the Maduro government has increased immensely. There have been thousands of political prisoners. We've seen some prisoner releases recently. But the repression on the streets, psychological warfare, using WhatsApp and other apps to snitch on your fellow citizens who potentially are supporting the opposition has only been increasing and creating a sense of fear and uncertainty amongst those still in Venezuela.
Okay, Mimi, thank you very much for that. We will be chatting again later on. Now, though, just let's get right up to date with all the very latest developments over the last few hours. So let's start overnight. A number of reports emerged of airstrikes in various locations in the South American country, around which the United States has significantly increased its military presence in recent weeks and months, of course. Then came confirmation from US President Donald Trump in a social media post confirming that the US had launched a large-scale strike on the country and that the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured and flown out of the country. Well, in the last couple of hours, the US Attorney General announced that drugs and terrorism charges against the Venezuelan leader. So let's start with the pictures from overnight. This is Caracas, showing a number of strikes of military helicopters flying over the city. According to the Venezuelan authorities there, the strikes took place in 5 different areas, generally around the capital, Caracas, including a military base just on the outskirts of the capital, also in the states of Miranda, other areas as well. We don't know the exact nature of the strikes at this moment. It's assumed, of course, they are targeting military installations. No word yet on casualties. So that's a brief roundup of where things are. But for a more comprehensive guide, here's our South America correspondent, Ione Wells.
Venezuela had an abrupt awakening. Its capital, Caracas, under attack from the US. Helicopters, flames, explosions. These were strikes targeting the city's key military infrastructure. Eyewitnesses woke in the early hours of the morning to the booms.
I just wake up almost at 2 a.m. in the morning with a huge bang. Everything was vibrating. I just jumped to the window and I was able to see something in flames in the middle of their runway.
Venezuelans were not just woken by the strikes, but also the news that their president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured. On Truth Social, President Donald Trump said he and his wife had been flown out of the country after a large-scale strike against Venezuela. His government colleagues do not seem to know his whereabouts.
We demand from the Donald Trump government immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
There's been months of speculation about if and when the US might strike Venezuela. It has sent its biggest military deployment to the Caribbean region in decades. Thousands of troops, along with warships, planes and helicopters. It has seized at least 2 oil tankers near Venezuela, which it says carried sanctioned oil. Venezuela accuses the US of wanting to steal its oil and resources. The US has also carried out dozens of strikes on small alleged drug trafficking boats, killing at least 110 people. It says those operations are part of a non-international armed conflict with alleged traffickers, but legal experts say they could be in violation of the laws of warfare.
They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
The US has long accused President Maduro of running a criminal trafficking network, something he strongly denies. On Thursday, Mr. Maduro said he was open to talks.
If they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want Venezuelan oil, is Venezuela ready for US investments? Like with Chevron, whenever, wherever, and however they want.
Venezuela says it will resist foreign troops. The US clearly wants regime change. That's no longer just a distant threat. Ione Wells, BBC News.
US Attorney General Pam Bondi has issued a statement on social media saying Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. She added, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. Well, some significant information also being posted by Senator Mike Lee of Utah on social media, saying that he spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who told him in a phone call that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by US personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States. The senator also posted that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. While reporting on this conversation with Marco Rubio, he said the Secretary of State Mike Lee, he anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in US custody. Also coming to this, the action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect US personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Well, let's speak now to our Washington correspondent, Sean Dilley. Hi, Sean, just talk us through some of the reaction we've been getting there in the US.
Well, I mean, you've given the key reaction there from the Republican Senator Tim Lee, but I think it's just a question of people wanting clarity and answers to some of the questions. I think what we will just reiterate is exactly what Ione was saying a little while ago, is for the United States, they've long called this a non-international armed conflict. They've rejected the idea that it's any form of war or that those rules would apply. We know that there had been the sanctions placed by the Donald Trump administration over the course of last year against two organisations, one of them Cartel de los Soles, which they alleged Nicolas Maduro was leading. And we know that if we look at the timeline there, the US was alleging that this organisation was involved in what they described as narco-terrorism. It's telling, isn't it, that Marco Rubio, the Defence Secretary, or he likes to sometimes be referred to as the Secretary for War, says that they don't anticipate any further action in Venezuela. So this is being pitched as an action taken for domestic protection. And it's interesting when you just look at the timings. Presumably at some point last night, Nicolas Maduro and his wife had gone to bed for the evening. US military had detained them. They'd flown them out of the country. We don't yet know what action, if any, would be taken against Nicolas Maduro's wife. But within hours of that, the announcement of a formal criminal proceeding starting, an indictment, which is American legal speak, essentially for, it's like a charge in most other jurisdictions where they say that they have been involved in, they allege drugs charges and possession of firearms, including machine guns. So pretty significant charges. Again, all feeding into the narrative of the Donald Trump administration here that this isn't about any international action. This is about protecting American citizens, with the Attorney General Pam Bondi insisting that President Maduro will face American justice in an American court.
Sean, thank you. Just want to bring you a couple of the lines we seem to be getting through from the agencies about Donald Trump, saying a few injuries, no deaths from our side of the Venezuela operation. This is coming to us via, as I said, news agencies. I think he's doing an interview on Fox now. So let's run you through some of these details. Donald Trump says he watched the Maduro capture live. Quote, it was like a television show. So that's the US President Donald Trump saying that he watched the Maduro capture live. It was like a TV show. They said they waited 4 days for the operation for better weather. And Donald Trump also saying he's making a decision now on what's next for the Venezuela leadership. So those new lines coming to us slightly kind of feels out of order, clearly, as this interview is going on. So we're going to just get to some more context around exactly those lines coming out of us, and we'll bring those to you when we get them. But some of the highlights so far, he's saying no deaths on our side from the Venezuela operation. He watched the capture of Nicolas Maduro live like it was a TV show. He's making a decision now on what's next for Venezuela's leadership. So these lines will continue to come through for us from that interview that Donald Trump is seemingly doing right now. We'll bring you more of those as we get them. But I'm going to bring you now some images from this morning from inside Caracas. These photos are taken from inside the La Carlota military base in Caracas. They show an anti-aircraft unit that's clearly been destroyed, and you can see what appears to be substantial damage done to a bus. This is an important military base struck during the early hours of the morning. Well, the Venezuelan defense minister has been reacting to those attacks.
In the face of this cowardly attack, which threatens the peace and stability of the region, we ask the international community and multilateral organizations to condemn the US government for this flagrant violation of international rights. Venezuela is free, independent and sovereign, and strongly rejects the presence of foreign forces that have left death, sadness and destruction.
And Venezuela's interior minister has called for calm.
After evaluating the damages caused by the criminal and terrorist attack against our people, our patriotic ground, our electrical facilities, our revolution, and even those who aren't related to the revolution, it is an attack on Venezuela. From this beautiful people, I ask to stay calm, trust in our leadership, trust in our military, our political leaders, during the situation we are facing. Calm. No one should fall into despair. No one should make things easier for our invading enemy. After these attacks, we will win in the end. May the country win.
Well, Venezuela's Attorney General has been speaking to local media.
As Attorney General of the Republic, I strongly condemn the vile and cowardly attack by the imperial enemy carried out in the early hours of the morning against innocent civilian targets in our country. It shows that everything President Nicolas Maduro said about an imperial threat is now turning into bloodshed, with innocent victims mortally wounded and others killed by this criminal terrorist attack carried out in the most cowardly manner with premeditation and malice. As President of the Citizen Power, I ask that at this moment, today, January 3rd, all international organisations linked to the United Nations speak out against this vile attack.
Well, journalist Ana Vanessa Herrero is in Caracas and spoke to my colleague a little earlier.
Yes, well, right now, things are calm. I don't know if to use that word specifically, because after the strikes that happened overnight, of course, people are very still scared and nervous. And we now know from the voice of Vice President Delcy Rodriguez that she confirmed that she has no idea of the whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro and Celia Flores. She did not confirm that they were taken by U.S. forces, but she did say that she has no idea, I repeat, about their whereabouts. And she also said that the instructions that Nicolas Maduro gave were very clear. If something were to happen to him, the people in arms, meaning the militia, that they've been training and the defense minister has been training for months now, should take the streets. We did see, as you were saying, we saw Diosdado Cabello, Maduro's number 2, and another person who is of most interest to the United States. We saw him in a video on the streets, and he was saying that he was ready to counterattack after the attack that the U.S. Performed overnight. Just recapping, this started around 2 a.m. Local time with loud bangs and explosions. I witnessed the explosions in several parts of Caracas, and immediately after, reports of every corner of Caracas, Miranda, and other states in Venezuela started flowing on social media and on WhatsApp, which is a main way of communication between Venezuelans.
And what do we know about the extent of the damage of those US airstrikes? Because a little earlier when we spoke to you, there was still darkness, but has it become clearer in the light of day?
We're still waiting for confirmation on that, on how the devastation around not only Caracas, but also in the port of La Guaira, in the coastal zone of Venezuela. Right now, from where I'm standing, we cannot see clearly what happened, but we are getting some videos and pictures of how things are in different places, and it's absolute devastation. Because the Venezuelan government or authorities declared a state of commotion, which is basically a state of emergency when where all civil rights are let's say paused. We have not been able to really go to the streets yet to confirm what happened and where it happened. We're going to do that immediately after we know everything's safe for us to start reporting from the ground.
Oh, yes, because I was going to ask, you mentioned it there, the state of commotion, which is in effect a state of emergency declared. What restrictions has that brought in? How are residents affected by this?
Well, basically, people cannot leave their houses. They cannot do the regular activities. And obviously, after the night that we just witnessed and experienced, no one really wants to leave. But for example, people in need of food, water, or medicines, we don't know if they're going to be able to get to their places right now. Everyone, according to all the statements and to reports online, everyone should stay in their houses because the defense ministry said that the military took the streets of Venezuela. We don't really understand what that means. We don't know if the militarization of, for example, of Caracas is going to affect, people going back and forth, for example, to hospitals, or if they are going to get some kind of permit. So right now, everything is really tense. I think the government didn't really see this coming. People weren't prepared. So, it's only beginning. The day that started very early. Right now, it's only the sun is just shining upon Caracas again. And I think we need a couple of more hours to understand what we're dealing with.
Yes, it is, of course, early days, Anna, but one thing that would be quite useful to know, because we have been getting international reaction to this, but what has been the reaction on the ground from within Venezuela, from residents, to the news that President Maduro has been captured?
Well, this is very interesting. So, in the past, whenever something happened, for example, when the crisis of 2019, where an interim government was created after after Maduro was not recognized as a legitimate president, people were actually cheering and celebrating on the streets very quickly. But now we hear nothing. We hear silence. But internally, over phone calls, text messages, people that I'm, listening to, I'm hearing shock. They're in a state of shock, of course. They're uncertain of what's going to happen. They don't know if Maduro is out, then who is left. We did see that main characters of the Venezuelan government appeared on television. So we know that they are safe and okay. But we don't know what part they're going to play in this new reality that we're facing, that we're just starting to construct. We're just starting to build right now after this historic moment. So people are right now trying to be very careful of what they say, how they react, because they also know that Maduro gave specific instructions to armed civilians to go and catch and get anyone who would celebrate or oppose him. So I think people are being very, very cautious, and they're trying to rest. They're trying to understand what happened. It is also the shock of the night of the strike, because this is the first time, this is unprecedented for Venezuelans. At least for 200 years, we haven't had this kind of large scale conflict. So people don't really know how to react. They're trying to accommodate to what they just experienced.
Thanks to Ana Vanessa Herrera, speaking to my colleague just a little earlier on. So, as I mentioned, Donald Trump is speaking to the media, to Fox in the US, and we are getting a little bit more detail about the nature of this attack's decision-making behind it. So, we've recently heard that Donald Trump saying that the US won't allow anyone to take over where Maduro left off. Clearly, the question now is, given there's a power vacuum, there's a country without its president, who takes over, whether it's a succession, the deputy, the vice to step up, or the opposition to come in. One of the big questions about what does happen next. Well, Donald Trump saying now, it seems, in this interview that he won't allow anyone to just take over where Maduro left off. Also confirming, saying that there are no Americans killed in the capture operation, so the military operation to capture President Maduro and his wife. There haven't been any American casualties, according to Donald Trump. He said a couple of details now of the actual raid itself to capture the Venezuelan president, saying that US troops captured him from a fortress and that he watched that live. He said it was like watching a television show. So there are the couple of lines. As I said, we're still getting some more through to you. We will round up with our colleague in Washington in just a moment, all those different new lines coming from Donald Trump. We're also expecting potentially to hear from him at a press conference a little later. Now, let's take you to the region itself. We've got a number of live feeds coming into us here at the BBC here in London. Let's take you first to Caracas, the centre. Forgive me, this is the border of Venezuela and Colombia there. Let's take you now to Caracas, to the city centre. So we have people out on the streets. Now, we were speaking to my colleague Mimi Swaby a little earlier, underlining the fact that there is effectively a state of emergency declared by the administration after the capture of Nicolas Maduro. And one of the conditions of that is that people stay at home. So there haven't been wild celebrations out on the streets as far as we've seen from these live pictures, but we have seen people gathering. There will clearly be many people who will just be observing the rules effectively and staying inside. Others will be fearful of heading out and demonstrating whatever way they feel. We also just want to bring you one last feed from inside Caracas there, giving you again a sense of people are out on the streets, but there will be a mixture clearly of Maduro supporters and his opponents. But we are not getting the sense that there are huge numbers out on the streets and huge celebrations. Certainly, this is a nuanced and complex picture, of course. Well, Vanessa Neumann is the former advisor to Venezuelan opposition leader Juan Guaido. She says these strikes by the US are because the Maduro regime refused to give up power. She spoke to my colleague earlier.
Really, it's the restoration of democracy, because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025, having lost a 3-1 landslide in the elections, despite the rigging, despite the disqualification of Maria Corina Machado, then her next replacement, and then her stand-in, Edmundo Gonzalez, won because Venezuelans want out from under this tyranny. So what happens next in Venezuela is really on the heads of what the people of the Chavistas who remain, namely Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, who's a sort of this chief strategist. Delcy Rodriguez is the chief financial officer, shall we say, of the regime. The head torturer and strategist is her brother Jorge, and Diosdado Cabello and Granco. And if those people leave peacefully, as they were supposed to have done of January of last year, we really should not have civilian casualties in Venezuela. Now, the longer they try to cling to power, and when the democratic forces of Venezuela have voted them out, then this will continue to escalate and get messier. So the deaths of Venezuelans is on the heads of the Maduro's enclave. It has not been forced by violence. First of all, this was very much a capture operation, and it has played out exactly as I have said over at least my last 10 television interviews. They have taken out the command and control, the power to respond and attack United States forces without civilian casualties, or doing everything possible to disrupt the illicit financial flows of illicit oil, narcotics, and to a lesser extent gold, and to respond. They have not attacked U.S. civilians, and Venezuelans have been pleading to try and get this criminal organization out, and that's exactly what they have done. They have captured a criminal, the head of the criminal organization, which is Maduro, and his wife, who are indicted, and their nephews have been tried in the United States for drug trafficking, and also they're wanted there's an arrest warrant for crimes against humanity, and as well for torture, and in the UN. They're very damning. There's 18,000 political prisoners currently being tortured just since 2018, and so they have captured a capo and taken him out. What happens with the rest of the enclave? As he should have done himself. So what happens to the rest of the enclave depends on them. There is a Venezuelan political structure that was voted by the Venezuelan people, ready to step into the presidential palace, which is what the Venezuelan people voted for in a 3-1 landslide. So it's there. There's a president, there's a vice president, there's a ministerial cabinet, there are aides, and all sorts of things. And Venezuela was, up until Chavez, the longest running democracy in Latin America.
Bringing you these latest lines from Donald Trump, as I said, doing an interview in the US to US media, and he's just been on Fox there talking about where Maduro and his wife actually are until now. Other than knowing that, according to the US, they've been taken out of the country, we haven't known their whereabouts. While Donald Trump's saying they're on a ship and says they're heading to New York. So that is the best detail we've had so far. We haven't had any evidence of that. Clearly, this is Donald Trump conducting an interview with Fox News in the US, but we'll keep across that for you. Also want to just keep you across these live pictures coming into us from Santiago. I was talking earlier about the fact that we haven't seen great scenes of celebrations on the streets of Venezuela itself, but here in Santiago you can see the flags waving, and there have been more lively scenes of celebration there. So saying part of the nuance here is that many people oppose the rule of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela itself, but he has been in power and there has been a state of emergency called, and people will be, even his supporters potentially will be fearful about coming out onto the streets. And second level of nuance, of course, is that even those who are opposed to Nicolas Maduro may well not be supportive of US action to come in, strike with airstrikes the capital Caracas, first of all, and then secondly, take the president of Venezuela off and away, and his wife out of the country. So these are the scenes from Santiago that are a little more lively than any of the live pictures we've had in so far from Caracas and Venezuela itself. Now, Dr. Pablo Ochoa is an expert in Venezuelan military scenario planning at UCL and spoke to my colleague earlier.
The extent of the damage now that we're trying to kind of ascertain. Obviously, decapitating the regime, removing Maduro from power doesn't mean that it's fallen, but we want to know about the next people who are in the hierarchy chain, right? For example, Diosdado Cabello, haven't heard from him. We have heard from the vice president. We have heard from Padrino Lopez. But who else in the regime? I think the Venezuelan military had been under control, under severe control, since at least 2000, for the past 5 years or so. But this shows or indicates that could be a serious leak within that regime. Again, it doesn't mean that it's collapsing, but it just means there are some serious leaks that the government would have to try and find out where they are and try to counter them.
And also, I suppose the next question to ask is, will this mean that the military could start running the show?
I think it's unlikely. If anything, I think it's more likely that the military runs the show even more. I think the military in Venezuela, I've heard your guests say that it's not an ideological military, that it's a corrupt military and so on. But one thing I think is very strong in every military is nationalism. And to have a country come into your country and remove the president and flag him out it's really damaging. I think the military is more likely to remain cohesive around the regime. And I think the emphasis on security will mean that perhaps the politics of the revolution, politics of socialism, if you will have to be in a second place in terms of importance. More important will be to ensure that the country is secure, and that means more militarization.
Now, there's been quick reaction from leaders around the world. Keir Starmer says he wants to establish the facts of what happened in Venezuela and wants to talk to President Trump. Russia called the strikes deeply concerning, while Germany says it's watching the situation with concern. Our world news correspondent Joe Inwood reports.
It's hard to overstate the significance of this moment. The strikes are the first the US has carried out in Latin America in more than 3 decades. If, as claimed, special forces have captured the Venezuelan president and his wife, it is an event without precedent. Nicolas Maduro has been in power since 2013, taking over from his mentor Hugo Chavez. He has become increasingly authoritarian, especially since retaining power in highly disputed elections. In recent months, Venezuelan forces have been on high alert, a response to the ramping up of pressure from the US. Details of the operation to capture him are still emerging, but it's being reported that Delta Force, an elite US unit, were involved.
That's a very daring operation, but a key part of that to me, Venezuela was on alert. Being able to seize the president, fly out, to some extent, it suggests that there was a degree of internal support for the US move. And we're certainly hearing some rumours at the moment that this was a negotiated exit. The question remains negotiated with whom in Venezuela, but that this was supported to some extent by people inside the country.
The closest historical comparison is the capture of Panamanian President Manuel Noriega on this very day in 1990. The last time the US intervened militarily in the region. Like Maduro, he too had been accused of drug trafficking and faced huge military pressure. But his capture, after an 11-day holdout in the Vatican embassy, was only achieved by a full-scale ground invasion. Venezuela's allies, including Russia, have condemned today's events, while even the US's closest partners have not openly welcomed it.
I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts.
There's still much we do not know about today's events, but what we can say is that the capture of a sitting president in this way is unlike anything seen before, and will have long-lasting consequences for Venezuela and the wider region. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
And earlier, my colleague spoke to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette.
This is always the big question. Every time there is a major US indeed US-led military intervention in another country, be it Iraq in 2003, Afghanistan in 2001. The big question is, what is your plan for the day after? And it's not clear to anyone whether there is a plan for the day after. What we have seen in recent months is a steady buildup of military pressure on Nicolas Maduro, on the Venezuelan authorities. They never really came clear, although it was widely assumed that this also had a political objective, and I think this is what we are seeing unfolding today. But as always, whether it's in its regime change in all but name, but as you've been discussing, will it end, Chavismo, will that end with the removal simply of President Maduro? There's still his powerful vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. There's the defense minister who's been speaking out this morning. There's the interior ministry. What happens to them? We've heard through a U.S. senator that the Secretary of State of the U.S., Marco Rubio, has said that is the end of military action for now. Is he expecting that all of these others will simply melt away? Or is this personal for the U.S.? Will they be willing to work with other officials? What about the prominent opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Maria Corina Machado? Will she expect now to go into Caracas and be the new leader? And we're already getting reports that Venezuelans are now trying to stream across the border into neighboring Colombia. Colombia also already hosts many refugees, those who were critics of President Maduro. Now there's a different kind of a flow, and that is the supporters of Nicolas Maduro. So people will be holding their breath, even those who wanted to see the back of Nicolas Maduro. The concern now is what kind of a transition, if it is a transition, will there be?
Thanks to Lise for that. We're going to pick up on some of those themes now. We're going to speak to Brian Finucane, Senior Advisor at the International Crisis Group's US Programme. Thanks for coming on the programme.
Good to join you.
So we'll get into some of the details in just a moment. First of all, your reaction to the scale, to the significance of what's happened here.
Well, it appears to be a flagrant violation of international law, Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. But it also follows the pattern, the precedent that this administration has cited of the 1989 intervention in Panama, Operation Just Cause. And today is the 36th anniversary of the capture of Manuel Noriega.
Well, what about the plenty of opposition leaders in the country itself saying, OK, they might not have chosen this as a way of delivering a change in power here, but actually there was an election and their eyes was stolen, and plenty of international community agree with that. They've tried protest, they've tried taking part in the election, they've tried not taking part in elections. And although this may not be the most agreeable way for it to happen, this is a way that it's happened, and fundamentally it's good for the country.
Well, as we've just heard from your correspondent, what comes next is highly uncertain. So Nicolas Maduro and his wife may be in U.S. custody. That does not mean that there is going to be a smooth transition to stable democracy in Venezuela. And frankly, it's not clear to me at all that that's even the goal of this White House. The president has cited U.S. interest, or his own interest, in Venezuela's oil, alleged narco trafficking, alleged ties between Maduro and supposed terrorism. But democracy promotion does not actually appear to be this White House's objective.
OK, let's look at some of the more detailed legal arguments here then. What's your assessment of the charges that they seem to potentially be facing, Nicolas Maduro seemed to be facing, when he arrives on US soil?
So according to the U.S. Department of Justice, the Attorney General, Nicolas Maduro and his wife faced a number of charges related to drug trafficking, and somewhat amusingly also related to possession of machine guns, which is not exactly a surprise given that Maduro was the leader of a country with the military. But these U.S. criminal charges, regardless of their strength, provide no legal justification as a matter of international law for this military intervention in Venezuela.
What about the argument that this does come under presidential powers of protecting US and US citizens from a threat or imminent potential threat?
Well, the problem with that is that there is no threat that's that exists in reality. The administration has referred to Maduro as a supposed terrorist, has alleged or suggested that somehow fentanyl is coming from Venezuela that kills Americans, which is simply not the case. And so any sort of legal justification premised on the president's authority under Article 2 is extremely weak, given the absence of any credible threat to Americans from Maduro or Venezuela.
OK, so if in your eyes this action taken contravenes international law, there isn't the justification under those presidential powers, what could potentially be the consequences here then for the Trump administration?
Well, I think it remains to be seen. I think in the first instance, the ball is now in the court of the U.S. Congress, okay, which has pushed back to some degree against military action in Venezuela before it happened, and it remains to be seen how they will respond. And I think whether or not the Trump administration engages in further actions in Venezuela may be a relevant factor there.
And in terms of the rights here of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, what kind of legal rights do they have at this moment?
So they will be afforded the protections of the U.S. criminal justice system, of due process. I think that the past precedent of the Manuel Noriega prosecution may provide some idea of how this will shake out. I think that Nicolas Maduro and his wife may assert various sorts of immunity, may claim, raise objections to their apprehension. Those are unlikely to succeed, but I don't want to prejudge the outcome of this criminal trial. The government will have to present its evidence and have to establish proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
OK, let's move back to Venezuela and the question of kind of legally, constitutionally, what happens next there. Clearly, this is quite a complicated, fluid situation, but we seem to have heard from Donald Trump that he wouldn't allow effectively just someone to carry on and in the same vein as Nicolas Maduro, but it's not quite clear what that means. What ought to happen constitutionally in the country now?
Well, I won't claim to be an expert on Venezuela's constitutional law. It seems to be the case that the vice president has asserted power or assumed power. But, again, if the President Trump persists with further U.S. military action in Venezuela, that could be destabilizing to whoever is currently in charge there. Again, even if there is further U.S. military intervention in Venezuela, it's far from clear that will result in any sort of smooth transition to a stable democracy, a transition to the opposition, which claims to have won the last election.
Brian Finucane, thank you so much for coming on the programme. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, is one of the potential new leaders of the country, although obviously huge amount of confusion as to what happens next. My colleague Lucy Hawkins interviewed her in Oslo last month after she'd won the Nobel Peace Prize. She asked her about the possibility of a US military intervention and what the opposition would support.
Also, President Trump has talked about the possibility of strikes on Venezuelan soil. And it is difficult sometimes with President Trump to figure out exactly what it is that he means. But is that something that you would support, a US military strike on Venezuelan soil?
Look, President Trump has offered Maduro, and he has said it publicly several times, to go through a peaceful process to dismantle the criminal structure, and has insisted that the criminal activities have to stop, which has not happened on the country. So we didn't want a war. We didn't look for it. The Venezuelan people want to live, in democracy and freedom, justice. It was Maduro who declared a war on the Venezuelan people with state terrorism and abroad with narco-terrorism.
But is that a reluctant yes, then, that you would support that?
What we have asked, but I'm being very insistent in this, is the international community to help us stop the flows of resources, criminal resources, which are used by that regime for repression of the Venezuelan people, or innocent Venezuelans. Where those resources come from? Drug trafficking, gold trafficking, even human trafficking. And many of these resources end up in, the financial systems of democracies. in Latin America or in Europe. And what we have asked is we need to cut those inflows. And a very important part of those resources come from the drug activities. So we clearly believe that an international coalition to dismantle this industry should be put in place.
I just want to bring you some other breaking news now. Let's take you straight away live to Switzerland. This is, of course, in the aftermath of the ski resort, the fire there on New Year's Eve. We know around 40 people killed. Next, we're going to get a little bit more reaction to events in Venezuela. The president and his wife have been taken out of the country by the US, as well as strikes there in the country. To get the reaction to it, my colleague spoke to Alejandro Peña Esclusa, a Venezuelan political analyst.
My reaction is that of millions of Venezuelans that are happy and grateful, because what we have with Maduro is not a government. He lost the elections last year. It's a regime that has kidnapped the country and involved too many crimes and committed many crimes against humanity. And we've come to this point that it was necessary the use of the force to liberate our country. So the people is celebrating, maybe waiting a few hours till the outcome of this is ready. But yes, people is happy for this Trump operation to liberate Venezuela and to capture this criminal who is Nicolas Maduro. Well, what should happen next in a country that is basically has the same language, the same culture, and the same Christian religion? There are no divisions and there are no economic divisions. It's not a country like, say, like the Middle East. It's a Western Christian country, and what should happen is that the law should be obeyed. And the person who won the election last year in July of 2024, Edmundo González Urrutia, he should become president, and the vice president designated already by the president Edmundo González, Maria Corina Machado, who, as you know, is a Nobel Prize winner, she will be the vice president.
Right, I just want to bring you now this interview that President Trump, he's been speaking to Fox News. We've been bringing you various lines of exactly what has been happening. So we will be bringing you that shortly. But right now, let's go back to Switzerland because we understand the prosecutor is speaking in English. Let's listen in. America and giving them an update on what happened. Let's listen.
What they did is really amazing, and I think it sends the signal we're not going to be pushed around as a country anymore by these countries. Well, we want to be politically correct all the time. They're killing our people.
Does.
If we had a war, if you lost 300,000 people in the Civil War, we lost 600,000 people. We lose 300,000 people a year to drugs, and we're not going to allow it anymore with any country.
Well, the president also gave an update on the whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also.
So are they taken to a ship first, and then?
Yes, to Iwo Jima. They're on a ship, but they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out. And they went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that they killed a lot of people, and
a lot of Americans.
Even people in their own country. They killed a lot of people to maintain power. He's a very vicious person.
Well, let's go straight to Washington, get a bit of reaction to that. Our correspondent, Sean Dilley, is there. Hi, Sean. Just talk us through what stood out for you there.
Well, I mean, obviously the key clips we've just heard, but he did liken watching the events unfolding remotely of US Special Forces making the capture like a television show. And I think that's because of the action that was involved. As we've heard, he had said that the capture was from a fortress-like house. To repeat there, he said that Maduro and his wife were then taken, or they were loaded onto a ship, the Irajima, which is bound for New York. And that's significant because whilst there is and there will be debate as to whether this was some kind of international conflict, the US has always insisted that it's actually a non-international armed conflict, and that the jurisdiction now dealing with this is US domestic authorities, whereas we very much are aware of special forces using very heavy armaments and helicopters, which President Trump said President Maduro had a ride on, to use his words. We do know that this is now destined for a courtroom inside the United States, already a criminal indictment for President Maduro and his wife. But it was striking that he was asked about what was described as an off-ramp by the Fox News hosts who were interviewing Donald Trump by telephone. And he said, yes, he had that opportunity. He was told he'd need to give up and surrender. Now, that obviously didn't happen. President Trump repeated his lines about alleged drug boats, claiming that the transportation of drugs across the waters had reduced by, he said, 97%. We haven't verified any of those figures independently as the BBC, but he said that the transportation has virtually stopped. And again, just repeating that the actions against Venezuela, he is saying, was to protect Americans inside America.
And he said that line that will stand out, Sean, I'm sure, to some people, saying, quote, literally like I was watching a television show. He was talking about watching the overnight capture of Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first thing I said, the answer, because that's what struck me the most. He was watching it remotely. He said it was like watching a television show. And again, I'm aware I'm slightly repeating myself, but it's because, presumably, of the action that he was watching that was unfolding, and the I guess, attack on a fortress-like house as US Special Forces entered. Now, although we don't really know much of the detail of that operation, we do know from history, we do know from previous presidents exactly what unfolds in these types of situations. President Trump wouldn't be drawn on which military special forces were involved, but we remember those very famous interviews with former President Obama, for example, talking about the capture of Osama bin Laden. A very different situation to that of President Maduro, of course, but being able to watch blow-by-blow accounts of what's happening in real time. So President Trump would have had a front seat view of what was happening. He obviously would have been expecting this to happen. He is the commander-in-chief in the United States. And, you know, again, there are debates internationally about what may be the rights and wrongs of the situation, and we are at a very early stage. But it is the case when any special forces anywhere around the world operate, the scenes are pretty spectacular because of the equipment they have to use to penetrate, in this case, what President Trump says was like a fortress.
Okay, Sean, let's look at now potentially what happens next, because Donald Trump was asked about that, whether he will be supporting the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado. What are some of the decisions, and what do we hear from Donald Trump about what kind of decision-making could be happening next?
Yeah, it's a really important question. That he said that Washington would not just walk away, that he said the US would be very involved in what happened next. It was put to him, but that there would still be people who would be loyal to President Maduro. I mean, in the here and now, of course, it's the case that he is still the president of Venezuela, even if America might take a different view on that. So he was asked what if people are loyal to President Maduro, and President Trump said, well, if they remain loyal to him, the future is going to look very bad for them. So what might it look like? Well, I mean, it's really interesting because the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in the United States says he doesn't anticipate any further action in relation to the captures and the actions that have taken place on Venezuela's soil. But what happens now is debate about the legality of this operation. Just to be very, very clear, because there are an awful lot of lines coming out, including the French Foreign Minister within the last few moments, criticising the operation, saying it goes against every aspect of international law. America's position is different to that. They take the view, and actually you can look back to President Monroe and something called the Monroe Principles in the early 19th century. America takes the view that if something happens in its backyard, or if there are any interferences in what they would regard to be domestic and political affairs, that America claims it has the jurisdiction to deal with that. Now, it is going to be interesting how that is viewed by the international community. It was interesting to hear the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, being asked about this, saying, well, look, UK forces weren't involved in this, but we would like to know all of the details. So what will happen next? There's an awful lot of questions from the international community. I would expect President Trump to be fairly robust. He said to Fox News not that long ago that he was, well, I mean, I paraphrase slightly, he didn't use the word disappointed, but he said he was disappointed by people saying, well, maybe it wasn't constitutional. They are big questions, though.
Sean, just want to bring you, because you were talking about you very rightly clarifying some of the legal claims and counterclaims. Just want to bring you, as we've been chatting, from South Africa has called for an urgent United Nations Security Council session following the unilateral military action by the US in Venezuela. They've released a statement saying South Africa calls on the UN Security Council, the body mandated to maintain international peace and security, to urgently convene to address the situation, their statement saying, and also hearing from the Secretary General saying deeply alarmed by the recent escalation in Venezuela. So those issues of international law, classification, jurisdiction in these actions will have international consequences, Sean.
Yes, but it's no great surprise. And, we have been here before. It's not like the first time. This is the first time the US has taken such action. We look at Panama in 1989 and indictments 1990. Again, allegations of, drug transportation. So it's a well-trodden path in many regards. And it goes to underline the conflict that does exist, where the United States would claim to have jurisdiction pretty much anywhere, actually, where it impacts US citizens, and the principles of international law and, what the legal basis was. But I'm going to make this point, and this would be equally applicable to any international action as it would to any criminal case in any court around the world, is the law is an incredibly complex thing with so many principles. And while one lawyer would, happily advocate for one party that the law says X, another lawyer is going to argue completely the inverse of that. So we're going to see some of that play out, and there will be, absolutely, there already has been condemnation of the US's actions, and the US will robustly say that it was protecting Americans. The claim that President Trump puts on it, and again, certainly not verified by the BBC here, but he says that every one of the drug boats they've targeted off the coast of Venezuela is responsible for 25,000 US lives. It's not really clear where he gets that 25,000 US lives from, but the arguments have been set out over the last year. President Trump's been incredibly careful with the language that he's using, and I almost want people to go back, take a look at some of those words, and you will see a consistent theme in every word he's been speaking. Since coming back to the White House, he has held off doing what he did in his first term and saying that he wanted a new leader in Venezuela. Regime change is obviously not legally, generally speaking, recognised to be a legitimate purpose to pursue. But everything he's been saying has been couched within the danger he says that was faced by American people, not just by the use of drugs and the consumption of drugs that transported, but he says the criminal activity of two organisations which he designated as foreign terrorist organisations. One of them, Cartel de los Soles, he alleges was run by the president of Venezuela. So it's going to get particularly mucky, and the arguments are going to be on the international front. Well, hang on a minute, where was your international authority? And America will robustly say, well, this isn't an international issue. This is what they call, again, the words are important here, what they call an non-international, armed conflict. Now, it all gets very confusing. That's probably going to be the debate that happens next.
OK, and Sean, just because it's clearly related, the critics of this action will say this is related to oil and oil in Venezuela. Just talk us through what are the issues and the arguments. Why is oil a factor here, potentially?
Yeah, so we'll look at both. We'll look at both sides of the coin, because oil, the United States would say, yes, that absolutely is a factor, but the dispute would be around that motivation. President Maduro and those close to him have said that this is clearly a US attempt to enrich the United States through the resources and the vast wealth that Venezuela has built up. And the US, on the counter side and the other side of that coin, say, yes, we do want to stop the trade in illicit oil and sanctioned oil, which they are alleging has been used to fund what they call narco-terrorist groups. They've spoken about using counter-terror powers in the same way, or counter-terror techniques that they used against terrorist organisations historically, such as Al-Qaeda, to stop any illicit revenue going to what they describe as narco-terrorists. Now, of course, people have questioned President Trump's motivations and the United States. Of course, there are questions as to how much of this is down to a domestic issue and how much is this down to historical dislike between the two individuals. But it absolutely is the case that America wouldn't deny that there is an issue around oil. The question is, what is that motivation? And that is, what people are finding their own answers to, I suppose.
Sean, thank you so much for setting out some of the broader context there. Appreciate that. Right now, we're just going to take a run through of some of the live pictures we have coming into us here. This is Caracas, just gone 11 a.m. there. You can see some flags, well, a flag waving. It has been relatively restrained so far, the images we have seen. There is technically a state of emergency imposed, which means people aren't supposedly being allowed out of their houses. People are staying at home, but there have been some gatherings of people here, as you can see. We've also got some other live pictures running into us here from the border. Let's take a look at these. This is the Colombia-Venezuela border there that we've just been keeping an eye on over the last couple of hours. And we can also head to Santiago. So there are not much enthusiastic people out on the streets in Venezuela itself, but a little bit different there in Santiago, you can see. Just gone midday there, much more flags and people out and about celebrating the toppling of Nicolas Maduro there in a way that we haven't seen so much in Caracas, in Venezuela itself, potentially because of the confusion and uncertainty, and of course the fact that it was struck by US military operations overnight. Another live feed to bring you, just to kind of mark your card, what we are expecting a bit later. We are expecting to hear from Donald Trump, US President, a little bit later. It is just gone 10 a.m. in the morning in Washington. He is in Florida. and we're expecting a press conference or him to be speaking at some point in the next couple of hours. There's always a bit of a health warning with timings for press conferences and media appearances. Of course, there's never exact timings, but you can see there people out and about in Florida as well. So they're just a taste of some of the live pictures we have coming into us here at the BBC in central London. We'll be keeping across all of those for you in the hours ahead, and especially in the build-up potentially to those words from Donald Trump. Let's take you now to what happened overnight and those dramatic pictures of those strikes. So a number of airstrikes hitting various parts of Caracas. Let's take a look at some of those pictures now. These are the early hours of the morning. Number of strikes, helicopters flying over the city as well. And according to the Venezuelan government, at least, there were strikes in 5 different areas, generally around Caracas, including a military base on the outskirts of the capital. And there were also strikes in surrounding areas as well. Don't know exact nature of the strikes. Assumed to be military installations. Some reporting from the US that they effectively were a distraction from the extraction operation of the president and his wife. No word on casualties. Donald Trump saying there were no US fatalities in the operation. But we are waiting any more details from Venezuela itself. But we don't actually have any reports of any fatalities there. Right, just to bring you up to speed with those pictures from overnight and just remind you of what we are looking forward to. We're going to try and take a moment to look at the words specifically of Donald Trump. He's been speaking to Fox News, so let's see if we can take a quick look at that.
What they did is really amazing, and I think it sends a signal. We're not going to be pushed around as a country anymore by these countries where we want to be politically correct all the time. They're killing our people.
Does.
If we had a war, if you lost 300,000 people in the Civil War, we lost 600,000 people. We lose 300,000 people a year to drugs, and we're not going to allow it anymore with any country.
And we also got another little snippet of what Donald Trump said. Let's listen.
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also.
So are they taken to a ship first, and then?
Yes, to Iwo Jima. They're on a ship, but they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out, and they went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that they killed a lot of people, and
a lot of Americans.
Even people in their own country. They killed a lot of people to maintain power. He's a very vicious person.
So they're the first interview done by the president to Fox News, as you saw. They're giving us some new details about the operation, saying he watched it on a live feed, effectively describing the president's home as like a fortress, and they're clearly describing the fact that he's now on a ship on his way to New York. Well, before we heard from Donald Trump, we heard from various figures within Venezuela reacting to the attacks themselves. First, let's hear from the Venezuelan defense minister.
In the face of this cowardly attack, which threatens the peace and stability of the region, we ask the international community and multilateral organizations to condemn the US government for this flagrant violation of international rights. Venezuela is free, independent and sovereign, and strongly rejects the presence of foreign forces that have left death, sadness and destruction.
And then we heard from the Interior Minister calling for calm.
After evaluating the damages caused by the criminal and terrorist attack against our people, our patriotic ground, our electrical facilities, our revolution, and even those who aren't related to the revolution, it is an attack on Venezuela. From this beautiful people, I ask to stay calm. trust in our leadership, trust in our military, our political leaders during the situation we are facing. Calm. No one should fall into despair. No one should make things easier for our invading enemy. After these attacks, we will win in the end. May the country win.
And lastly, just want to bring you what we heard from Venezuela's Attorney General.
As Attorney General of the Republic, I strongly condemn the vile and cowardly attack by the imperial enemy carried out in the early hours of the morning against innocent civilian targets in our country. It shows that everything President Nicolas Maduro said about an imperial threat is now turning into bloodshed, with innocent victims mortally wounded and others killed by this criminal terrorist attack carried out in the most cowardly manner, with premeditation and malice. As President of the Citizen Power, I ask that at this moment, today, January 3rd, all international organisations linked to the United Nations speak out against this vile attack.
So that's some of the reaction there from within Venezuela in the aftermath of those strikes in the early hours of the morning. Since then, in the hours since then, we've been getting plenty more reaction, as you'd expect, including recently, just in the last hour or so, from the UN Secretary General's spokesperson. We have that as a statement. Let's take a quick look at the words here. The Secretary General is deeply alarmed by the recent escalation in Venezuela, culminating in today's United States military action in the country, which has potential worrying implications for the region. Independently of the situation in Venezuela, these developments constitute a dangerous precedent. Later going on, Secretary General added in that statement his concerns that the rules of international law had not been respected. So there are continued concerns about international law and precedent here. Let's speak to our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby. So, Mimi, good to see you again. So the way in which these strikes and attacks were carried out will now clearly be part of many international organisations, including the United Nations, investigations into how this happened. But it's worth reflecting just how extraordinary it is for effectively the US to go in and remove physically the president and the president's wife from a different country.
Yes, this can't be overstated. This kind of harks back to the gunboat diplomacy era of the US, when the US would go into a country, meddle, and basically topple a regime it seemed unfit to govern. And with that brings a lot of concern for the region. US interventions historically in Latin America have not gone down well. They have been extremely bloody and had large repercussions for the countries itself and the wider region. Even the US military build-up just off Venezuelan waters now, around 15,000 troops alongside the world's largest warship, that is considerably bigger than the build-up there was outside of Panama before the US invaded nearly 4 decades ago, to give a sense of the urgency and the scale of this operation. And that is well before we've come to the latest developments on early Saturday morning, which involved the Delta Force swooping in under the guise of explosions across numerous areas of Venezuela. In Caracas, I've had people tell me the sound echoed around the city. It's in a valley, so that created a tremendous thundering sound, which awoke many Venezuelans confused and startled, and now getting to grips with a momentous operation, which the US has heralded as a brilliant success.
We course covered this in the build-up. You talked about that build-up of military in and around the country, and there were plenty of questions about how any kind of ground or land military operations by the US in Venezuela would actually work, and there were lots of analysis about the potential risks of that. It wasn't a big topic of conversation in the lead up to these strikes that actually they would just go in, just take the president, extract with his wife, get out of there, and then try them on US soil. That wasn't one of the major talking points in the build-up to it. So it must have been clearly a shocking development.
It's taken everybody by shock, I think. There are nearly 8 million Venezuelans who have fled the country since Nicolas Maduro first took power back in 2013, largely due to political repression alongside economic sanctions. And many of whom have been urging this to happen, kind of backing US military intervention for many people, looking for the removal of power of Nicolas Maduro. However, Nicolas Maduro has seen this building aggression, land strike recently, numerous strikes on vessels allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela to the US. We know that more than 110 people have been killed since early September. But much of this was thought to be psychological warfare. And Maduro's tactic had been to hunker down and kind of withstand. And he'd come out numerous occasions trying to really unite Venezuelans and say, we will stand against this US aggression. This drug trafficking operation is just an excuse for the US to seize Venezuelan oil. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, as well as remove Nicolas Maduro from power, perhaps ultimately trying to put the opposition, led by Maria Corina Machado, the leader of that party, but the candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez, into his seat. There is a lot of confusion about what is happening, what will happen next, but nobody, I think, saw this coming. And it really has blindsided many in and outside the country. We're not seeing a huge amount of celebrations from those against Nicolas Maduro in the country. However, outside, the large diaspora really are some celebrating on the streets.
Yeah, I mean, let's pick up on exactly that point, because we've been rolling through some of the live pictures we have here coming into us and trying to basically put a bit of context and a bit of explanation about what we've been seeing. So first of all, this is Santiago. The picture quality not great just at this moment, as you can see. But yeah, just talk us through the contrast with people out with the flags there in Santiago, whereas in Caracas, it feels to be much more subdued and in a way a lot smaller numbers. Just talk us through the nuance there.
Definitely. So firstly, there is a state of commotion in place. That is basically a state of emergency, and a part of that means that citizens aren't allowed to leave their homes. We've seen a few protests in favour of Nicolas Maduro on the streets of Caracas and other cities, but we haven't seen any large-scale celebrations. Very different scenes to we're seeing in Chile, Miami, Madrid, other cities where there are large numbers of Venezuelans who have fled the country and settled in those areas. We understand that there are now armed civilian groups who, under the order of the Maduro government, are somewhat combing the streets to squash and act upon any individuals in the country who are celebrating the US's operation. So very different scenes here, but largely the streets of Caracas and much of Venezuela will remain quiet as the level of fear and uncertainty from both parties is rife. We have seen some reports that individuals who support Nicolas Maduro make their way to the Colombian border to try and flee the country, but largely still a very quiet morning in the city.
Okay, Mimi, just stay there one moment. I just want to bring you, just we should say as well, yeah, these pictures here, we've been keeping crossing Caracas over the last couple of hours. There are more people there, certainly over the last couple of hours, but still not huge numbers, as you were saying. Mimi, just want to get your thoughts on this. We've just heard from, on social media now, in the last few minutes, from US Speaker Mike Johnson. Just want to pull out a couple of this, saying today's military action was decisive and a justified operation that will protect American lives. Nicolas Maduro is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans after years of trafficking illegal drugs and violent cartel members into our country, crimes for which he's been properly indicted in US courts and an arrest warrant duly issued. Today he learned what accountability looks like. President Trump is putting American lives first, succeeding where others have failed, and under his leadership, the United States will no longer allow criminal regimes to profit from wreaking havoc and destruction on our country. Trump administration is working to schedule briefings for members of Congress as it returns to Washington next week. So just that line there, that Nicolas Maduro is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans after years of trafficking illegal drugs and violent cartel members into our country. Could you just talk us through what is meant by that?
So this is a line that the Trump administration has been pushing increasingly now, that Nicolas Maduro is not just involved in drug trafficking, but actually heads a cartel, Cartel de los Soles, which plays a key role in trafficking and organising the movement of cocaine from Venezuela to the US. Now, Cartel de los Soles has military roots, according to those who believe it's true and actually exists to start with. The soles means suns, and the sun is a symbol of the Venezuelan military, kind of inferring the rank of the commanders or soldiers. Some say this cartel is completely made up. Others believe it has a forefront role in trafficking drugs, such as the US is saying. The truth seems to appear somewhat in the middle, but the Venezuelan government, Nicolas Maduro, has firmly repelled this statement, saying he has nothing to do with drug trafficking, and this cartel is completely fabricated, again, with the US using this excuse to actually seek regime change, as well as access Venezuela's very large reserves of oil and other minerals. There is drug trafficking through Venezuela, and there is no doubt that some of the military has a foot in the door in some sense, but comparatively, compared to Colombia and Mexico, it has a very small part in this global trade. It's thought now that about 70% of the world's cocaine flows through Ecuador on the other side of the continent. So this can't all be put down to drug trafficking. And we know now that regime change and oil, we've just heard President Trump say that the US is going to have a large involvement in Venezuela's oil industry. Those are true motives which appear to be coming to light with more prevalence.
Amy, thank you very much for that. We'll be chatting to you again later on. Thank you for that. Well, Vanessa Neumann is a former advisor to Venezuelan opposition leader Juan Guaido. She spoke to my colleague a little earlier.
Really, it's the restoration of democracy, because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025, having lost a 3-1 landslide in the elections, despite the rigging, despite the disqualification of Maria Corina Machado, then her next replacement, and then her stand-in, Edmundo Gonzalez, won because Venezuelans want out from under this tyranny. So what happens next in Venezuela is really on the heads of what the people of the Chavistas who remain, namely Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, who's a sort of this chief strategist. Delcy Rodriguez is the chief financial officer, shall we say, of the regime. The head torturer and strategist is her brother Jorge, and Diosdado Cabello and Granco. And if those people leave peacefully, as they were supposed to have done in January of last year, we really should not have civilian casualties in Venezuela. Now, the longer they try to cling to power, and when the democratic forces of Venezuela have voted them out, then this will continue to escalate and get messier. So the deaths of Venezuelans is on the heads of the Maduro's enclave. It has not been forced by, it's not forced by violence. First of all, this was very much a capture operation, and it has played out exactly as I have said over at least my last 10 television interviews. They have taken out the command and control, the power to respond and attack United States forces without civilian casualties, or doing everything possible to disrupt the illicit financial flows of illicit oil, narcotics, and to a lesser extent gold, and to respond. They have not attacked U.S. civilians, and Venezuelans have been pleading to try and get this criminal organization out, and that's exactly what they have done. They have captured a criminal, the head of the criminal organization, which is Maduro, and his wife, who are indicted, and their nephews have been tried in the United States for drug trafficking, and also they're wanted there's an arrest warrant for crimes against humanity, and as well for torture, and in the UN, they're very damning. There's 18,000 political prisoners currently being tortured just since 2018, and so they have captured a capo and taken him out. What happens with the rest of the enclave? As he should have done himself. So what happens to the rest of the enclave depends on them. There is a Venezuelan political structure that was voted by the Venezuelan people, ready to step into the presidential palace, which is what the Venezuelan people voted for in a 3-1 landslide. So it's there. There's a president, there's a vice president, there's a ministerial cabinet, there are aides, and all sorts of things. And Venezuela was, up until Chavez, the longest running democracy in Latin America.
Just want to bring you some reaction from the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel, here in the UK, saying this: nobody will shed tears for Maduro's removal, but called it, quote, very serious geopolitical moment, saying we've always strongly condemned Maduro's brutal and repressive regime, and the Conservative government did not consider Maduro's administration as legitimate. This goes back to questions about the election, his election, widely seen as stolen by him. Quote, nobody will shed tears for him being removed. We wait the full facts about the US operation, which has removed Maduro, and we want to see the Venezuelan people enjoy democratic norms and freedoms. This is clearly a very serious geopolitical moment. So that's some of the reaction just in from the opposition Conservatives here in the UK. Speaking of the opposition, well, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, one of the potential new leaders of the country, although, of course, obviously, huge amount of confusion as to what happens next. But my colleague Lucy Hockings interviewed her in Oslo last month after she'd won the Nobel Peace Prize, and she asked her about the possibility of a US military intervention and what the opposition in Venezuela would actually support.
Also, President Trump has talked about the possibility of strikes on Venezuelan soil. And it is difficult sometimes with President Trump to figure out exactly what it is that he means, but is that something that you would support, a US military strike on Venezuelan soil?
Look, President Trump has offered Maduro, and he has said it publicly several times, to go through a peaceful process to dismantle the criminal structure, and has insisted that the criminal activities have to stop, which has not happened on the country. So we didn't want a war. We didn't look for it. The Venezuelan people want to live, in democracy and freedom, justice. It was Maduro who declared war on the Venezuelan people with state terrorism, and abroad with narco-terrorism.
But is that a reluctant yes, then, that you would support that?
What we have asked, but I've been very insistent in this, is the international community to help us stop the flows of resources, criminal resources, which are used by that regime for repression of the Venezuelan people, or innocent Venezuelans. Where those resources come from? Drug trafficking, gold trafficking, even human trafficking. And many of these resources end up in, the financial systems of democracies in Latin America or in Europe. And what we have asked is we need to cut those inflows. And a very important part of those resources come from the drug activities. So we clearly believe that an international coalition to dismantle this industry should be put in place.
So, interesting there from Maria Corina Machado, potential opposition leader, potential new leader. And in fact, Donald Trump was asked about that, whether he supported her to take over Venezuela. And he told Fox News, quote, we're going to have to look at it right now. Of course, the crucial question of what does happen next and who takes over the political vacuum now left after the president and his wife were scooped up and removed from the country by US forces. Right, let's take you around these live pictures coming into us here at the BBC newsroom in London. We've been watching steadily a small crowd there in Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, building over the last few hours, but numbers relatively small, or very small, and relatively subdued. There is a state of emergency declared by officials there at the government in Venezuela, banning people from leaving their houses. So let's ping you around some of the other live feeds we have coming into us. We also have Santiago, and you can see much livelier images there, flags waving, plenty of support for Venezuelan people against Nicolas Maduro, and clearly celebrating his removal there. I've also got new live feed coming into us from Lima as well. It's in Peru. Again, the Venezuelan diaspora there, Venezuelan families and supporters out again, clearly enjoying the fact that Nicolas Maduro has been removed as the president of Venezuela. But there will be many, of course, within Venezuela who may well support the fact that he's gone, but not particularly support the methods, not particularly want their country to be struck by US forces and military strikes in order for that to happen. But a little more lively pictures there in Lima. And I think we've also got feed coming into us from Florida. Let's take a look at these pictures. Again, the Venezuelan population in Florida. People are out and about. Those pictures have been a little livelier a little earlier on, but we're keeping across those. It's just gone 10:30 in the morning now on the east coast of the US. We are expecting to hear from President Trump in the next hour or so to mark your card. We've heard from him giving an interview to US media. We are expecting, though, to hear from him in a press conference in the next hour or so. But a bit of a health warning, as always, with these media appearances. Timings can slip. So that's just giving you a heads up of what's coming up next and a run through of where we are right now with those live feeds coming into us. But let's now get an update on how we arrived here. Here's our South America correspondent, Ione Wells.
Venezuela had an abrupt awakening. Its capital, Caracas, under attack from the US. Helicopters, flames, explosions. These were strikes targeting the city's key military infrastructure. Eyewitnesses woke in the early hours of the morning to the booms.
I just wake up almost at 2 a.m. in the morning with a huge bang. Everything was vibrating. I just jumped to the window and I was able to see something in flames in the middle of their runway.
Venezuelans were not just woken by the strikes, but also the news that their president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured. On Truth Social, President Donald Trump said he and his wife had been flown out of the country after a large-scale strike against Venezuela. His government colleagues do not seem to know his whereabouts.
We demand from the Donald Trump government immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
There's been months of speculation about if and when the US might strike Venezuela. It has sent its biggest military deployment to the Caribbean region in decades. Thousands of troops, along with warships, planes and helicopters. It has seized at least 2 oil tankers near Venezuela, which it says carried sanctioned oil. Venezuela accuses the US of wanting to steal its oil and resources. The US has also carried out dozens of strikes on small alleged drug trafficking boats, killing at least 110 people. It says those operations are part of a non-international armed conflict with alleged traffickers, but legal experts say they could be in violation of the laws of warfare.
They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
The US has long accused President Maduro of running a criminal trafficking network, something he strongly denies. On Thursday, Mr. Maduro said he was open to talks.
If they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want Venezuelan oil, is Venezuela ready for US investments? Like with Chevron, whenever, wherever, and however they want.
Venezuela says it will resist foreign troops. The US clearly wants regime change. That's no longer just a distant threat. Ione Wells, BBC News.
Well, the US Attorney General Pam Bondi has issued a statement on social media, and she said Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts, she added. I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. Well, we have just started to look through the indictment itself. So effectively the legal grounds here in the US for bringing Nicolas Maduro and his wife to the US to face charges. And it starts: for over 25 years, leaders of Venezuela have abused their positions of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine into the United States. So this is the text from the indictment. Nicolas Maduro, the defendant, is at the forefront of that corruption and has partners with his co-conspirators to use his illegally obtained authority and the institutions he corroded to transport thousands of tons of cocaine to the United States. Since his early days in the Venezuelan government, he's tarnished every public office he's held. A member of the National Assembly, moved loads of cocaine under the protection of Venezuelan law enforcement. As Venezuela's Minister of Foreign Affairs, he provided Venezuelan diplomatic passports to drug traffickers and facilitated diplomatic cover for planes used by money launderers to repatriate drug proceeds from Mexico to Venezuela. So these are just the first couple of sentences and paragraphs that I'm bringing you from the indictment. So these are effectively the allegations here that it seems now that Nicolas Maduro will have to answer for when he arrives in the US and faces charges in US courts. And you can see the United States District Court, Southern District of New York, which is what Pam Bondi was referring to, about where he would face these charges. And this is the indictment that we are scrolling through. It is a few pages long, 12, 13, 14, 15, and still going. So we haven't read through the whole document as of yet, 25 pages long. I just brought you some of the opening sentences, and you get a sense there of the grounds that the US certainly feel for his arrest and the charges that he will face. So we will continue to go through that document for you, bring you some of the key lines from it. Now, though, back here, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has given his reaction to events in Venezuela. He's been speaking to the BBC's Laura Koonsberg.
Prime Minister, have you spoken to Donald Trump about what's happened in Venezuela?
No, I haven't, and it's obviously a fast-moving situation, and we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation, and as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the President, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment, I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
And just lastly, for people who might have family there, or the small number of Brits in Venezuela, there are some there, it might be a small number, but of course people will be very concerned. What would their advice be?
Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela, and we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, and so that's what we're doing there.
That was Keir Starmer there, and politicians both in government and on the edges of the governing Labour Party have been reacting to the news coming out of Venezuela. Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus explains.
Voices both from within the Labour Party, a handful of MPs who are quite often take positions slightly different to the leadership, quite critical of the leadership sometimes, have been critical already of what they've seen here. So John McDonnell, who was a former Shadow Chancellor, senior Labour figure on the left, he has said that he believes there's no legal sanction, no UN decision. Here he says if the UK government stands for the rule of law, Keir Starmer must condemn this. Richard Bergen, another left-wing Labour MP, he says he totally condemns this illegal attack on a sovereign nation. It's about regime change, control of Venezuela's oil. from a couple of MPs who used to be Labour, expelled from the party. Jeremy Corbyn, former leader, he has also been pretty critical. I mean, he's in the past congratulated President Maduro when he first became president. He has spoken out, even as recently as November, against any possible action against Venezuela, saying it should be a matter for Venezuela's people, what happens in their country. He has called this an unprovoked illegal attack on Venezuela, brazen attempt to secure control over natural resources, should be condemned, he said, by anyone who believes in sovereignty and international law. The one voice the other way, Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK, who likes to say he has a close relationship with Donald Trump, he has said that the American actions are unorthodox and, he does say, contrary to international law. But he goes on, if they make China and Russia think twice, that may be a good thing. That, interestingly, has drawn quite sharp criticism from another figure on the left, the Green leader, Zach Polanski, who has criticised Mr. Farage, saying that he's not a representative for Britain, he represents Donald Trump, and he can't condemn something he recognises as illegal.
Thanks to Damien there. Let's take you back to the US. Just want to remind you, we have heard from the Vice President in a statement online, J.D. Vance, saying the President offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process that drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. So we are waiting to hear from the president himself, due to speak to the media in the next hour-ish. But he did give an interview on Fox News a little earlier. Take a listen.
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also...
So are they taken to a ship first and then...
Yes, to Iwo Jima. They're on a ship, but they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out, and they went by helicopter. A nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that. They killed a lot of people. And
a lot of Americans.
Even people in their own country. They killed a lot of people to maintain power. He's a very vicious person.
So that was Donald Trump speaking in the last hour or two. And in the last 30 minutes or so, we've now started going through the indictment. So Department of Justice, the DOJ there in the US, effectively releasing its allegations about the activities of Nicolas Maduro. We are going through those 25 pages or so. Let's bring in my colleague, Chief Presenter Sumi Somaskanda, who's been starting to just look through some of that document. Not the whole thing, Sumi, yet. Look, we've got so many extraordinary developments to run through, but let's just start with that DOJ release document. What stands out?
Yeah, it's really remarkable, Lewis, and we should say this comes, as you've mentioned already, after the Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, that she had posted on Truth Social, on Twitter rather, a little bit earlier in the day, that Nicolas Maduro will face the full wrath, as she said, of the American justice system. And now, as you've been saying, we're going through this indictment. And really interesting to say that here we see that they have written Venezuela has abused their position of public trust to import tons of cocaine into the United States. Now, this is really key because this is the base of the justification that the Department of Justice and the Trump administration is using here to justify why President Nicolas Maduro was arrested, saying that he was the head of an illegal drug trafficking ring that has been bringing drugs into the United States. Now, it also says the following: as a member of Venezuela's National Assembly, Maduro moved loads of cocaine under the protection of Venezuelan law enforcement. This is another piece of what we've heard from the Trump administration really in the last few months, in the justification of why the Trump administration is engaging with Venezuela in this way. Remember that they designated what they call the Cartel de los Soles, Cartel of the Suns, a terrorist organization, and said that Maduro is sitting at the top of that terrorist organization, essentially saying that this is an illegal drug trafficking ring that has reached the very top of power in Venezuela and includes many members of the military, of the justice system,
so on and so forth. Now, important to say that Venezuela's government, Nicolas Maduro, have all denied that. And in speaking to experts here in the U.S., they have said that that is more difficult to prove, that the Cartel de los Soles doesn't necessarily exist in the form of a traditional cartel. But what we're seeing in this indictment clearly is that the U.S. is saying that this is a history of Venezuela moving drugs, trafficking drugs into the U.S., and also allowing cocaine-fueled corruption to flourish. We're also seeing that this indictment says that drug trafficking has enriched and entrenched Venezuela's political military elite. And here we see the indictment include a number of President Maduro's closest circle. So it includes here the Ministry of the Interior. We also see the former Minister of the Interior named here. And we see that this indictment goes on to name a number of defendants. So clearly this is an indictment that the Department of Justice has been building for some time based on much of the argumentation that we have seen here in the U.S. Now, as we're talking about this, Louis, it's important to note that we're going to hear a bit more from President Trump. But he has said throughout, from the very beginning, that we started to see strikes on drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean off the coast of Venezuela back in September. He has said that this is part of removing an illegal drug trafficking operation, and this is what they're tying Nicolas Maduro to. We know that with this indictment, they are planning to charge Nicolas Maduro in the Southern District of New York. That is what Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, said in her post on social media a little bit earlier in the day. But fascinating to see the way that this has been laid out, the legal argumentation, because as you know, Louis, we have spoken to many members of Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, and both have questioned the legality, both of the strikes on boats and the seizure of an oil tanker off Venezuela as well. So this is going to be fascinating to see how the president describes the legal basis of this. We have seen already many of the president's supporters talking about the fact that this was a precision move, a precision strategy to arrest Nicolas Maduro, not to launch war in Venezuela, but as you mentioned, President Trump, speaking to Fox News a little bit earlier today, said they had been preparing for a second wave, and that could still be possible. So as we're combing through this indictment, Louis, we'll have to see as well, what further steps President Trump decides to take and what he says about that now at the press conference coming up.
Yeah, we wait for that press conference, Sumi, as you rightly say. I just want to bring you, we talked there about the indictment and laying out the effective justification. Mirrored by US Speaker Mike Johnson. Just want to read you part of his statement saying Nicolas Maduro is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans after years of trafficking illegal drugs and violent cartel members into our country. So Mike Johnson echoing plenty of what we heard and what you were talking about there. But J.D. Vance also talked about the drugs issue, but also mentioned oil. Just talk us through, Sumi, where the issue of oil fits in here.
Yeah, it's a fascinating one. And we have seen President Trump, really over the last month or so, we've seen the shifting narrative of how President Trump has talked about what the U.S.'s strategy here in Venezuela is. And he started about a month ago to write on Truth Social about the U.S.'s approach to Venezuela, saying Venezuela had stolen land and oil, and that this is something that President Maduro, Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, had to answer for. What he is talking about there is much more murky, and it's something that we've discussed with international law experts as well. The question of land seems to have raised many questions to international experts because it's not clear which land President Trump is referring to here. Now, on the question of oil, he's talking about Venezuela's decision to nationalize oil companies in Venezuela. There were American companies who were part of Venezuela's oil industry, and presumably that is what President Trump has been referring to when he talks about Venezuelan stolen oil and land. And that is a narrative that we've seen now permeate throughout many members of President Trump's administration, including the Vice President, J.D. Vance, as well. That has led Democrat members of Congress who we have spoken to say that they believe that this intervention in Venezuela is not about stopping drug trafficking. It is about, one, regime change, and two, gaining access to Venezuela's oil reserves, vast oil reserves. And indeed, President Trump was asked about this in that Fox News interview a little bit earlier in the day. And interesting that he said, we're going to have a big part of that when asked about what the U.S. role would be. So clearly that has been part of the narrative. Of course, we know that the U.S. had confiscated and blockaded oil ships, that was sanctioned oil ships, that were coming from Venezuela and going to Venezuela. So that has been part of the narrative that we've been seeing building here in Washington over the last few weeks in particular. And clearly the president, speaking about that in that interview, is revealing that this has been part of the calculus for the U.S. and part of the calculus for why the U.S. decided to arrest Nicolas Maduro and bring him to the U.S.
Sumi, thanks for that. Should just say the news wires here just starting to filter through some of the statements about from opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. Clearly, one of the big questions now is who takes over, and clearly one of the issues is what role does she play and what is her response? Well, she is saying that the hour of freedom has arrived for Venezuela. So opposition leader Machado saying Venezuela's hour of freedom has arrived. A couple more details here from Reuters news agency saying that after refusing a negotiated exit, this is President Nicolas Maduro, was removed from power after refusing a negotiated exit. That's from opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. And she says her opposition colleague, who was, international observers, she says, won the 2024 election, should assume the presidency, and the opposition will restore order in the country and free political prisoners. So we have been waiting over the last few hours to see how the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, would actually react to the events in her country. And it seems now she has come out in support, saying the hour of freedom has arrived. Also saying that Nicolas Maduro was removed from power after refusing a negotiated exit, and saying that her colleague, her opposition colleague, should now become the next leader and assume the presidency of the country. So she's not calling for herself to be the next leader of Venezuela, but her colleague Edmundo Gonzalez, who was the opposition leader, who in her eyes won the 2024 election, and I should say not just her eyes, many international observers, many in the international community believe that too. So, interesting statements from a now global figure. Maria Corina Machado was an opposition figure in Venezuela for many years, and then was flung into international prominence when she won recently the Nobel Peace Prize. And when she was asked at the time of winning that Nobel Peace Prize, would she support military action by Donald Trump's US government to remove Nicolas Maduro, many were interested in the potential ramifications of any answer that she gave to that. And it seems now we have a more complete picture. Whether or not she will have supported this as a plan A, as a first route or not, we don't know at the moment. But the consequence, the results, it seems she is supporting. Venezuelans, the hour of freedom has arrived, she says. And she doesn't say that she wants to now assume the presidency. She wants the quote-unquote winner of the 2024 election, Edmundo Gonzalez, also from the opposition, to take over presidency. I say quote-unquote because the official result was declared in favour of Nicolas Maduro, but that official result was widely condemned and criticised by most international observers as a stolen election, effectively, by Nicolas Maduro. So these are some of the live pictures we have coming into us. We've seen these crowds, still pretty small there in Caracas. That's the capital of Venezuela. That's where those overnight strikes were, military strikes on presumably military targets, but also those extraction efforts, US forces going in there and removing Nicolas Maduro and his wife from Caracas. Let's just take you round quickly some of the other live pictures we have here that we are keeping across. Let's take you to Florida in the US, and we have Venezuelans, of course, in Florida, in that part of the US, and they have draped in the flags and waving the flags. Clearly, they are supportive of Donald Trump's action. supportive of the international efforts by Donald Trump to remove Nicolas Maduro, clearly on grounds of domestic law, though. That's the nuance here that our correspondent Sean Dilley was underlining a little earlier to us. He was basically explaining the indictment, the grounds, the legal grounds from a US administration point of view here is the fact that this is an issue of drug trafficking and the damage and the harm done by that. And we saw the indictment earlier on, not a matter of international forces and international law. We will get into that legal distinction a little later. But now we can speak to Ana Vanessa Herrera, who is in Caracas for us. Thanks so much for coming on the programme. You're in Caracas. Just talk us through what the latest is there.
Yes. Well, the situation right now, I don't even know how to describe it. I cannot say it's stable. What we do know is that we haven't had any reports and haven't witnessed any new bombing or airstrikes like the ones that I witnessed starting 2 a.m. This Saturday. But in the streets, the situation, it's not of absolute chaos, but I witnessed some pretty big lines of people forming in front of different supermarkets and pharmacies. People are very worried on what is going to happen in the next hours, of course, the next days. They are trying to get as much food as they can, as much medicines as they need, and they are trying to get their tanks filled with gas. So what the image that we have from the street right now, it's people running around the cars and walking around the streets and just to get to the supermarkets and the pharmacies. Now, this image that I'm portraying here repeats itself in different parts of the capital. And different supermarkets have had no other option but to let small amounts of people, up to 2 or 3 at a time. So this is forming huge lines right now. And they are trying to avoid, and that is what we've been told, they try to avoid any lootings. So we haven't had any reports of that happening so far, but people are in supermarkets know that this is a very, very critical situation. They're trying to do their best to control the situation. We also saw police and National Guard on the streets, not a militarized city as you would expect, but this is the western and eastern part of Caracas. Now, the center of Caracas is showing a different image as portrayed in the images shown by the Venezuelan national television. So what we're seeing, there are small groups of people followers of Nicolas Maduro and other government members who are going to the streets rejecting the U.S. strike and supporting the people, the heads of the government that are on the street already. We've seen a few. But in the rest of Caracas, at least, we are seeing empty streets, and whoever comes out of their houses is going straight to pharmacies, straight to supermarkets.
Yeah, you can understand that, of course, given the huge levels of uncertainty there across the country. People wanting to stock up and get what they can. They just simply don't know what does happen next. Can you just remind us, this state of emergency was initially, we were told, for people to stay in their houses and stay at home. Clearly that isn't happening completely if people are going out to get supplies. But so far, we're not getting reports of any consequences, any armed crackdown if people do leave their houses.
No. So far, we have no confirmation, no information or reports on that matter, at least not in Caracas. I haven't seen any in the rest of the country. Now, this state of emergency, it's complicated because it is not clear what it means. It is not clear if we, for example, are going to have curfew starting, this afternoon. I think that information is going to come as, the story develops. I don't know if the government themselves understood that, what they were dealing with if anything were to happen. Right now, people are not, again, I'm not seeing chaos, absolute chaos on the street, but I am seeing people very worried, running to the lines. But they're, at least the ones that I visited, they're formed in absolute order and calm. And but the people I've talked to claim that they need to be ready because they don't know what's going to happen in the next few hours, less alone in the next few days.
It's so vital to get that picture from you there of what is happening on the ground and in the streets. We've just had the first reaction online from Maria Corina Machado, opposition leader, basically supporting the events there and calling for opposition party to now take over. Is there any sense about how that kind of process could happen?
Well, she hasn't really said that, and that was a huge question when she fled the country and went to receive the Nobel Prize. And she has said in the past that they are ready for any transition, that they are ready to take over political power, but she never shared how exactly this was going to happen. That doesn't mean that U.S. authorities don't know about the plan. I'm assuming they do. But the country, the citizens, and even other politicians here in Venezuela claim that they have no idea on how they're going to do it and when they were going to do it. So I think what is next for Venezuelans, beyond understanding what Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, and other members within the Maduro's government are going to do, is what exactly is Maria Corina Machado going to do? Is she going to come back? Is Edmundo Gonzalez going to come back with her? Those are huge question marks in the immediate future to come.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing us right up to date with what's happening there on the ground. Thank you for that. So just to bring you up to date, I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. You're with BBC News. Continued coverage of this developing story. Overnight, a number of reports emerged of a number of airstrikes, various locations in Venezuela. And of course, the United States have been building up its military presence there in recent months. Then confirmation came from the US President Donald Trump in a post on social media confirming that the US had launched a large-scale strike on the country and the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro had been captured and flown out of the country. Well, the latest news, he's now been taken to New York. The US Attorney General has now announced drugs and terrorism charges against him. Well, these were the scenes overnight in Caracas, showing a number of strikes and military helicopters flying over the city. And according to the Venezuelan government, there were strikes in 5 different areas around Caracas, including a military base on the outskirts of the capital. Also strikes in other states as well. Well, no words on any casualties. Donald Trump saying earlier he didn't believe there were any fatalities from the US personnel involved. Well, in the last hour, the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, said on social media that Nicolas Maduro was removed from power after refusing a negotiated exit. Well, let's cross live to my colleague Sumi, who has been taking a look through the latest developments there. Just bring us up to date, Sumi.
Yeah, Lewis, I will say that we are awaiting a press conference any moment now from President Trump. He's expected to deliver a statement on this operation and on the arrest of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. We understand that the pool, so those are the journalists who travel with the president, who cover the president, that they are currently holding. So they are waiting for this any moment in Mar-a-Lago, where this presser will take place. They're holding in the tea room, as we understand. We're expecting that to get underway at any moment. President Trump did say on Fox News in the interview that you've been referring to a little bit earlier in the day that the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, and General Dan Kane, that they would also speak at this press availability that will be taking place in Mar-a-Lago. Now, we've seen some reporting about the operation itself to arrest President Maduro in Venezuela, Luis. And this is from our partners here in the U.S., CBS. We have understood that Nicolas Maduro was captured by Delta Force. That's the U.S. military's top special mission unit. That's according to U.S. officials who have confirmed that to CBS News, again, our partner here. And we understand as well that our partner CBS have confirmed that it was a CIA source inside the Venezuelan government that helped the U.S. track down the Venezuelan president's location in the lead up to his capture. That was first reported by the New York Times, we should say, now again confirmed by CBS. And apparently this human source was part of an extensive network of other intelligence units, including intelligence that informed the operation over months of meticulous planning. So clearly this was in the lead up, planning for a long time, for several weeks now. And it could not be determined, according to CBS, when the source was recruited. We do know that the U.S. had offered $50 million of a reward for information leading to Nicolas Maduro's arrest. We also know that President Trump spoke in that Fox News interview. He was asked about this operation, and he said they had been planning this for a few days now, and that the weather had cleared up finally, presumably overnight. And that's when this unit, Delta Force, as we understand from CBS News, decided to go forth with the operation to arrest Nicolas Maduro. We understand as well from President Trump that he was in an armored fortress, and that the military unit had actually built a replica of this armored fortress to be able to simulate essentially what it would be like to go in and get Nicolas Maduro before actually carrying out this operation overnight. Now, this, of course, comes after we've seen months of military buildup in the region. You know that well, Luis. We've been talking about this for weeks. The fact that there's now 15,000 troops in the Caribbean region. We've seen it start with strikes on drug trafficking boats in the region. We saw as well the blockade of oil ships, sanctioned oil ships coming in to Venezuela, leaving Venezuela. And we know that the president and his team and the Department of Justice, we have heard them speak about the drug trafficking operation that they claim is being led by Nicolas Maduro. Looking at that indictment from the Department of Justice, this is the justification they are using for his arrest. And they had designated Cartel de los Soles, the Cartel of the Suns, as it's called, as a terrorist organization. All of this, it appears now to be the pieces in the lead up to this operation to arrest Nicolas Maduro, to carry out these strikes on, as we understand, military sites in Venezuela, and again, apparently a CIA source inside the Venezuelan government that had been placed there by the U.S. helped track down where Nicolas Maduro is. That is what we're hearing from our partners here, CBS News.
Yeah, really interesting, Sumi. Plenty of new details then about the actual intricacies of how this was carried out. I just want to flag, as Sumi mentioned earlier, we are waiting to hear from the president himself. You may have seen the pictures there of the lectern. The live shots is Mar-a-Lago, his Florida home. We are expecting him and others to speak shortly. We will bring you that. Of course, we'll interrupt whatever we're talking about at that moment when we see people getting to those in front of those microphones and speaking with the very latest updates. We'll bring that to you. Whilst we wait for that, just want to bring you a couple of the significant reactions we've had from the Trump administration team. Firstly, US Vice President J.D. Vance said on social media, the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process that drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. We've also had a reaction from the UN Secretary General's spokesperson. The Secretary General is deeply alarmed by the recent escalation in Venezuela, culminating with today's United States military action in the country, which has potentially worrying implications for the region. Independently of the situation in Venezuela, these developments constitute a dangerous precedent. The Secretary General added that his concerns that the rules of international law had not been respected. Let's bring Sumi back in here. Sumi, we had a bit of international reaction there, a bit of reaction from JD Vance as well. I was wondering the reaction from the political sphere in the US, Republicans and Democrats, and what we've been hearing so far.
Yeah, there has been plenty of reaction, as you might imagine, Lewis, and we're seeing it across the spectrum. And it has been, perhaps unsurprisingly, very partisan. So you mentioned what we heard from the Vice President, J.D. Vance. Senator Tom Cotton, who's a Republican from Arkansas, he had said that Nicolas Maduro wasn't just an illegitimate dictator. He also ran a vast drug trafficking operation. That is why he was indicted in a U.S. court nearly 6 years ago. And he said that he spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and confirmed that he would be held, face justice for crimes against citizens. And he said, I commend President Trump and our brave troops and law enforcement for this incredible operation. Now, Democrats here have been very critical of President Trump in the first reactions that we've seen. And Representative Jim Himes, who's a Democrat from Connecticut, he's part of the gang of 8 of those members of Congress who are read into intelligence. He said Maduro is an illegitimate ruler, but I've seen no evidence that his presidency poses a threat that would justify military action without congressional authorization, nor have I heard a strategy for the day after and how we will prevent Venezuela from descending into chaos. Now, just a few more reactions here, because we really have, again, seen this across the board, really partisan reactions. We saw the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who's a Republican from South Dakota, say President Trump's decisive action to disrupt the unacceptable status quo and apprehend Maduro through the execution of a valid Department of Justice warrant is an important first step to bring him to justice for the drug crimes which he has been indicted in the U.S. But again, many Democrats here have been criticizing this move. Ro Khanna, who is a Democrat congressman from the state of California, he said Donald Trump betrayed his MAGA base today, launching a war of choice to bring regime change in Venezuela. We keep voting against dumb wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, but our presidents bow to a foreign policy blob committed to militarism. So Ro Khanna, they're pointing to Donald Trump's promises on the campaign trail to ensure that America was not engaged in foreign wars. Now, of course, the president, the Secretary of State, they have said essentially that this was about getting Nicolas Maduro, although Donald Trump did say that they were preparing, perhaps, or were prepared for a second wave if necessary. So if there's retaliatory action. And important to note there as well that in that Fox News interview, President Trump speaking quite candidly about this operation, he was asked what happens now. And he said, well, there is a vice president there in Venezuela. And he said if they are not complying with the U.S., if they continue to be loyal to Nicolas Maduro, it will be, quote, very bad for them. What that might mean, what it might mean for further U.S. military action in Venezuela, we're not entirely clear. But this just a flavor, Lewis, of some of the reactions we're seeing from across the political spectrum, and sure, many, many more to come in the coming hours.
And Sumi, just to add to that, we've had another message on social media from J.D. Vance saying this, and PSA for everyone saying this was illegal. PSA, presumably public service announcement. So for anyone who's saying this is illegal, in short, Maduro had multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States because you live in a palace in Caracas. So a PSA, public service announcement for everyone saying this was illegal. Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States because you live in a palace in Caracas. So clearly doubling down on that line that this was effectively a domestic drug issue for the US. Indictments have been issued, multiple indictments, and this is a question of getting someone to answer those indictments and answer in US courts. But earlier, even in his own messages, he did mention the issue of oil as well. Sumi, just on the issue of reaction, we got political reaction from you there. What about people, as you touched on there, who were saying, actually, this isn't a case of an international war that we want anything to do with. Now, clearly, we've heard the justifications. The Trump administration would dismiss any characterization of it being an international war. But those people who would feel that they don't want to get involved in foreign affairs like this, will they now have a right to be aggrieved at President Trump, who had said on the campaign trail that this wouldn't be what they would be doing?
Well, the narrative, Lewis, that we've heard from President Trump and his administration, also in the lead up to this operation, is that this is not the U.S. getting involved in a prolonged war with Venezuela, if you will, but rather this is about ensuring that the leader of a drug trafficking ring that President Trump claims has killed tens of thousands of Americans will be removed so that he can no longer do harm to the U.S. Now, the question of whether that will be, a narrative or an explanation that President Trump's MAGA base will stand behind, there's no reason to think that they would not. And certainly President Trump has made that very strong link to drug deaths in the U.S., with what his operation has carried out here. And it's interesting to note that, of course, the U.S. has seen a massive, massive problem with drug overdoses in the U.S., fentanyl overdoses. But this is essentially about cocaine and cocaine trafficking into the U.S. And indeed, I was looking at a report a short while ago, and it shows that there was federal data showing that around 76,000 drug deaths took place in the 12 months running through April last year. That number is actually down from the prior year, and it's really fentanyl, excuse me, Lewis, that remains the major killer here. But many times that fentanyl is mixed with cocaine. So that is where President Trump is getting some of the numbers that he has referred to. So with that being the justification, it can be said that many members of Congress we have spoken to have said that this is why it is justified for the U.S. to be pursuing this, excuse me, frog in my throat.
So don't worry, go and get a glass of water. We got your point. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. Yes. We'll be coming back to you a little later on anyways. That was Sumi Somaskanafa there in the US for us. Right. Mimi is standing by with us. If you've been watching over the last couple of hours, she's been talking us through some of the developments. Maria Corina Machado, opposition leader, been waiting to hear from her, and now we have. Talk us through it.
She has made a statement basically saying the hour of freedom for Venezuela has arrived. She says this whole plight of the opposition has been worth it, and said that Edmundo González, Maria Corina Machado is the Venezuelan opposition leader, but Edmundo González is the presidential candidate who supposedly won the 2024 election. He now needs to assume his presidency, take the mandate, and be recognized by the army. Now, that last point is key here. He needs to be recognised by the army, who at the moment see Nicolas Maduro as the legitimate leader. And the army has a lot of power when it comes to this. They have really cemented Nicolas Maduro's reign and protected him at many costs. But now the opposition leader is saying they're prepared to take power. They've called for the mobilization for a new Venezuela and said that with God's hand, Venezuela will be free. And she's kind of quoted that very iconic slogan now, hasta el final, until the end. It's time to release all political prisoners, she says, and restore order and democracy in Venezuela. Remember, she won a Nobel Peace Prize just a few months ago for trying to bring democracy back to Venezuela. So some very uniting words there from the Venezuelan opposition leader. We've also heard from the opposition candidate. He has said that the next few hours are very decisive and that Venezuelans should be united.
Mimi, thank you for that. Just to say the obvious here, we are looking at these live pictures of Mar-a-Lago. We are expecting President Trump and potentially others from his administration as well to say a few words, to speak to the press there in front of the lecterns and microphones. We don't have any exact timings for that, but you can see plenty of people poised and ready. So we'll, of course, just jump straight to that as and when that happens. Just talk us through, we're getting into the realms now of how this is legally justified and the various different justifications. We were just talking there with Sumi. We're talking through J.D. Vance and the Vice President's focusing on the fact that this is legal because this is a US drugs effectively indictment, and they've scooped him up to bring him back and for him to face charges on that. But of course, if you're Venezuelan, if you're in the country, those legal arguments don't matter a great deal. You either come down on the side of this was someone who I didn't support and I'm pleased they're gone, or I don't support them, but I don't believe that this is the right way that they should be got rid of. And so there will be some nuance and some people facing some pretty difficult decisions now about what they do within Venezuela. And clearly those international calls for a change in government and a change in administration for Nicolas Maduro to relinquish his presidency because it was quote unquote stolen in the eyes of many international observers. Well, that call has now effectively been answered by Donald Trump and their administration on they would say very separate legal grounds. But this is a hugely difficult moment for Venezuela and exactly how it fills this political vacuum now.
There is very much a political vacuum, and if you are the opposition or the US, you'll be hoping that Edmundo González, backed up by Maria Corina Machado, will kind of be swoop in and take that position that Nicolas Maduro has now been forcibly removed from and is vacant. However, it is not that simple. That idea is deceivingly simple. There is very much still an inner circle, the key loyalists surrounding Mr. Maduro, who remain in Venezuela and remain adamant that they will fight till the bitter end and push back any kind of US aggression like these strikes. And this is not new. This is not something that has come completely out the blue. The level of maybe the operation has shocked everybody. But the act itself of the US making kind of land progress, that hasn't been a shock. This has taken months of planning and has really increased since the early September strikes, when those strikes began on vessels allegedly carrying drugs from both Venezuela and through the Pacific Ocean towards the US. So the operation here isn't a surprise, but the scale really is. The army are very much Nicolas Maduro's golden asset here, and there is no indication at the moment that they have turned against him or are being swayed by the latest US operation, these very powerful strikes which have rattled and awoken the country on the early hours of Saturday morning. Now, the extradition of Nicolas Maduro and his wife will leave many concerned, both supporters of Nicolas Maduro and the opposition. This power vacuum could lead way to an internal power struggle within key figures, like I said, of Nicolas Maduro's inner circle, be that the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, who constitutionally is the obvious person to take control now, or it could be the internal affairs minister, Diosdado Caballo. He is very much kind of the second hand man in this and a very hard-line politician when it comes to Maduro's policies. There are multiple candidates at play within Maduro's inner circle, but the opposition will be seeing this as a much anticipated opportunity to regain what they say is a stolen election, and the president should be Edmundo González. That is a belief widely distributed among the international community that the 2024 elections were neither free or fair, and that Edmundo González actually won by a landslide.
Okay. Mimi, thank you for the moment. Stay right there. We are awaiting President Trump and other officials potentially to come out and speak to the press there. And my colleague Sumi is still with us in Washington and combing through the latest updates there in the US. Sumi, what have you got for us?
Yeah, we're just seeing some reporting, Lewis, again from our partners here, CBS News, reporting that two sources familiar with the matter told CBS that U.S. military plane carrying Maduro is expected to land later today at New York Stewart Airport. That's a public military international airport in Orange County, New York. That's in Hudson Valley, so it's just a bit north from Manhattan. These sources have told CBS that Maduro is in the custody of the U.S. military, and he is expected to be turned over to federal authorities when he lands. He's expected to be arraigned in New York federal court in the Southern District of New York. That's the jurisdiction where he's being charged. We understand from CBS that he's expected to be arraigned next week, possibly as early as Monday. So, Lewis, this is all moving very quickly. Remember, earlier today, President Trump, in speaking to Fox News, said that President Maduro was on the Iwo Jima, a ship being taken to New York, and that he would be landing in New York a little bit later today. And we now understand that he will be handed over to federal authorities when he does indeed land. Remember that he was arrested as well with his wife, Celia, the First Lady of Venezuela. And understanding now, as I said, that he will land at this international airport in Orange County, New York, about 60 miles or so north of Manhattan. Some of the reporting that we brought you a little bit earlier from CBS News, our partners, indicates that this really has been in the works for several weeks now, and perhaps even since August, when we started to see the shape of that military strategy in Venezuela move forward. Remember that it was in September there that we saw the first boat strikes against drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean and in the Pacific. So
Sumi, I'm just going to
yes.
Sumi, I'm just going to interrupt you there. You mentioned Nicolas Maduro being transported. We have some pictures here. Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima there, as you just mentioned. This is the first time we are seeing this. I will just try and establish who posted that or what entity or organisation posted that.
Lewis, it looks like that was actually Donald Trump's Truth Social post. Looking at this page, it is Donald Trump's Truth Social page. He has posted it indeed there. I'm just verifying that myself, going on to his Truth Social page, but indeed it appears that he has posted this picture, and it says Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. I'm looking at this picture, Lewis, as you are. It appears that Maduro is holding a bottle of water in his right hand, that he is obviously restrained. We understand that he is currently, as we reported from CBS, under custody from the U.S. military. We see him there wearing a gray tracksuit. Hard to tell the details of how exactly he's being restrained, but just off the screen of the picture there, we see someone just to his left, presumably U.S. military. Hard to say where this photo came from, but indeed, Lewis, President Trump himself posting this on Truth Social.
Yeah, it looks like handcuffs as well, doesn't it? Again, we're just looking at that for the first time. An extraordinary image, and an image, no doubt, that we will all be getting pretty used to seeing, and one of those images that may well resonate right around the world, given the scale of the events of one country effectively going in and taking the president and his wife from that country, from their residence, and taking them back to their own country. And this will be one of those images that potentially lives on and lives long. As we start now to learn more details about not only the operation, but the transportation of Nicolas Maduro and his wife out of the country, and how that operation was handled. And that's what we are now looking to have more explanation on from this press conference. Donald Trump and others in the administration expected to come out and speak to the press any time now. I did give a bit of a health warning as regards to timings earlier. We are expecting it any time now, but as always with these things, we can be left waiting a bit of time, but we have no control over that, of course. All I can say is that as soon as the president and other officials do come out into the press office room there in Mar-a-Lago, in front of the microphones, we will cross straight to it. But this is the image that many around the world will now be seeing for the first time, and many in Venezuela will have a great deal to reflect on. He was widely believed to have lost the last election. He held on to power in Venezuela, but for some, Mimi is still with us here. Of course, they may feel, well, we didn't like him, we didn't back him, we didn't vote for him, but it's still our president, and now we have to see him like that on the international stage.
Yeah, this is an incredibly striking photo, and one which, again, will take many people by surprise. Even Nicolas Maduro's opposition, those who did not support him and believed, like many of the international community, that he did not win last election, 2024, many didn't believe, or still don't believe, that the US military intervention was the best solution for this. And we've heard this from countless other countries as well. France really recently saying that there is no solution in Venezuela that can be imposed from the outside after Maduro's capture. So the idea of another country coming in and meddling somewhat in that country's affairs doesn't sit well with many in the opposition party as well. There is definitely fractures that we're seeing. Now, the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, has been very supportive of Donald Trump's operations. She said that the many strikes that we've seen now in the South Caribbean Sea, as well as the Pacific Ocean, targeting those alleged drug-carrying vessels, they have been for the greater good. They're all part of this operation which she has backed. Now, that obviously is a very controversial statement. People have lost their lives in this deadly operation, and increasing pressure has only mounted that controversy. But that image, going back to Nicolas Maduro being restrained, blindfolded, handcuffed, will shock many people. We're already seeing some of his supporters take to the street, demanding to know what his whereabouts, demanding to know what happens next, as well as some, we believe, Maduro sympathizers, supporters, fleeing the country and making their way to the Colombian border, trying to get out of the country and join the nearly 8 million Venezuelans who have left Venezuela since 2013, when Nicolas Maduro first took power. Very different celebrations are happening outside of the country right now by the large diaspora, many of whom have been waiting for years for this moment to see Maduro taken out of power. Although it was against his will, seemingly, that photo kind of reiterating that idea, many will be seeing this as the greatest opportunity the opposition have had in decades.
And just the opposition, Maria Corina Machado's whereabouts, they were unknown. She had spoken about an intention to get back into Venezuela, the country, but we didn't know. Is that still the case?
That is still the case. It was an ordeal of a journey, incredibly dangerous. We've heard some harrowing kind of details of it. She's taken by a boat in the middle of the night, hours before getting onto a plane, and eventually ending up in Norway a bit late to receive her prize. Her daughter had to do it for her. But that was one way, and we don't know her whereabouts now. She still could be in Norway. She has repeatedly said that she will be where best serves the Venezuelan opposition's cause, and that, for the large part, has been in Venezuela, although that may have changed. It's very hard to tell of her movements right now, but she was really maximising being able to speak publicly. She was in hiding for well over a year, so she was making the most of the opportunity to speak publicly, kind of gather more support, international support, which will be crucial in whatever next steps happen in this situation. If the opposition are going to be backed by President Trump, which is something he alluded to just shortly ago, saying we're going to look at supporting Maria Corina Machado to lead Venezuela. He didn't outright say that they would, but there was indications there. Or if not, then the opposition need some kind of other international support to kind of fill that political vacuum which we're seeing come to light now. I mean, it's still very much early days, and the power on who resumes it or takes it will be a question perhaps for days to come. The US haven't given any indication they've had a plan for this. They've extracted Maduro and will deal with him and the criminal charges against him. But what happens in Venezuela now, that seems to be a little bit of a grey area and not one that anybody can easily answer.
Yeah, the country's hour of freedom has arrived, Maria Corina Machado said, but plenty more unresolved issues to try and resolve one way or the other in the hours ahead. Right, let's come right up to date now. Mar-a-Lago, there, President Trump's residence, and this is the press briefing room, effectively, and we are expecting Donald Trump to come to that lectern and speak in the next few minutes, although usual health warning, we don't have exact timings of this. Watching it all is my colleague Sumi in Washington. Sumi, what are the kind of things that we'll be listening out for here?
Yeah, Lewis, President Trump gave a little bit of a preview, if you will, of this press statement, and he let us know that the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, will be present. We understand that they will be speaking as well. He gave us a little bit of an insight into what happened in this operation as well, talking about the planning. He confirmed CBS's reporting, our partners here in the U.S., that the U.S. actually had been waiting for the weather to be correct for these strikes. He also told us in that interview with Fox News that He had, as Vice President J.D. Vance had indicated on social media, they had given President Maduro, quote, several off-ramps, and that included President Trump confirming that he spoke to Nicolas Maduro on the phone last week. He said they had spoken several times, and he was asked what off-ramp he was given. And he said that he told Maduro to leave power, and clearly Maduro had not accepted that or rejected that, and that is why the operation went forward. He said as well that this was an operation carried out with the U.S. military, that he would make sure that those who remained in Venezuela, if they were not complying with the U.S., if they remained loyal to Nicolas Maduro, they would have a, quote, really bad future. I understand that we are going to see from President Trump here a bit more of an explanation of what happened, of how this was planned. It will be interesting to see what details are revealed about the military operation itself. But he had said earlier that they're going to be making the decision on what's next for the Venezuelan people. That, to the conversation that you've just been having with Mimi. Of course, President Trump had said that the military was prepared for a second wave, but it did not have to carry out that second wave of military action because the first operation was, as he said, quote, very lethal. But all of this will point to the questions that we're hoping to hear some answers from President Trump here as to what is next now for Venezuela. Of course, we understand that Nicolas Maduro is being taken to New York. As I mentioned, CBS News reporting that he will be arraigned in New York, in the Southern District of New York, as early as Monday, so this week, we understand, and that he'll be handed over to federal authorities there. But so many questions we're hoping to hear answers to, Louis, on what is next for Venezuela, what the U.S.'s plans are. Should there be further military action in Venezuela, something the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, indicated would not be the case. And also, what the U.S.'s plans are for Nicolas Maduro in this indictment and how the legal process will move forward. All of those details remain unclear at this point. And President Trump, had said, well, watch this press conference. Just a note, it was actually supposed to start, about half an hour ago. So we're running just a little bit behind, but you can see the press gathered there waiting for the president, Secretary Hegseth, as well as Dan Kane. And Louis, I just want to bring you one more reaction. I was sharing some reactions from members of Congress on both sides of the aisle and mentioned they were largely partisan. I just want to share with you what Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, wrote. Now, remember, she had that very public split with President Trump over the release of the Epstein files. And President Trump was very critical of the Congresswoman on social media. And so their relationship has disintegrated. And she wrote a long statement in which she says, why is it okay for America to militarily invade, bomb, and arrest a foreign leader, but Russia is evil for invading Ukraine and China as bad for aggression against Taiwan? Is it only okay if we do it? And she goes on to say, regime change, funding foreign wars, and Americans' tax dollars being consistently funneled to foreign causes, foreigners both home and abroad, and foreign governments, while Americans are consistently facing increasing cost of living, housing, healthcare, and learn about scams and fraud.
Forgive me, just interrupt you. Here is Donald Trump. Let's listen in.
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. We've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first powerful way, in our home region. And our home region, our greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft, launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49. And there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, you know, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba? Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
What's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, you know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be...
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine, And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We went there. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it. Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact whereabouts?
Well, eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
President, how long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. Can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and the drugs?
And Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it to them. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that,
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace, and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country, and they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide? They're going to be a team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, you know, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
Done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. Suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
Mr. President.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years, in the
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, going to send in the U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
U.S.
I don't want to get into the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin? Well, that's always nice to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people. I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general, and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
So Donald Trump just leaving that rather extraordinary press briefing. We were expecting perhaps some technical details about the status of the operation, about how the operation unfolded, but no doubt the headline coming out saying, Donald Trump saying, we're going to run the country until such a time as we can do a safe, proper and judicious transition. So the US is now going to run Venezuela. Also made comments about oil and US oil companies going in to run the oil operations in Venezuela. So much to pick through there. Sumi, what stood out for you?
Louis, you're right. That was truly extraordinary. And as you said already, the top line there, President Trump saying that the U.S. will run Venezuela. He was asked several times in the questions there what that would look like. Would that involve boots on the ground? To that he said, well, we had boots on the ground. And then he referred to the special operation that the U.S. carried out in arresting Nicolas Maduro in his secured compound in Caracas overnight. He was asked who would run the country, and he referred to the people standing behind me. He said they would be part of a team. Those people, including the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. We also saw the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, there. And he said as well that they would be working with some of the team on the ground. Interesting to note that he said that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had been speaking to the vice president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, and he said that he had had a long conversation with the vice president and that she had just been sworn in. We haven't verified that ourselves, Louis, but that's what we heard from the president, and Marco Rubio had also spoken to her. And he indicated, President Trump did, that she was, quote, willing to cooperate, that she would be working with this U.S. team. Whether this team is on the ground already, it's not clear. As you've been reporting all morning, we don't know exactly who is in power at the moment. But President Trump indicating that it is the vice president and that the U.S. is in contact with her, working with her. Also interesting, he said several times that it would be American oil companies going in to extract wealth from the ground. And he claimed that this wealth would then be there to enrich Venezuelans and American oil companies who were kicked out. Now, there he again is referring to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, Louis, the U.S.'s, his claim that the U.S. companies that had been kicked out when Venezuela nationalized the oil industry, that they demand money returned to them. He used the word reimbursement a few times in that press conference, didn't he, in talking about U.S. oil companies being reimbursed for money lost. Really interesting that he said a few times. He said that Venezuela will have to be run in a safe, proper, and judicious transition. He said, we don't want someone else coming in and doing the same thing. It has to be judicious. And he said, including many from Venezuela now living in the U.S. who want to go back to their homeland, we can't take the chance that someone else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. Also, very interesting to note here that he talked a bit about what the U.S.'s aim was. And he said, well, we're not afraid of making sure the country is run properly. And he said it could have gone very badly. And in addition, he talked a bit about the conversations that he had had with Nicolas Maduro. He said that he had had several conversations with him and that he had decided not to, this was Marco Rubio, who was speaking, who said that Maduro had been given several opportunities to take an off-ramp, as it's been described, and he decided not to do so, not to take that off-ramp. And President Trump saying he probably wished that he had. He also made that link, didn't he, between previous operations during his first term. He made the link there as well to bombing Iranian nuclear sites over the summer, saying these were all incredibly successful. There are a few points, Louis, that I think it's important to put into context. He talked about the drug trafficking operations into the U.S. He talked about Tren de Aragua, which is a drug trafficking organization that the U.S. has designated a terrorist organization. He talked about the tens of thousands of people that these drug organizations have been killing in the U.S. A lot of those numbers that President Trump has been using in the past weeks have been called into question about the number of people who have actually been affected by drug overdoses, linked to cocaine. He said this is drugs that Venezuela has been producing. The reality is that Venezuela plays a pretty small part in that entire cocaine trafficking operation. Also important to say that when he talked about these oil companies, he said they took all of our property, we built it, and we never had a president who decided to do anything about it. That is seen as a pretty big exaggeration of the U.S. oil companies' role on the ground, one that is disputed, of course, by Venezuela itself as well. But most importantly, Louis, that we take away from this is the U.S. saying that it is going to be a central part with a team on the ground of running Venezuela until there is a transition. What that could look like, what it looks like right now on the ground, still unclear.
Sumi, thank you so much for that. Yeah, we're going to try and explore exactly what this will look like. We can speak to Brian Fonseca, former senior research manager at U.S. Southern Command, former Marine, now director of the Institute for Public Policy at Florida International University. Thank you for coming on the program.
No, thanks for having me.
First of all, your reaction to this idea that the U.S. is now going to run Venezuela?
Yeah, I think what I understood from the president's comments is that the U.S. is going to likely leverage an incredible amount of influence, likely through sectors like the oil sector, as a means of trying to control the temperature and context of which change is going to occur in the coming months and years. And I think that's, that was his emphasis on, emphasis on oil sector and leveraging the oil sector as a means of influence. I think that was also sort of insinuated by the fact that Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as president, and that the U.S. is now talking to members of the regime that are still in place as a modality of transition, to sort of move back to some type of, remnants of democracy. And I also think that was sort of indicated in the fact that he didn't commit boots on the ground in some pronounced context. And so I think what that means is, again, leveraging the oil sector as a means of influencing the texture and pace of change, putting benchmarks in place in order to continue to move power and influence onto, those that are being put in positions of power within Venezuela. And of course, looking at, the role that the opposition and democratic forces will play in the future, as well as those that are still holding positions of influence within the existing government.
OK, let's just try and unpick that just slightly, just to be clear, because it is slightly confusing. The idea of how one country can run another with no troops on the ground, none of its own politicians in play. So how does this work? You have US companies running the oil industry and then, therefore, a fair amount of the finances. How does that influence anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it implies that Americans are going to hold political power necessarily. I think there's going to be a process of transitioning political power, governance power to Venezuelans. Again, the president suggested that Delcy Rodriguez may be the person in that position right now. He seemed to say, fairly positive things about that. And so it might indicate that the U.S. is banking on Delcy Rodriguez to serve as president while there is a transition back to democracy, likely through elections in the coming months or the next 18 months or so, in which Venezuelans can elect who they want in positions of political power. I think what that means is instead of holding political power, and by the way, there may be technical advisors in place, Americans that are playing, technical advisory roles. But I think that the sort of idea of running through the economy is that oil is the largest contributor to the economic solvency of Venezuela. And giving American businesses in the United States greater control over that sort of checkbook may inspire and influence the movement of, sort of the processes of politics that will continue to unfold over the next few months or years.
Okay, just want to move on. You asked about Cuba. What did you take from the replies about Cuba? It's a failing nation. We want to help people of Cuba. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, saying if I was in the administration, I would be pretty nervous. That's not the exact quote. But what did you make of the tone of those remarks?
No, I mean, I think it definitely suggests that Cuba is certainly on the list, of countries that the United States wants to affect democratic change in. Keep in mind, Secretary Rubio is the son of Cuban immigrants who fled Cuba and landed in Miami, which you have, a huge Cuban diaspora and sort of Cuban American population that would love to see Cuba change. I actually think Cuba may be easier to see a democratic transition, but much more difficult in terms of bringing democratic governance back into play, just because democracy has been absent from Cuba, for 70 years. And so I think that's going to be it's going to be a far more difficult, transition. But I think that for Secretary Rubio, Cuba is probably more important than Venezuela, but the path to Cuba was through Venezuela, which is why Venezuela was first on the Secretary's list of countries that it wanted to affect change in.
Okay, just want to ask your thoughts on the military operation. We got that quite late on in the press conference, but we did get a bit of detail about the planning and about the execution of this operation. The idea that Maduro was studied from what he ate to what he wear to his travel arrangements. And then we got the detail about the extraction team and the helicopters flying in low, aeroplanes above taking out air defenses, and the timings of the operations, about 90 minutes or so. What did you make about what we learned there?
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredibly sophisticated and successful, military offensive by the United States. I mean, this is not something that was built and planned overnight. In fact, prior to the administration coming, prior to the Trump administration coming to power, the United States military had plans for all different scenarios in Venezuela. And so, over the last 6 months now, the U.S. has moved massive military assets into the country. I think that despite the fact that the administration tried to stay away from the idea of regime change was always on sort of the list of objectives in terms of building a military capability in the Caribbean to be able to sort of execute something like that. And so I think, again, this has been months in the planning. I think that the execution seemed to be, fairly flawless. We're still going to wait to see the details on sort of the, whether or not those injured, had serious injuries, whether or not there were any civilians, that were collateral damage of American military offensive. I mean, some of those details need to still come out, but it was a massive multi-domain military operation that seems to be incredibly successful and reducing, damage and collateral to Venezuelan American forces. And so, again, it's not something that popped up overnight. This is something that has been months in the planning. And the execution in and of itself was also months in execution in terms of positioning just right to be able to make this kind of run into Caracas under sort of heavily, fortified, positions that the Venezuelan military has put in place over the last several months as well, and execute without any massive collateral damage.
Brian Fonseca, thank you so much for coming on the program and talking us through that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's take a quick listen again now to the moment that President Trump said that the U.S. would effectively now be running Venezuela.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades.
Trump also said he hasn't spoken to Venezuela's opposition leader, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado. Earlier, she shared this statement on social media. She welcomed the US's intervention, calling it the country's hour of freedom. She also wrote that President Maduro was removed from power after refusing a negotiated exit, and said the opposition's candidate for the 2024 elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, should now assume the presidency. Let's bring in our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby, who's been here. Mimi, first of all, what do you make of those comments by Donald Trump about the opposition leader there?
I think they will confuse the opposition party. Donald Trump said he didn't know the whereabouts of Maria Corina Machado and hadn't had any contact with her. But perhaps more striking is the statement that he said it'll be hard for her to lead Venezuela as she doesn't have enough respect within it. Now, Donald Trump has been a strong ally of the opposition leader and backed her plight out of Venezuela to receive her Nobel Peace Prize only a matter of weeks ago now. But that will come as a confusion for many. Many were looking towards Maria Corina Machado to lead the opposition, now having a vacant power spot. Maduro has been forcibly removed by the US, and we've just heard there an extraordinary turn of events and very sophisticated operation, the details of which I'm sure perhaps will be turned into a movie later, not just one being watched by President Trump, as he said. But now that will leave many questions, perhaps more questions than previously before this statement, if not her to lead the opposition and Edmundo Gonzalez, who was elected, many believe, in the 2024 election, was stolen from him by Nicolas Maduro. Then who will be taking that spot? Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was mentioned, but yeah, there are lots of questions here. Over
well, let's stick on that, because the Vice President, well, Donald Trump said she's sworn in. Just tell us a little bit about her and what's happening here.
There seems to be a little bit of confusion of whereabouts she is. She gave an address to national TV, state TV, basically demanding to know the whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro and have some proof of life. That was before we saw that really striking image of him in US custody. There are reports and sources saying that she's actually in Russia. She isn't even in Venezuela right now, but she's been sworn in as president. And she's also had a phone call with the Secretary of State, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And seemingly, according to that press conference, went well. It was very satisfactory for the US, and she seems to be willing to cooperate with what the US want. We're not exactly sure what that looks like yet, but the US making the really profound statement that they will run Venezuela with the team behind President Trump, including Secretary of State and the Defense Secretary, but also now Delcy Rodriguez's name thrown in the mix. There is some confusion about who will be actually leading or helping run Venezuela under US control, but she is very much a prime candidate. She is second in command if you're going with the Constitution. But there are other figures in Nicolas Maduro's inner circle, not least the Internal Affairs Minister, the Defense Minister. There are other names and other very loyal supporters who will not be looking at this press conference happily.
And just briefly, how do you think, what will the reaction be inside Venezuela to what Donald Trump has just announced?
I think the idea of a US intervention and possible boots on the ground will bring back memories of historical US interventions which haven't gone well for the countries that the US has meddled in, for want of a better word. There will be confusion as to what this actually means. The US running Venezuela, but didn't promise having boots on the ground or physically implementing a government in Caracas. There'll also be a lot of fear with that. This just adds to the level of uncertainty for both the opposition, who saw this as the greatest opportunity to restore democracy in Venezuela, but now that comes seemingly at a cost. Oil was mentioned numerous times in that statement, with President Trump promising to retake what he called stolen oil and getting reimbursed for it. Remember, oil is Venezuela's greatest asset economy-wise. So there will be more questions, a lot of uncertainty, and perhaps a lot of fear, not just from the opposition, seemingly what that will look like, but also Maduro's supporters and his government will be looking at this thinking, what should their next move be if the US are planning to take a further authoritative hold on Venezuela authority and its government.
Mimi, thank you so much for that. It was no doubt an extraordinarily consequential press conference from Donald Trump, announcing that the US will now run Venezuela until, in its words, he can organise a safe and proper transition. Also outlining details like US oil companies will head in and run the oil industry for the benefit of people of Venezuela and for people outside Venezuela, he said. And said, we are ready to put, not afraid to put boots on the ground, was his phrase. Plenty more coverage coming up. This is BBC News.
Hello, live from London. This is BBC News with me, Ben Brown. Our latest headlines. President Trump says the United States intends to run Venezuela after the capture of its leader, Nicolas Maduro, in a military raid on the capital, Caracas.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal.
Mr. Maduro is currently being taken to the United States, where he'll be tried on drugs and terrorism charges. Hello, President Trump has announced that the United States intends to run Venezuela until such time as an orderly transition can be achieved. It was not clear whether that would involve an occupying US military force, but Mr. Trump said resistance would be met with much larger military action. Well, it comes after the US military carried out a large-scale attack on Venezuela and captured its president, Nicolas Maduro, flying him out of the country with his wife. Explosions were heard this morning in the capital, Caracas, and other cities. Mr. Maduro has already been charged in New York with drugs and weapons offences. Well, our South America correspondent, Ione Wells, has the latest.
Handcuffed, blindfolded, captured from his country. This is Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro being sent to the US after being seized by US forces.
It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens.
The capture led many wondering who would now run Venezuela. And then, this.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
Washington says Maduro will face charges including conspiracy to commit narco-terrorism and import cocaine. His seizure was part of a huge military operation. Venezuela's capital, Caracas, woke to the sound of the city under attack. Helicopters, flames, explosions. These were strikes on the city's key military sites. Eyewitnesses woke in the early hours to the sound of booms. This marks the biggest US military intervention in the region in decades. For months, Washington has sent troops, warships and aircraft to the Caribbean. It has seized oil tankers near Venezuela and carried out dozens of strikes on alleged drug boats, killing at least 110 people. Operations, it says, are part of an armed conflict against traffickers. But legal experts say it may breach the laws of war. The US has long accused Nicolas Maduro of running a criminal network, claims he denies. Just days ago, he said he was open to talks.
If they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want Venezuelan oil, is Venezuela ready for U.S. investments? Like with Chevron, whenever, wherever, and however they want.
What remains of Venezuela's government says it will fight, but the US wants regime change. And today, the US showed once again it will use whatever force it takes to get what it wants. Ione Wells, BBC News.
Well, the last few hours have seen a remarkable change in fortunes for the Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro. This is believed to have been his final public appearance before US military forces launched that large-scale strike on Caracas and other military targets in Venezuela. Here he was meeting the Chinese special envoy on Friday, and during the meeting, Mr. Maduro received a decorative vase and presented the Chinese diplomat with a painting in return. Then, within